We already know that that's not the case, but it's a good example to make the point.
Jesse, I did talk at the same time as you before, and then you're typing in chat something to Elisha. So did you want to get in?
Oh, thanks. Yeah. So, Elisha, you had said something about if something's true, it's true, regardless of whether it's been, shown to work. But my question was, and I think probably Gio kind of asked this to you also, maybe, not to put words in your mouth, Gio, but anyway, if something hasn't been shown to be true, how do you know that it's true, that it's true, that it's true? Just someone told you and you believe them? How do you know it's true if it's never been shown to work?
Why are you asking a stupid question?
Jesus, my goodness. You're asking how somebody developed their epistemology without realizing what you're asking.
I don't think it's a stupid question. That seems like kind of an ad hom. I hear what he's saying. That often to show something is true is that it does work. So that's why it's like a fine line with this one. I mean, that is one way you can show something to be true is that it may work in reality. Like if you have two chemicals and you combine them together and it makes a third chemical, like it works and it's true. So I think his question...
you can make something work and not actually understand the mechanics behind it because we've learned it through trial and error and just observing nature. We don't understand why it does that. We just know it does. So, but we can create useful things from knowing that. Doesn't mean that we know why it's doing such a thing.
Well, could I propose that maybe pragmatism is a spectrum disorder and that it is actually involved in all levels, to some degree, in all levels of truth claims? Some things like 3 + 3 = 6, that's really not a lot of pragmatism involved, maybe. In other things, there might be a lot of pragmatism. And some things there's a little, it's like, I think all these truth claims, they have different levels of confidence, like, for example, the flipping the coins thing. The fact is, that is pretty much universally true. Anybody could try it and get pretty much the same results almost every time. So maybe there's some pragmatism in that statement, but there's also a lot of...
What do you mean they'll get the same results every time?
They won't be. They will get...
There's a 50-50 chance.
Like roughly 50-50 is what he's saying. If you do it like 100 times, you'll get like a roughly 50-50.
By the way,
Matt's just described the sides of the coin, right? So we've just decided we're just describing what sides of the coin are. And we know that it'll be a 50-50 chance. For it to be more accurate and to make predictions, we'll need to know that it lands on a head 90%, 99% of the time to make a truth claim out of it.
But
so
the
other thing is you guys have been played because 3 + 3 = 6 is in no way related to statistical outcomes.
Yeah,
don't be played so easily. You can't do category switches on people and
these are all different. But these were all different. We're all different examples.
It's just used to describe something. So 3 + 3 = 6 doesn't mean anything. It's not a truth claim. It's not anything. It's just describing what's there.
It's not innocent what's being done. You're being played. If you play into it, you're being played. He's conflating arithmetics with statistics.
No, these were different examples. Hold on, they were different examples though. There was the 3 + 3 = 6. There was the medicine ball. There was the statistic flipping the coin. There was the believing in ghosts thing. These were all different ones. I don't think Jesse's trying to combine them. Are you, Jesse? I think you're just mentioning different ones.
Right. I'm illustrating a spectrum.
It's sophistry, dude. It's so obvious.
I'll answer the probabilistic one, right? So the problem with that is it's actually deterministic, right? Because there is so many variables, and you're going to say all the variables of flipping that coin will be relatively the same. So statistically speaking, you'll get like a 50-50 chance. But if you put this into a system where the coin is flipped exactly the same way every single time, you should get the same outcome every time. So you're actually changing a variable, and you're just granting that for the probabilistic argument. So it doesn't even transfer over into a practical sense.
Right, that's a conditional conclusion. That's the
so
difference.
to say
Yeah, that's a good point, because when, say, a human flips a coin, the amount of like tension we're putting on the coin as we flip it will vary every time. Whereas if you put it on like a mechanical device that does the exact same, the conditions are exactly the same every time, then you'll get the same outcome every time.
Well, but by flipping a coin, I meant in such a way that it landed in a random position, heads or tails.
Right.
I wasn't
flipping
talking
a coin,
about calculated trajectory programming that allowed you to skew your randomness.
I think he's sort of saying, like, if just somebody took a coin, shook it up in their hands, dropped it on the table, and did it X amount of time, that are you saying like the it works part is the fact that you'll roughly get 50-50 at the end of 100 or 1,000 flips?
Yeah, I specified 1,000.
When you average it
Yeah, but
out, you're
don't.
probably right. But like, if you've ever been to the casino, you'll see that on those machines where you I forgot what they are now, but is it when you're putting all on black, all on red, and it'll tell you like how many times blacks come out, how many times reds come out, and you'll see that it's not always 50-50. It could be like skewed in either direction. But I think if you did an average it, and then you're probably right there. But yeah, that's a non sequitur anyway, because you're not really focusing on what you can actually do with that. It's more of like just the math itself doesn't help you. You need to explain, like you're
The
trying to
math's
explain
not
something.
saying. The math's not saying what he claims it's saying. The math is saying, long as you continue down this road, eventually you'll end up at 50-50. Long as you continue doing this one thing, you're going to get 50-50. It's not saying you're going to flip it 10 times and it's going to be 50-50. It's just saying, the longer you flip it, the closer to 50-50 it'll be.
Right.
Well,
The
that's a
end
good way to put it.
statement would be the conditional conclusion, which is you should get 50-50, which isn't to say you will always get 50-50, and that's the difference.
Well, I just to be clear, I didn't say 10 times and exactly 50-50. I said 1,000 times and about 50-50. Just to be clear, that
Just
was
to be
my
clear, I
truth
didn't
claim.
say you said that. I was just highlighting the difference
Same
between
thing.
the two.
But what is the thing with that's connected to that? Are you saying that would be a pragmatic fallacy or it would not be, Jesse? What is the what is the first part of that? Like you're flipping a coin. Well, if you do 1,000 flips with your hands on a table, you'll roughly get 50-50. You then do it, it works, therefore it's true, and it's not a pragmatic fallacy? Or what was the full kind of part of that, or the full circle of that?
I don't say either way. I don't like to call the pragmatic fallacy because I think it's really kind of ambiguous and really doesn't lead to any better understanding of the topic or progression of the discussion. I was just presenting that as kind of a midway point to something to ask what if they thought it would be pragmatic or a fallacy or not.
Well, I really don't want to open up a can of worms with what I'm about to say, but I'm just going to say it briefly. But one area that potentially this could be a pragmatic fallacy is in religion and maybe other spiritual things as well. But like, for example, like with the Christianity, like to say like, oh, well, I believe in Jesus, I read this book, and then these good things happen in my life. Is that a pragmatic fallacy? Meaning like good things might be happening, but it doesn't mean it's because of Jesus or the book that people wrote. You know what I mean? That's just a huge like ripe for this potentially. I'm not trying to call it out and say that. I'm not even really trying to open up the whole thing.
You could get because people justify religion different ways, and I will go down the transcendental argument for God. That would be how I do that. So yeah, you're opening a can of words, but there are justifications, and there's historical context as well. There are other justifications outside there.
No, I know, I hear you, and it's a huge can of worms. But I'm just saying, if somebody said like, "Oh, I believe in Jesus, therefore it makes me feel a certain way," or "Therefore Jesus is true," or "Therefore this book is true," but you could say that for other things too. Like I talk about the plant medicines. Like somebody said, "Hey, I took this peyote, and now my depression's gone." Could that be? I mean, the thing is, peyote has like certain biochemical effects and so on, but there could be maybe a way that somebody could try to apply to that too. Like, oh, well, you're saying you feel better because of the peyote. is it actually the peyote or not that helped you, or the ayahuasca, or so I think that's maybe a little different. I mean, but
They do use the placebo effect as they do use it in science and testing. So I would argue that it is a real thing based on that. But I don't know. That's as far as my argument will go on that.
Yeah, this is going into a big set of arguments. Like if applying it to Christianity, like a belief in or like reciting certain words and then getting a result, like, or when people pray, like, oh, I prayed for XY in the name of Jesus, and then my dad got better from his sickness. Like, okay, well, does that mean praying in Jesus is actually true just because your dad got better? That could be a pragmatic fallacy, but then you could flip it the other way and say,
I don't think religion
maybe it
plays
is
the science category. So I think you're making a category error there, because I wouldn't put religion in the same box as science. And I think, yeah, these logical, I don't know, it's something I need to think about, but yeah, I wouldn't put that in the category just based on feelings and preferences. It's not logical to say that, but whether you're committing a pragmatic fallacy, I don't think you would be.
Yeah, it's a big can of worms. Well, the ghost one, I guess this is somewhat like the ghost one. Like, oh, if somebody believes in ghosts and it helps them cope with their grief, therefore ghosts are true. So I guess in the same way, somebody believes in Jesus, it helps them in some way, therefore Jesus is true. Could be related to that, the ghost pragmatic.
If you wanted to quantify religion in that sense, I'd say you probably have a better argument to justify what you're saying. But based off just, I feel this way, therefore it must be this way, then yeah, it's just not logically coherent to say anything like that. So I don't think you fall into any category, because you're not abiding by like the strict pillars that kind of form that kind of epistemological paradigm. So yeah.
Yeah, and there's a lot more nuance when it comes to that, just spirituality in general and the metaphysical.
But you could argue Christianity is true, or like, what's the argument? People see, I like the transcendental argument because it touches on logic itself, and that is literally probably like a 2-hour discussion. So I don't want to go into it. I'm not sure if you've heard about the transcendental argument. Anyone in the room?
Oh yeah,
you have.
Oh yeah,
have you listened to like Jay Dyer? He talks about it a lot. So yeah, I think if you're talking about logic and coherency, then you're going down a different path of epistemology. Basically, you're not touching on pragmatism. You're going down a completely different path of kind of justifying knowledge. So that's where I'd say it's a category error. So we're not intending to be mathematically coherent here. It's based on feelings, and we've got a completely different set of rules to kind of make knowledge claims there.
Yeah, I hear you. When you're dealing with like emotions or somebody's life getting better or like their mood or something in their life, that changed, that there is a whole different set of like components that go into that. Like it could be said as subjective, and then when you bring in the metaphysical. No, I hear you. I was just bringing it up because there are claims within religion and spirituality, whatever pathway, whether it's a more of a religious, like either scriptural or another religion path, or whether other practices and things that people do. Because I mean, even the mainstream will write it off, and say, like if somebody does meditation and then they feel better, there's certain mainstream that'll say like, oh, that's just a placebo, or you're just, there's certain like reasons that they'll try to debunk that, and then there's the other view that, meditation actually does do something biochemically in your body. And same could be said for like belief in Jesus or Christianity. And so, yeah, I hear you. Those are not like empirical truth claims that are as universally able to be kind of proven and validated. But I mean, some folks that if they do think Jesus is the Son of God and is the ultimate, and that word is the word of the Creator, then they may put arguments forth to say that, not that it works because it's true, basically, like it works in your life kind of thing. Because that's arguments that folks will make from that perspective. Like, oh, my life was going down the tubes, and then I found Jesus in the Bible. Now my life is so much better, therefore it works, and therefore it is true. Now, they might not be trying to prove it to others. They might not be trying to prove it empirically to others, but sometimes they are if they're trying to convert someone or whatever.
Yeah, they try to be pragmatic unless they turned around and like said what they did, right? And how God gave them the strength to do so, or something like that. You can't just say I prayed to God and I prayed to God to win the lottery, and then I won the lottery. That'd be completely pragmatic.
Yeah. But like, so you'd have to go into the Bible itself as well, right? So let's say that there's a verse that says fasting's good for you, and then it turns out that when we've empirically gone out and tested this using science, it turns out that there are benefits to fasting. Then does the Bible give you some? Does it give you some points there? Does that make sense? So there's things like in the Bible that tells you how to live your life that makes your life better. So like, for example, people just following Christian values, you get better outcomes for society. Then is that a justification for it being true?
This is where you would be able to articulate the category difference that you were talking about earlier. Because the values being true is obviously, there's fruit there. There's already demonstration. But that is distinct from, say, the other topic of, because this works, whatever this is, from the discussion that you had previously. Therefore, this model is true. That's different because there's a whole gap in the middle. So it would be like saying this model is true, and this model has these values, and these values have been proven to be true. And then
Yeah,
you can go,
I agree with
the
that.
values have been determined to be true. Well, that wouldn't be an argumentation, but that still has not gone to the model, or in the case of the creator or the particular
Yeah, I
religious
agree with
view
that.
about from whence the values came. So that's why it's categorically different.
But the premise that I was going more towards was that if you live out those very tenets that tell you how to live your life and you live a better life, then that's the only system that we have to tell us to live those tenets, then it's probably the most close to truth we have at that time.
Mm-hmm. But just making the distinction.
I agree with what you said.
I don't know if you want to keep talking about it. It's a completely different conversation, but it's related to some degree. But the thing is, I think what you could simplify or more colloquially state is that the pragmatic fallacy is just how they're justifying the assumptions. So, because at whatever point they're either making presuppositions or assumptions in their argumentation, and therefore it's fallacious. But they're justifying their use of assumptions and obfuscating somebody who's not skilled's ability to notice that they're founded on assumptions by pointing to something that works. But at no point are they justifying definitively that conditional outcome is dependent on their model or on what they're trying to prove. Do you get me?
Yeah, I guess in that instance you'll be saying this set of ideals is better than this one, but in terms of the underlying principle,
I'm shifting the topic. I'm not even talking about ideals anymore. I'm just trying to bet because I don't really. It's not that I don't care, but in terms of general conversation, most people are gonna be like, "Oh, I'm gonna have to now waste my time to determine what a pragmatic fallacy is." But in a nutshell, it's just a different application. It's a specific application of justifying assumptions. So they're just justifying faulty premises.
Shoebill, your mic's open.
But it helps to categorize it all for rigor's sake. But other than that,
I'm kind of blown away at all the nuance to this because there's a lot. I mean, just not to totally go back to it, but even the ghost one, I mean, perhaps that person is having help from coping with grief because ghosts are real, because their parent died, their father died, and their father is a quote unquote ghost and he's helping them cope with grief. So ironically, like that actually could be true. I'm not trying to make a claim right now that ghosts are real and that it helps people cope with grief. But what if that actually was true? Then it wouldn't really be fallacious. But I get there's a reason it's fallacious in the argumentation. There's a reason it's fallacious in the argumentation of validating a truth claim more so than just if it's true or not. Like something could be true or not. Like, for example, the ghost could help someone cope with grief, but in the way that they use it in the argumentation could still be fallacious as an argument.
Yeah, it depends how it's put forward. If it's just put forward that the belief in ghosts is sufficient to help, then obviously he's proven that. But that's just the placebo effect, right? That's all that is. But if the claim or the argumentation is therefore ghosts, as however they may be described, are real, and if they're describing something that hasn't been verified, then obviously it's fallacious and nonsense.
Well, that's why I brought up the Jesus thing, because like I'm not trying to question anyone's belief in that, but I mean, is Jesus a ghost? I mean, he's non-physical. Yeah, it might have been a person that lived thousands of years ago, way before any of us were born. And yeah, you could like believe the history, but I'm just saying Jesus is like this metaphysical, non-physical entity that people say they talk to, and so and so I'm not saying whether it's true or not. I mean, I do think Jesus is. I do think Jesus is an archetypal being, but whether it's connected to exactly the lineage that is described, and so, I mean, if somebody talks to Jesus or gets some kind of healing from Jesus, it doesn't mean that, well, that's the question. Like, if they're having some practical benefit, does that mean it's true? Or, like you said, is it just a placebo?
It depends what you're talking, who you're talking to, though, right? Because everyone defines things differently.
Yeah, I just feel like this topic is like a multi-layered fractal.
If you're talking specifically about the character, then you'd have to go and study the character.
It's not that crazy. So there's a difference between an absolute truth claim and a conditional conclusion. So if you make a conditional conclusion, it's not fallacious. Saying like, given that this stuff is the case, this should be the case. That's different than because this thing works, this is definitely the case. Right? There's a difference between an absolute claim and a conditional conclusion. That's the real difference. So if you make an absolute truth claim, 3 + 3 = 6, that's different than saying like, given that the math works in this, it works internally within this frame, this should be the case. It's not fallacious. But if you say, given that the math works in this specific frame, it is this specific frame, that's fallacious. So that's the difference. It's right. If it's a conditional conclusion, given that this is the case, this should be the case, versus given that this should be the case, this is definitely the case, that's fallacious.
Yeah, which is like the begging the question and affirming the consequent, which are similar. So then how do you think this is different than affirming the consequent or begging the question? If
cart before the horse. Like, you don't explain anything.
Pragmatic, well, it's this works, therefore it's true.
Like I believe in ghosts. It helps me cope with grief. In that example, therefore ghosts are true. You're kind of just making this link. Like you haven't really established the cause and effect. You've just made a claim or a belief, let's say, or some kind of experience. That's why experience is used in that pragmatic. So this person had an experience of a ghost, or like I said, Jesus. That's the thing. If somebody says, "Oh, I experienced Jesus," and then the result. So then what would have to happen? Like in order for it not to be a pragmatic fallacy or begging the question or affirming the consequent, which, I mean, how closely related are those three? And then how is pragmatic different?
Well, if you're begging
the non-fallacious version of that statement, right? I believe in ghosts because it helps me cope with grief, therefore ghosts are true. Non-fallacious version. Believing in ghosts helps me cope with grief, regardless of whether ghosts are actually true. There's no absolute truth conclusion to it, right? It's a conditional it's a conditional claim, it's a conditional conclusion. Or if you say, I believe in ghosts because the belief helps me cope with grief, even though that benefit alone does not establish that ghosts are real, right?
Right. So it's when the
conditional.
practicality, right, the conditionality of the practicality being the sole reason for why the thing is claimed to be true, rather than actually establishing that thing to be true through other means, like either through
Right.
some kind of validation or cause and effect. Yeah, that does seem like that's the difference. Is that the
And you can hold the belief without it being fallacious, right? I believe in ghosts for personal reasons, not because I think the belief is proven to be true. So that would be all the globe arguments that I posted, right? Those are all super affirmative, absolute truth claims. Physics equations assume a spherical Earth. Since physics works, Earth globe. Satellites orbit Earth. Since satellites work, Earth globe.
Oh, there's
Flight
so
paths
many
make-
arguments. Keep going.
Yeah.
There's so many of these.
These are textbook, right?
They're like all that. They're all that. Right. It's like
Yeah.
almost all of them are. Like if
They're
not all.
affirm the consequent and they're pragmatic fallacies. Flight paths make sense on a globe and save fuel. Therefore, Earth globe. GPS only works because Earth is a globe. GPS works. Earth must be a globe. These are textbook examples.
The difference is the operation direction. So one is retroactive, the other one is forward. So begging the question is you're going forward assuming. The other one is you're justifying the assumption going backwards. In simple terms. But the thing is, in a lot of the retroactive ones, you're also doing begging the question at the same time. As a
Right.
result of your therefore.
So with the pragmatic, it's really just it's that the practical result is the reason for. I mean, that's just so closely related. Like even if you say Foucault's pendulum, like, oh,
If they make an absolute truth statement, yeah. If they make a conditional conclusion, right? It's like a Foucault pendulum should work like this, given the Earth is a globe. A Foucault pendulum works like this, therefore, that would be evidence that the Earth should be a globe. It wouldn't be the Earth definitely is a globe, right? So the absolute truth claim versus conditional. So given that all these circumstances are the case, this is evidence supporting that this should be the case. Versus given that I am stating all this stuff is the case, now I'm stating that it's proof that all this stuff is the case. It's like absolute truth, conditional. That's the easy way to remember it.
Yeah. Right, and actually in the argumentation we talk about weight change with latitude and pendulums at latitude and all that. It is a different argument. Like sometimes when we're debating that, like it'll start off with, how do you know the Earth's moving? How have you proven to yourself? Or why is the Earth moving? And then they'll say, the weight change or the pendulum. And then when we really get down to it, often like there's been times in here where, like whether it's whoever, I guess I don't have to name anyone, but when the debate's happening like that, and then often if they pull back and be like, well, it's evidence towards this possible conclusion, then it's like everybody kind of has a sigh of relief, like, oh, okay, that's a different statement when it's just evidence towards something, because now there's kind of an arbitrary like reason to apply the evidence in some way that they choose to, rather than it actually validating it, something that you could really sink your teeth into that's like exclusive.
I think even
it's
that
like
is
things
is
without
annoying.
explaining
Though.
it.
Even that's erroneous because it's not even evidence. It's subject circumstantial at best. But that's
It's like subjectively. Yeah, it's like subjectively analyzed to possibly be evidence for a possible outcome in some realm.
Where the more honest one. That's where the more honest ones goes, right? Subjectively, I see all this evidence pointing towards this thing that I choose to believe. At least that's more honest. But it's still hinging upon just presuming that that's correct ahead of time. Because it would be so much better to go inconclusive, insufficient evidence. That would be the most honest. Or at least I have yet to see sufficient evidence to conclude. But the thing is, if the moment they investigate it, they can hold that opinion honestly about the globe, but they can't hold that opinion honestly about the other side, because the other side is not presenting inconclusive evidence. It's definitive. But then that's the argument, right? That's the quarrel. Fantasyland, right? What's the Tesla quote? Mathematical garb, clothed in mathematical, rather than empirical experimentation or whatever he said.
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah, that potentially Tesla quote. The evidence that indicates that maybe a quote that Tesla said, a man named Tesla may have said, evidence towards. Yeah, no, it's ripe for that. Yeah, because of the
allegedly his, but definitively true.
right, because the mathematics. That's the thing. Like you could even study the mathematics of quote unquote gravity, like how things fall. But then if they're going to apply that to like things just falling and math happening because things fall is just one category. Like, okay, that's happening. But then to say that's happening because it's pulling everything to the center of a sphere and other balls are going around this sphere and there's other all these other balls and masses that are doing it. Like that is a lot of leaps just from the mathematics of the math itself of how things fall. So yeah, there's so many areas that this kind of branches off into, like just so ripe for this to occur.
Yeah, you know the expression "a house of cards," but instead of a house of cards, it's a house of IOUs. IOU proof for this, this, and this. But trust me, dude.
Well, and there's a lot of this in terms of like the practicality. Like they'll go off like things fall, therefore satellites are orbiting around a ball. Like, like I can drop a pen and it falls to the ground, therefore satellites are going around a ball. I mean, that's talk about a pragmatic fallacy to the max.
Dude,
Well-
people have dedicated their whole lives to something they heard on the radio. So, at any point in your career, did you ever think to verify what you're doing? Goodness gracious!
It is true, though, that if you take that pen and drop it while you're moving east or west at a high velocity, that its weight will change in such a manner that if you were to extrapolate it out to the claimed orbital speed, that it would reach zero weight.
Just sophistry again.
But that's still theoretical. Orbital speed, what is that? 20,000 miles an hour?
I think
17.5?
Professor Dave dropped a pen in a debate to say, dude, it's a globe.
But, I mean, like you can take a 500 milligram scale, or 500 gram scale, and a 500 gram weight, and you can go on a plane and fly east to west and then west to east near the equator, and you can measure the change in weight, both over and under, of that piece of metal. So it does stand to reason that if you continued going faster in the direction that made it lighter, that if you went faster
with a
enough,
mechanical scale. Do that with a mechanical scale.
Wait, let him finish. Were you finished?
Almost. It stands to reason that if you went faster enough, that reduction in weight would equal its weight, and then it would become weightless. And if you calculate it out, that would work out to be about 17,000 miles an hour at 250 miles high.
So that's where you're just jumping, like logical leaps. What would stand to reason is that if you take off the load of the weight from the scale, that the scale would read less or zero. So, if you spill water from a cup, you've got water on the floor. Like, who cares?
Where's the orbital?
Why would we jump? Why are we jumping to things that aren't related?
I mean, if you took a pen up to the sky really high, however, and then dropped a pen, it would just slow down and fall to the earth. It wouldn't fall around the earth and stay at any significant altitude. the pen would just drop down to the earth. That's what we practically, empirically experience. So just because mathematically you could make some kind of assumption that it enters into a vacuum and then ends up free falling and staying without any propulsion, the pen would stay at an altitude above the earth, because that's what's claimed with satellites.
Well,
So
if
that requires the idea of it pulling to the center of a ball and this perfect gravity balance, and then the vacuum. It involves a whole bunch of additional things that don't come with just dropping a pen. Because if you went up in an airplane, somehow got it to go 17,500 miles an hour from, even if you could go 60 miles up, you dropped it, it would just quickly fall towards the ground and slow down as it did that.
Well, so centrifugal force is a thing, and you can measure it by, like, you could take a mass and mount it on a scale inside a spinning drum, and then you could spin the drum at different speeds, and you could measure that the weight of that mass would increase the faster the drum spun, and you would find that there's a very well quantified formula that says at a certain radius, at a certain speed of RPMs, you will have a certain amount of force created, centrifugal force created by that mass. So if you were to take the mass of the pen at 250 miles high and at 17 whatever thousand miles an hour, you would find that the centrifugal force for that mass equaled that pen's weight, which means it would then have zero net weight, which is the definition of an orbit.
No, it's not.
How would you define an orbit?
Fucking absolute nonsense, man. Why do you think people don't take you seriously?
Well, how would you define an orbit?
Why do you think people don't take you seriously?
I think they take me very seriously, which is why they call me nonsense and then refuse to tell me what would be the right way to say it.
You're just bare breeze. It's an English expression from a certain region. You're just flapping your gums, moving air. You're not actually saying anything of substance. You just described lifting up a pen into the air. Okay, cool. And then you want us to take you seriously, that therefore that's equivalent to an orbit? What kind of crack are you smoking?
Well, I did specify a
No, it doesn't
velocity.
matter what justification you specify. You described taking a pen up into the air and then wanted us to accept the leap to an orbit.
Well, do you deny the formula that models the
Deny that?
relationship?
Do you deny that what I said is a very
Okay.
accurate description of what you did?
The fact that you're ad homming and cutting me off in the middle of every sentence tells me that
Cry more,
you know
cry
I'm
more,
right.
cry more, cry more, cry
The
more.
fact that you don't address any of the points anyone makes to you ever makes me think you know they're right.
All right, well, just I don't know. I didn't hear what happened there, but just for the etiquette reasons, let's not ad hom and interrupt. I mean, if we're here together, we have to have some level of etiquette. If you don't like a certain person, maybe just don't engage, because
It's got nothing
trying
to
to-
do with the person. I was judging the words that came out of them. I would have said the same to a robot.
Well, I'd say on the same topic of etiquette, I mean, if someone makes like 5 points to you and asks you like 5 questions, and you don't answer any of them, that's horrible etiquette. You just bulldoze through whatever points you want to make, ignore whatever points they make, ignore whatever questions they ask. That's the worst etiquette.
Well, but it's not my fault. When you make 5 long points and then ask 5 long questions, and all in a row, without letting me answer any of them one at a time, and then it's my turn, and then 3 other people chime in, and they go, and 5 minutes later, finally, I get a chance to respond, and now I've forgotten most of what those 5 long points and those 5 long questions were, because I've been also trying to follow everyone else's conversation. It's really not my fault. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so that didn't happen. I didn't make 5 long points, nor ask you 5 long questions. I actually made 5 simple points and asked you 5 simple questions. So if you go back and listen to the live stream, anyone can do that. They can hear that what you're saying is misrepresenting what happened. You don't even know the points I made, nor the questions I asked. but you have the gall. You have the stones to say I made 5 long points and asked you 5 long questions to depict yourself as a victim. Well, I'd say on the same topic of etiquette, I mean, if someone makes like 5 points to you and asks you like 5 questions, and you don't answer any of them, that's horrible etiquette. You just bulldoze through whatever points you want to make, ignore whatever points they make, ignore whatever questions they ask. That's the worst etiquette.
Well, but it's not my fault. When you make 5 long points and then ask 5 long questions, and all in a row, without letting me answer any of them one at a time, and then it's my turn, and then 3 other people chime in, and they go, and 5 minutes later, finally, I get a chance to respond, and now I've forgotten most of what those 5 long points and those 5 long questions were, because I've been also trying to follow everyone else's conversation. It's really not my fault. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So that didn't happen. I didn't make 5 long points, nor ask you 5 long questions. I actually made 5 simple points and asked you 5 simple questions. So if you go back and listen to the live stream, anyone can do that. They can hear that what you're saying is misrepresenting what happened. You don't even know the points I made, nor the questions I asked, but you have the gall. You have the stones to say I made 5 long points and asked you 5 long questions to depict yourself as a victim. You're not a victim in this. What you do is you tactically avoid questions, you tactically avoid points, you try to force the conversation to Celestial Theodolite or whatever other thing you want it to, and then when people call you out for it, you're like, oh, well, I can just ask Rick Sky if he wanted to get in, when I was asked to steal man a point.
Now, hold
That's what
on.
you did.
Okay, land the plane, man. You're going on long, you're lining up insults and ad homs, and you're not letting me respond to any of them, and that's the problem. That's the exact
Did I
problem.
make 5 long points and ask you 5 long questions, yes or no?
So just let me respond to a couple of those. And so the reason I let Rick ski in is because I try to be aware of people who want in but have been being patient and not over talking. And I noticed his green ring lighting up now and again, and he hadn't spoken in a while. So I was just trying to keep good community going. Okay, so that's why. And that was a case where when it was my time to respond, several other people got in ahead of me, and by the time they were all done, it's like I couldn't remember all of your points, and so I knew he had been trying to get in, so I let him go ahead and get in. But if you've got 5 questions, and 5 points, why don't you make 1 point?
Did I make a single long point or
Dude,
a
I'm
single long
almost
question?
done.
Did I make a single long point or ask a single long question?
Maybe we just need to reset. Everybody has their own styles. I'm not trying to white knight or not white knight for anyone. I mean, dude, for example, though, like,
accused me of something. I'd like to have him address it. He said I made 5 long points and asked him 5 long questions. Jesse, did I make a single long point or ask a single long question?
Look, rather than the meta, why don't you start with one? Just, dude, let me finish. Why don't you start with one
why
question?
would we let you finish? You're a professional sophist.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, Elisha. Just, dude, don't. Hold on. Just everybody stop.
Super dishonest. He said I made 5 long points. I asked 5 long questions. I asked him if I made a single one or I asked a single long question. He just won't answer yes or no. This is why people hate you. This is why people despise how deceptive you are.
Look, you said...
Please that we don't do that. Jesse, can I just... hold on.
Oh, yeah.
You guys let's just chill on that. If we're gonna be here, then we're here, okay? So I know it's challenging, but the thing is, Jesse, I actually don't even know what happened in the last 2 minutes because I actually like went back. Dude, Jesse actually did say the thing about like in a drum and the pen and why it would orbit a ball or whatever. He did give that. There was no rebuttal for that. Elisha, I mean, sorry to call Elisha, but he just came in with like complete character ad homs. Like he just said you're ridiculous, you're an idiot, whatever. He didn't. You didn't respond to that, and then I don't know what happened since then.
He
But I'm
made
just
a
saying
logical
it
leap
happens on
between
both
holding
sides.
a pen and
earlier,
he made a logical leap.
Jesse said earlier that I made 5 long points and asked him 5 long questions, and now he won't answer if I made a single long point or asked a single question. He knows he's being deceptive. Did I ask you a single long question? Did I make a single long point, Jesse?
Well, I'm going to try to respond to this, but if you cut me off middle of the sentence, don't accuse me of not responding when you cut me off, okay?
Yeah, just no one interrupt. I'm just trying to mod to be fair. We're here, so we're doing this. So just let him respond then without being interrupted. I felt like no one really interrupted his drum and the pen and the drum thing, which could have been responded to instead of. But anyways, I'm just saying it goes both ways and stuff. Like no one responded to him, and so whatever. Just go ahead though, Jesse. You got the mic. Just don't interrupt him. Let him at least say his point.
Thanks, Joe. So, you said, Galley, that you made 5 points and asked 5 questions. Those were your words. To me, they seem long. But look, let's just start over. Make 1 point and ask 1 question, and I will do my best to address it.
Okay, what was the question I just asked you? Do you guys see how frustrating this is? Like, I asked a very simple question. Because you said I made 5 long points. I asked 5 long questions. That's why it was so hard for you to answer my questions. That's what you said. So now I ask you, did I make 1 long point? Did I ask 1 long question? You won't answer yes or no. The entire spiel you went on hinged upon the fact that I made long points and asked long questions. Did I make 1 long point or ask 1 long question? Do you even know?
I just told you. All I know is that you yourself said that you made 5 points and asked 5 questions. And I'm telling you...
You said that.
And I'm telling you, to me, they seemed long, okay? But let's drop the meta. If you have a question, ask it. I mean, like a question about the topic, not a question about the meta.
All right, Jesse's willing to try to answer a question directly, okay? There's a few less people in the room now. Maybe it's easier to get in. Galley, do you want to just ask him a question? Maybe we can try to get to some satisfying conclusion, possibly.
No, I mean, I made my point. He's dishonest. I asked a very simple question, right? He made a whole point about how he didn't address any of my points, he didn't answer any of my questions, because I go on really long and I ask really long questions. Then I asked him if I did a single one, and he won't answer yes. His whole point hinged on the fact that I make long points and ask long questions. He won't even answer if I even did that. So he's refuting his own point.
He said to him they seemed long and whatever it was. So, I mean, I guess in the moment, are you willing to give him the benefit of the doubt that whatever he's willing to try to answer a question based on something direct, like content, like not kind of meta, who asked who what? Is there? I mean, we were kind of on like the pen and the drum and the orbit thing, but I guess we don't have to say on that. Is there something from earlier that you wanted him that you didn't feel like was addressed, and now's your chance to ask it and he'll respond? Sounds like he'll try to.
Yeah, I asked him, why does he keep bringing up math and geometry when those were granted and affirmed, or negated rather, that those are a pragmatic fallacy, but he treated them as if they weren't.
Well, I did address that. At first, I thought that all truth claims where they were known to be true because they work were being discarded as pragmatic fallacies. But then it was clarified to me that 3 + 3 = 6 would not be excluded on the pragmatic fallacy grounds because it was kind of math and it was defined that way and it was true. And then the claim of 1,000 flips of coins being approximately 50-50 was, I think I got mixed results on that because several people responded. And then we went to the Swiss ball, the medicine ball, and that would not be excluded as a pragmatic fallacy, even though we know it works because we know it's true because it works. But then, of course, I moved naturally to me using a theodolite, a surveyor's theodolite, and measuring for drop over distance, and that was excluded as a pragmatic fallacy. And I think it kind of petered out and got lost after that.
No, the math was exclusively negated as not a pragmatic fallacy. No, the statistics, they said that's a category error. That's not a pragmatic fallacy. And it was elaborated to you how it wouldn't be, right? You could state it in a way that it wouldn't be. And as far as the exercise ball and yardstick, it was explicitly said to you that that wouldn't be a pragmatic fallacy only if the reasoning took the proper form, right? So if you said the geometric method gives consistent results and is useful, therefore the ball really has that radius, right? That would be a fallacy. So there's a procedure to that. So if you say the model is true because it's useful, that's not what anyone should be saying. They should be saying, given these measurements in this paradigm, this geometry implies this radius. That was explicitly said to you. No one said that that's a pragmatic fallacy.
So, in other words, it's okay to say that this model works and is indistinguishable, and this object, the Swiss ball, is indistinguishable from a sphere geometrically, but we can't actually say that it is a sphere. Then that would put it into the fallacy.
It's okay to say the math is internally consistent with itself, yes.
Okay, so I could then I could measure drop over distance, and if it all geometrically matched a globe, then I could say that the Earth, whatever it is, was indistinguishable from a globe, and that geometrically it presented itself as a globe. Would that be a fallacy to say, even if it was true?
No, that's an absolute truth claim. That is not a conditional conclusion. If you said the math is internally consistent with what I expected it to be, versus I expected it to be a thing, and the math is consistent, therefore it definitely is that thing, you understand the difference.
Yeah, do you see the difference in that? I think we're getting to something good now. Can you agree there's a difference there?
I'm not sure. Math and geometry? I mean,
well, just with that alone, I think like he's okay. Like, if I was just to put it in kind of simple terms, like let's say drop over distance that you're seeing that. To say drop over distance means, and it matches with what you currently think of globe with, I mean, you got refraction and these other additions and calculations. But if we just go off that you're saying that therefore it definitively proves that it is a globe or shows it is a globe, then that's like an exclusive claim that you haven't really validated just because it works. You haven't actually shown that, versus just saying that it's evidence towards something that you think could be true. Do you get that slight difference? Is that what you're saying, Galley? Is that kind of...
Yeah, it's just
you said it better than I did.
Right? Given these conditions, this is my conclusion versus this is definitely the case, right? Super different things, and he just made this is definitely the case.
It's a formal fallacy. It has to do with the form of the argument. If you just said it's probably a globe, it'd be fine, dude. But you're not saying it's probably a globe. You're affirming that it is a globe. You're making an absolute claim. That's it, dude.
Well, no, I'm not making an absolute claim. My words were that it was indistinguishable from a globe because the math and geometry that work on it are that which would work on a globe.
Yeah, it's a pragmatic fallacy. Indistinguishable from a globe is just a different way of peppering, like, it is a globe. Because there's no difference, right? There's no way to distinguish it. You're just saying it's a globe, and you're using fancy words to make it seem like you're not saying that. This is sophistry.
But it leaves open the possibility that one day there will be a form of measurement invented that could show that it's not a globe, to differentiate it from a globe. You see what I'm saying?
Or that it is a globe.
Saying that to it's indistinguishable it's probably indistinguishable from a globe. You're not leaving it open if you say it is indistinguishable from a globe. Because if something is indistinguishable from a globe, there's nothing to give it individuality. There's nothing that distinguishes it from a globe. It's just a globe, what you're saying.
But isn't that an argument from absence, actually? Like you've added on an additional fallacy there?
The word
Yeah, and it's
indistinguishable
also
puts you
parts of the fourth
outside,
fallacy.
puts
This
you
is all
outside of
softish.
correct argumentation. Sorry, guys, but to evoke the word indistinguishable puts you outside of correct argumentation. It's non-sound. It's not even structurally formed correctly. It's
But you're
sophistry,
trying to,
like you said. It's
but you're trying to
nonsense.
actually distinguish something, not just have like an indistinguishable, subjective kind of nebulous
That's not a
claim.
conclusion. That's the girlfriend trying to justify her cheating. It's nonsense.
Right, you haven't excluded the other thing, so to say it's an absolute truth claim that's indistinguishable from a globe is a pragmatic fallacy. And I actually think you understand this, Jesse. I think you're just trying to find like whatever word use you can to allow yourself to use fallacious reasoning and get away with it. So I refuse to help you get better at doing that.
But I don't see it as an absolute truth statement. I'm saying that
Because
using geometry and math as we currently know it, Earth presents itself and matches this geometry and math as if it were a globe. Now, maybe some new geometry or some new math will be discovered, or something like that. But so far, it hasn't. So I don't see how it's a fallacy of me to say so far, with what we know about math and geometry, Earth presents itself as a globe. I don't see how that's an absolute infinite statement.
Mon-Bailey fallacy. So once your harder to defend argument was refuted and dumpstered, by the way, you retreat to an easier to defend argument, which is the argument we've been telling you should go to anyway, the abductive argument. So the original argument you made was not the argument you just made. You changed the argument, but you're acting as if it's the same argument.
I mean, Jesse, you would probably have the opposite argument if somebody said that when we do laser tests, it's indistinguishable from a flat plane. That we get lasers shooting way beyond what the globe would allow for. Also, long distance observations that don't fit a globe at all. So your claim kind of makes it sound like, oh, everything I do go out there is indistinguishable from a globe. But that's not the case at all. You have to add refraction and assumptions of how light's bending and all these other factors to try to make it all fit. So it's not indistinguishable at all. And you could make another fallacious argument saying that it's indistinguishable from a flat plane because of XYZ. Like I wouldn't make that argument, but if somebody made that and was arguing with you, wouldn't you see it that same way? That that's not actually, if it was fallacious, if someone was doing that in a fallacious way?
I would point out the fallacy of the laser argument, for example, because that is fallacious in its own way, but it's not the pragmatic fallacy. It's the false dichotomy fallacy.
Well, we can hit targets of lasers from far beyond what the globe would allow, and which fit a planar surface. So does that mean that's it, or it's a plane? Because we pragmatically have gone out there and done 50 laser tests that all hit the targets far beyond what the globe would allow for. Also, the mirror flash tests that people do, long distance observations. So is that it? You're a plane earther?
Well, so there's actually two fallacies in that line of argument. One is the single cause fallacy. Hold on.
You just don't interrupt. If you want to have your time, do that, but just don't. I mean, at least let the guy finish and then go after him. He was in the middle.
You let him strawman you in real time, dude. Come on.
Well, we just can't hear anything when two people talk at once. It's just like a car crash. We have to everyone has to stop and call the cops, and we have to get the mods out to figure it out because we can't hear anything. So I'm just asking, don't interrupt. Just go after him. He was in the middle. Go ahead, Jesse. At least just finish your point.
Yeah. So it's got the false dichotomy fallacy and the single cause fallacy. The single cause fallacy says that there's only one possible cause that could give this observation, and the truth is, if light can bend, then which is very well demonstrated that light can and does bend near the surface of the water, then that could be another cause for seeing too far, even on a globe. So and the laser going too far on a globe. So that's the false dichotomy. There is a third option there, and in fact, there's a fourth option. Earth could be concave, and this brings us to another instance of the single cause fallacy. Concave would also give that same results. So saying that Earth is flat because the laser worked is a fallacy on that grounds.
I know, but you could say the same thing about your drop over distance.
Can I get in real quick?
Yeah, well, let Elijah go, and then just because he was.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I mean, the simple fact is that's not what you said, Gio. He's remixing your words back to you. Is it not obvious to you?
Yeah, but I'm just not like in a debatey mode at the moment, so I'm just kind of like listening, just kind of chilling. I hear you though, but the same thing could be said for his drop over distance.
Right.
I'm just kind of like lightly. Go ahead.
That's what I was gonna say. It's a double standard. He's being inconsistent because if we understand measurements, right, the difference between a first order and a second order measurement. Now, if we're gonna talk about geometry, and we do a measurement like in a room, length, width, and height, you can do a measurement from point A to point B, and then from point B to point C, physically, right? With a tape measure. When you start using lasers, sextants, theodolites, etc., you're no longer doing first order measurements, you're doing second order measurements, and you start doing calculations, right? And the reason they're second order measurements is because you're not actually physically measuring these distances, right? And like you just mentioned, light bends, right? When you look through a sextant, what happens? Or a theodolite, you have to adjust, right? There's standard refraction you have to adjust for. You start doing calculations, you're now dealing with abstract derivations. Abstract derivations that have no ontological grounding in reality. That's not evidence. That's not, according to logic, that's not evidence for your premise, right? It's because it's a second order abstract derivation. In order for it to be evidence, it would have to be first order measurement, which you do not have that.
It might not be evidence.
Right? So you can only, if you don't have evidence to defend your premise, you don't have a sound argument. Your argument doesn't have soundness. And all you could ever do is assert a probability, right, factor here. Like, it's probably a globe, but you could never actually assert with confidence and actually have the conclusion follow from the premise, because then it'd be fallacious reasoning. Go ahead.
But you know what it is, though? It's direct refutation of claim as stated. So claim, globe, radius, this and this, as stated, is refuted by the different examples that Gio brought up. So regardless of everything else that he wants to add on to it, as the claim is presented, the claim has been refuted. They then have to, after the fact, present suggestive ways in which it could alternatively justify the refutation in order to prove that, in order to hold up their model. But that's not the case, right? When you go simply put, what Gio was stating is simply this is what they've said about the globe. These are the different empirical outcomes that people have done over long distances. Therefore, said claim refuted. They have to modify their claim in order to say anything about what Gio presented. Does that make sense? Like, cut out? What happened?
No, we heard you. Well, Lion for Zion. Actually, there is physics derivation for refraction that does not require assuming a globe, and I tagged you with the spreadsheet, and I have it on my screen share. So what we can do is we can measure the speed of light in different temperature, pressure, humidity, and CO2 content of air, and we've empirically derived a formula that models the speed of light in air based on the temperature, pressure, humidity, and carbon dioxide content. And this is very important in industry because it's used in laser range finding and all kinds of stuff where it really matters. And so it's very well studied and very well quantified. And based on simple geometry, if we know the speed of light at two different elevations along a line of sight, we can calculate the curving radius of that light. Because obviously if the upper ray is going faster, it will go farther. And in order for the upper and lower part of this ray of light to reach the target at the same time, the faster part has to take a longer path, and that forces it to curve. So we do have very good evidence for which way and how much light should be curving based simply on measuring the temperature and humidity and pressure of air.
I know that you think that second order measurements are good evidence, but they're not, right? You're doing calculations. Once you start doing calculations that aren't even physical measurements, right? You're now dealing with abstract derivations. I repeat, abstract derivations. They don't actually have any ontological grounding. You haven't physically measured these distances. It's like when you guys claim you know the distances to these stars, right? You don't know the distance to these stars. It's an abstract derivation. No one's actually physically measured the distance from point A to point B. Now, when you do these elevation angle measurements, right? What are you doing? You're looking through a scope, right? And then you're adding some math to it, and you think that's evidence. That's not evidence, bro. It's second order. Go look up the difference between first order and second order. If it was first order, then you could use it as evidence to defend your premise. But none of these are first order. They're only in the idea in the mind. It's idealism. Seriously.
What does first and second order mean to you? I'm just curious.
First order measurements, like I mentioned, right? It's like actually physically measuring from point A to point B, like physically taking out a tape measure and measuring from point A to point B, right? If I could measure a room, right? Length, width, and height, and then I could calculate the surface area of that room or the volume of that room. That's doing the calculation isn't a problem as long as the measurements themselves are first order. Now, doing calculations with second order measurements, bro, that's not evidence of anything, right? And then you start using mean averages and standard refraction to affirm the globe. You understand that's affirming the consequent.
Well, no, because regardless of shape of Earth, we can measure the speed of light in air. Are we on the same page there?
That's still, yeah. Even if I were to grant you that, that's still not a physical measurement. That's still second order measurement, especially when you have to contend with the atmosphere and pressure gradient densities.
And can I just say, I'll let you guys go back and forth. I'm not trying to get in like long term, just for like 10 seconds, just intermediate. Elisha, I did hear what you said, and just kind of weaving that in what Elisha said, like, because yeah, what I had mentioned is that if you're talking about these sort of observations and so on, there are many that are distinguishable from a globe. Like I was mentioning the laser tests, the long observations. And so that's the thing, when you're saying it's indistinguishable from a globe, it's really not true. And then there's all these contradictory ones, let's say, versus what you're presenting here. And I think kind of what Elijah was saying is that when you have there's these two camps of information or of observations, and then there tends to be, this kind of swaying. I don't want to say fudging the numbers, but kind of like, we're going to calculate this. We're going to write these off for this reason, and we're going to put more weight over here. We're going to kind of slide the scale this way. And that's kind of what getting into here, now here in terms of, so I don't have like a major point. I just want to say, Elisha, I did hear your point, and maybe I don't have a full articulation. I was just trying to be brief because they're on something different now, but I'm just saying, I hear what you're saying, and that's where the complexity gets into this, and then kind of using certain assumptions to kind of point towards a direction rather than actually getting something empirical and objective. But yeah, go ahead.
If anybody disagrees with me about my claim that downward curving light would allow a laser to go way too far, quote unquote, on a globe, or my claim that looking up at the water that's below you does not match flat Earth, I would be very glad to discuss that with them. Because, like, if it's true that light can curve down at or greater than 8 inches per mile squared, then that would still mean indistinguishable from globe, because that would mean that it was possible for that laser to go that far, even on a globe.
Yeah,
Does
you're
Those
anyone-
still
conditions have been measured.
Yeah, but you can make arguments the other way and say that there's conditions by which you won't see as far on a planar surface due to various reasons, as it were. So that can be
Yes.
done the other way too.
And we know what those are. That's where the water is warmer than the air, and you're looking along the surface of the water. It's basically a mirage.
The fact that Gio's pointing that out is why you can't make absolute truth statements like that. So Gio's pointing out that you could make the same statement regarding the other side, but you can't make absolute truth statements with this argument.
Especially if you haven't physically measured it. If you physically measured it, you'd have a first order measurement. You don't have that. All these numbers, none of this is first order, bro. It's all abstract,
Street.
not
Yeah,
evidence to defend your premise. If you don't have evidence to defend your premise, you don't have a sound argument. You can't. The conclusion can't follow with 100% certainty. You can only have a degree of certainty, and you guys are claiming it's a globe.
Doesn't
Right,
it
but
have
absolutely, it's a
distancing
globe.
language doesn't help. So when you make like the distancing language of it's indistinguishable from a globe, rather than just stating what you are stating, which is that it is a globe, it doesn't even help you.
and it's self-contradictory to the words that he says like one sentence before. It's ridiculous. The only indistinguishable things here are horseshit and his display of sophistry. That's indistinguishable. The fact that you can actually translate the smell of horseshit with your words across the internet is mind-blowing.
Well, there's no need for that. It's just when you say
I know, but if
indistinguishable
somebody's
from
going
a
to
globe,
deliver rhetoric at every turn, then why not return the favor?
yeah, I mean, I feel the same frustration. I don't think any of the points have been addressed yet.
So, does anybody disagree with my claim that if light were to
You
curve...
disagree with your claim. Stop being a clown. Your own words disagree with you. You're always self-contradicting. That's the problem with sophistry. You're not using. You abuse the language to confuse minds. But the only minds confused here are yours, by the looks of it.
Hey, Roohif, how's it going?
All right,
Hello.
Jesse has racked up 5 points for insulting other people, so he's got 5 points against Elisha that he can use.
You mean I've got
Here we
free
go.
5 insults?
Yeah, you've gotten insulted 5 times and you haven't insulted yet, so you have 5 in the bag whenever you want to whip them out. I'm just joking. All right, where were we at? Yeah, I mean, can you see what's being said though? In terms of this, it's like, well, I don't know. Someone got interrupted. Where are you guys at? I mean, I was just going
So let me give you an example of what he's doing, right? When it rains, the streets get wet.
Wait, couldn't I
You
finish
go
my
outside.
sentence?
Hold on. You
Well,
go
I was-
outside. Hold on.
I was in the
You
middle
go
of
outside-
one.
dude. No, you
Elijah
weren't. No, you
interrupted me.
weren't, dude. I just started talking before you, bro. I beat you to the punch.
No,
Sorry. Now you have to wait.
Elisha interrupted Jesse.
he
Dude.
got interrupted, then I
My
made the
gosh,
joke.
bro.
Let's just give Lion 20 seconds, Jesse. Is that cool? And then
These
you can go.
people
Just,
unbearable, dude.
just go, Lion.
All right. So when it rains, the streets get wet. You go outside, the streets are wet. Therefore, it rained. Does it mean that that's the only possible scenario? No. What if I washed my car and the street got wet?
How dare
You
you?
see what I'm saying? This isn't mutually exclusive. what you're presenting right here, it could go either way. It could go globe, it could go concave, it could go flat. We don't know. Go ahead.
So you would agree with the flat as well, though. You would say that's also inconclusive for
Yeah,
planar?
yeah, that composition fallacy. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Right.
go ahead.
I think you're agreeing with me, Lion. That was my claim, is that Earth was indistinguishable from a globe, and the laser test was brought up, and my response was because the laser going way too far, quote unquote, could be caused by a flat Earth or be caused by a curving light, that therefore it was still indistinguishable. And I think you just basically agree with that?
No, he did not.
No, dude,
Oh, cool.
it's inconclusive.
Well, I didn't say it was conclusive. I said it was indistinguishable from a globe. That's a form of inconclusivity.
Not able to be different than a globe.
See, I think it's distinguishable from not being from a globe, like not being a globe. Now, I'm not going to say it's 100%. I'm not going to put a claim through that these types of observations are like absolutely exclusive, hands down. But actually, I won't go into it now, but I have several arguments and reasons as to why there are distinguishable factors, even though there is some overlap, in terms of these effects, in terms of how far you can see and obscuration of bottom-up obstruction and so on. But I actually would give the opposite argument to you, Jesse, although I wouldn't say it's conclusive and so on, for various reasons.
Distinguish the word indistinguishable from distinguishable.
But go ahead. I'm not trying to give you my full arguments. I'm just sort of saying that. But that's kind of the point of this, though, is that but I actually think there are things that distinguish the difference. I think there are things that distinguish the difference, but it's, I guess, pun intended, it's hazy. There's certain haziness involved because there's so many conditions and factors involved and, just the conditions of the environment that we can't go out and get if we can measure every part of the corridor, even if we could do that, the entire visual corridor and all the materials, even if we could take samples of air pollution and all of that, it still would be difficult to get something absolutely conclusive. That's why I think we're going to need physical, tangible, first order, what Lion's talking about, to really shift the whole world, So.
Yeah, the burden of proof is on them to definitively show, what's the word for visual obfuscation of the things that you pointed out. They have to definitively show within the observation itself that it's been altered. Do you get my point? The moment they invoke the but this refraction, this and all the other things that they talk about, they then have to present that burden. You don't even have to present an argument. You're just presenting the demonstration. They're the ones who then have to reason it out. It's hilarious.
So you don't have a claim, right?
I don't know. Is your name Gio?
Sorry? Say again. Do you have a claim that the Earth is flat?
He's talking to Elijah, right?
Elisha, yeah.
I don't see how it's relevant to what I said to Gio.
Right, but you're pushing the burden onto us. I think we've established, we've met our burden. We've given evidence for why we think the way we do. Do you have evidence for your position?
We weren't listening to what I said. It's okay. Your name's not Jewish, so it doesn't really apply to you, does it?
My name's not Jewish? What?
Gio.
Gio. You're correct. My name is not Gio. I don't think Gio's name is Gio, to be honest.
It doesn't matter. That's who I was addressing.
Cool.
I have a question for Lion of Zion, if I may. Did I understand that you don't agree, Lion, that light curving at 8 inches per mile squared would allow a laser to go way too far on a globe Earth?
I'm sorry. Can you rephrase that?
Yes.
If you want him to speak like a normal person.
It's late, dude. I haven't slept yet. Go ahead.
Oh, it's late for me too. It's 1:30 in the morning. I actually will be taking off soon. But do you disagree with my claim that if a laser light were to curve at 8 inches per mile squared, it could go way too far even on a globe? It's an if question. You don't have to agree that they do, just if they do, if they could, then couldn't they go way too far on a globe?
I don't know what that means, bro. I'm trying to figure out. So if the light were to bend perfectly and follow the radius of the Earth, if that, what conclusion are you making from that?
Would that allow, say, a laser to be seen 100 miles over a lake, or 200 miles over a lake?
Burden of proof.
Oh, so you're saying if it was flat and it went further than what? I'm
No.
really trying to figure out what you're trying to ask me, dude.
Yeah, no. If Earth was a globe that curved at 8 inches per mile squared, but if the laser was also curving at 8 inches per mile squared or more, would it be able
That
to
would be
go?
absurd.
What's that?
So if the laser were to keep its trajectory, right, and keep its elevation from the surface of the Earth at 8 inches per mile squared without deviating, that would be absurd. Because we know that the atmosphere would, because the laser has to travel through gradient densities, causing it to either bend up or bend down. For it to follow the radius of the Earth exactly as predicted by you guys is absurd.
Well, it wouldn't have to be exactly 8 inches per mile squared. It could be a little bit less because remember the two endpoints aren't at the surface. Or it could be curving a lot more. It could arc up high over the lake and then come back down. There's actually a really wide margin of bending where it would still reach. But so are you agreeing that yes, if it did bend equal to or greater than Earth curve, then it could go 200 miles over a lake?
Well, reasonably speaking, right, I would infer that the laser, out of the three possible possibilities here, scenarios, right, it's going to either bend up, bend down, or keep its elevation consistent with the surface of the Earth, following the radius and possibly looping all the way around and reaching back to the origin point where it was propagated from, right? But that is the most absurd of all the possible scenarios. Knowing how laser behaves in a flux atmos with water vapor and gradient densities and temperature differentials, why would the laser keep the radius of the Earth? Why would it just follow the radius of the Earth? That would be the least of all possible scenarios, reasonably speaking, would it not?
Well, there are actually reasons that it would follow the radius of the Earth when the conditions were right. It's called ducting, and it would be where the density gradient a certain height above the water was the strongest, and as soon as it got up into that layer, that would veer it back down, and whenever it tried to break out of that layer, it would veer back down. But that's kind of besides my point. It doesn't have to follow the Earth curve. All it has to do is not get blocked by the water, right? So it could be bending at 10 inches per mile squared instead of 8. And it would arc up and over and then down to the observer, and it would not be blocked by the water because there was nothing in its curved path, right?
Yeah, theoretically, hypothetically, it's possible that it could do that. I'll grant you that, but
now prove it.
Yeah, we've got measurements of that gradient existing close to the surface. Thank you.
Yeah, prove it in the examples that Geo gave. Go on.
What examples did Geo give? I said I had measurements of the gradient being greater than 8 inches per mile squared. I can present those.
I don't think you were here, but Geo gave at least two different examples of direct observations that refute the claim of globe. And then
Okay.
what's your mate's face comes in and modifies the claim, but the claim as given has been refuted with the observation. So if you're going to deal with the modified claim, now you have a burden of proof to demonstrate that which he's justifying, that he just tried to have a game with Lion with, in the observation specifically that Geo cited. Otherwise, it's non sequitur and has no value. Does that follow?
My claim is that we can measure and have measured conditions such that light would bend at more than 8 inches per mile squared. I don't know what Geo's claim is. What's Geo's claim?
You're listening to nothing that was said. Is that that accurate?
No. Lion said hypothetically he agrees that would bend the light to appear flat. And I said my claim, all right, is that we have measured those conditions. Those conditions can exist.
The problem is those conditions have to be met and demonstrated within the observations and the demonstrations that Geo cited.
Well, okay, what's Geo's claim?
Otherwise, they still stand as refutations for previous claim.
Yeah, I think you just got here, didn't you, Roohif? So you haven't been listening.
I did. Yeah. Yep.
That's why I'm re-establishing it, but it seems as if he's missing bits with his ears.
Right. So what's Geo's claim?
Well, there's a lot of nuance here. I mean, I guess I could repeat what I said before, but I mean,
you didn't even make claims. You just cited observations and posed a question to Jesse.
Yeah, I was just giving because originally Jesse was saying to the, well, I hate having to try to recap things because I don't want to straw man anyone, but to the idea that he was saying that, you know, the way that drop over distance, he thinks it's indistinguishable from a globe and everything shows globe, etc. And I wasn't trying to make a whole huge argument around it, but I was like, well, the thing is, I mean, you know the basics. I mean, laser tests, long distance observations. Of course, there's like the oil rigs, what people call the black swan, but you know, where we see way further than the globe allows for, just the most basic stuff. We all know that part. Those discussions. And so I was just saying that there's direct observations that completely counteract the globe. And now, but one thing I'll say though is, and what I wanted to say kind of before, and I'll just say this now, which is that there is a difference. We talked about this, like Gregory and a bunch of people, we had a really like raging morning a few days ago, and it was like really intense on this topic. It was really good too, but I'll just say this very simply. So if you go out into the world and look around, you see further than the globe should allow. Meaning that's just like always happening. I mean, it's not happening in all the time, but I'm saying at some time on Earth, you can always be able to see an extended plane. Now, then there's for the planar perspective, including laser tests, long distance observations, et cetera, the horizon being way further than the geometric horizon should be. Now, so that's easy to explain on planar. The harder thing on planar is when you don't see as far. When you get the bottom-up obstruction, you see much closer. You don't get to see as far, and you get that obstruction effect. So that's the one condition. For the globe side, when you get the obstruction closer up, if it fits the radius, it's easy to say, oh, that's the globe. There it is. Oh, there's the city skyline is cut off or whatever. There it is, guys. That's the curve. But then the long distance ones are difficult for the globe to explain because now you have to be like, oh, well, now it's not really looking so much like a globe. Now it's looking like a flat plane. You've talked about the infinite radius, all of those components. Now, you could just sort of say, oh, those are 50-50. You know, one of them's one way, one of them's the other. But I would say there is a difference because the thing is, we see the plane extended or we see less of the plane. So we either see more of the plane or less of the plane, but it's still the plane. The thing with the globe explanation is you either see, okay, the close one, you could say if it fits the curvature, okay, there's globe, or you see not a globe. And you have to come up with something, which I would say ad hoc, to then explain why are we not seeing globe now? Whereas the plane one, you're just seeing more of plane or less of the plane, kind of like a curtain that pulls back. You're seeing more of it, less of it. You know, if you want to go sexual, the woman has clothes on or less clothes on or less clothes on. You're either seeing less of the plane or more of the plane. But with the globe one, it's like, oh wait, that's not a woman. It looks like a man now. If you want to take that analogy, when you get the extended planar, it's not a globe. So you have to come up with, you know, some reasons. And then to respond to what Elijah said before, yes, there are the claimed conditions and effects that are causing that to happen. And I guess you could say both sides would have to explain that. Whoever wants to put a burden on somebody else, I mean, that's a whole, like, maybe subjective. I mean, you could say the whole mainstream says it's a globe, so the burden's on the planar side to change the paradigm. Or you could say, you know, the planar is the default in what we experience in the whole history of humanity, so you have to prove the globe side. But just to, I know it's long-winded, but just to tag on to what Elisha said, yes, there are the conditions that would need to be very strictly isolated and controlled for and shown. No offense, Roohif, not just like balloon data from this thing from a certain altitude and certain assumptions. You would have to actually have very definitive showing the effects actually occurring. And like Jeremy talks about, actually measuring the path of light to actually have something substantial. And without it, it's not a very strong claim for the globe.
Okay.
But
Cool.
yeah.
All right. Two things you mentioned. Laser tests. These are always close to the surface. All right. And when you're close to the surface, the refractive gradient can do anything. So they're not evidence either way. And you said long distance observations. They are always great globe evidence. Always.
Okay, with the laser ones, I mean, there's how many? 40, 50, if not more laser tests. Yeah, fine, they're down near the ground. Some of them are higher up. But the thing is, they're hitting the targets, which should not occur on a globe. That laser should be shooting off into space. So you can't just say it could just bending anywhere. It has to bend perfectly around a sphere. I mean, I don't want to go back to like 2016 laser test arguments, really. I don't think it's like necessarily some kind of ultimate, exclusive, definitive, whatever, because of certain factors. But I'm just saying, Jesse had originally said, "Oh, it's indistinguishable from a globe," and that's why I brought up. Well, not in those cases. If there's 50 plus laser tests, there's probably more than that, all over the world that are actually hitting the targets in what is expected on a planar Earth, then the prediction you could do your prediction of a planar Earth, go out, hit the target, and match your prediction. You always talk about predictions, that you can do that.
Yeah, the one I always bring up is Taboo Conspiracy's friend, the one he mirrored, who was 16.4 miles. And you hear the guy, like he's the guy with the camera looking at the laser, goes, "I see the laser." All right. And then you see the laser go from side to side and it clearly goes over his head. All right. So he's not seeing the source of the laser because the laser's going over his head. All right. What he's seeing is probably the edge diffraction hitting the horizon.
There was a number of them.
Well, I'm talking about ones that hit targets, like a target that's 15 feet above the ground and the lasers at 15 feet, something like that hits a direct target. Yeah. I know there's different ones that have been done.
You have to rule out refraction, and you can't do that close to the surface unless you do the super good measurements.
I mean, I just said a bunch there. I'll pass the mic. I'm also not like, I'm about to jump off maybe in a bit here, so I not really trying to get into like a big heated back and forth. And I'm not even trying to make a huge like laser test argument. I think we were just sort of talking about, we were talking about the pragmatic fallacy and various things, but we kind of funneled into this. So, yeah, I don't know what else I have to say. I'm not trying to get into a whole big laser argument, but it just comes down to, I guess just Jesse claiming he's always getting these globe results, and that's not the case. And the thing is that he then would have to admit and say, okay, yeah, you're right. It's not always the globe result, but there's a reason it's not the globe result, X, Y, Z. And then it gets into all these explanations, which I understand. I'm not trying to put that down. I mean, if you want to, there could be a reason or an explanation as to why we're seeing too far. And I know you guys try to come up with that, but I don't think, if you want to say that planar Earth has not been proven to the world to change the whole world, but you could flip that and say the globe Earth has not been proven, especially through this phenomenon, if we're talking about, in order to keep it as the paradigm in the world, so if you want to,
there has never been an observation that's contradicted the globe.
That's just completely false, because you have to come up with all these reasons, like your infinite radius as to why it happens. You have infinite radius. What do you mean? That a globe doesn't have infinite radius?
Those conditions can occur close to the surface. Those conditions can occur close to the surface. Get away from the surface.
So it's not a globe close to the surface.
No, I said it has not been contradicted. You have not ruled out refraction close to the surface.
But there are contradictions. I'm just talking about observation. No. I know you have a reason. I get you have a reason. But are you telling me that so you admit down close to the surface, there are observations that contradict a globe?
No, I literally said the exact opposite 60 seconds ago. There are no observations that contradict the globe.
Without adding your explanations, there are.
We have an atmosphere, and close to the surface, that atmosphere can do some pretty crazy shit, right? Black Swan.
Yeah,
like
what?
Every day for 3 months.
Yeah, but what's the tendency to light to do what on the surface? What's it do?
Generally bends down. Yeah,
it
typically
bends towards a denser medium, right?
Yes,
and it's a cumulative effect, right? So
sure.
Why is it traveling almost infinitely, right? When it should be hitting the surface of the Earth, crashing into the ground. The light should be hitting the surface of the Earth, completely obstructing its view.
You're hitting the usual flat Earth misunderstanding.
No, dude,
what I
it's a
think
good
you're
point. If you're 15,
what I-
sorry to interrupt. If you're 15 feet above the ground and it's denser at 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, then I use the example of like a paper airplane. If you threw it right at your eye level, it would go doo boom and it would go into the ground, the
Yep.
denser medium.
Right.
If it stays at 15, it's not denser around a ball. 15, 15, 15, it's the same 15. It has to drop into the ground, which could even be why you get bottom up obstruction over a plane.
No,
Gio,
you get the second
their argument
misunderstanding.
is self-defeating. They don't even realize it. It's a cumulative effect, right? Yeah, it's following the radius of the Earth miraculously, making it look flat. So if rebuttal that.
Hang on. Let's address the two misunderstandings first. Let's address the two misunderstandings, right? You said it's less dense at 15, more dense at 14, even more dense at 13, all right? And therefore it should crash into the ground. What you are referring to, I think, is a ray that hits an object, like the boat or building or whatever, and bounces off horizontally, right? And then starts bending towards the ground and hits the ground or the water or whatever, all right? Consider that a ray, instead of bouncing off horizontally, bounces off angled up a little bit and then starts to bend back, right? And then bends down and hits your eye, right? That's your first misunderstanding. The second misunderstanding is assuming that if a ray goes horizontally at 15 feet and like stays in what I think you're going to call one layer, then it doesn't bend. That's incorrect, right? A light bends in a gradient. Right, there's no distinct layers in the atmosphere. So it will, even when it goes horizontally, it will bend down.
Is it a geometric horizon or is it an optical horizon?
Is it not a cumulative effect?
Yes, it is.
The refraction. Or
it keeps bending the further you go.
Yeah, so the incident, what's it called?
Incident angle?
Yes, the incident angle of light. If you understand how refraction works, right? As it's traveling and hitting gradient densities, it's gonna bend, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as it travels, it's gonna go further and further down. It shouldn't be following this consistent.
I have a question for you.
Consistent curvature, right? It shouldn't be following this consistent curvature, making it look flat. Yet there's like the Black Swan. Granted, it was multiple days of observations, and they got the one observation that made the Earth look flat. Okay, fine, but still, according to what you guys are saying, the light is bending around the curve. How is that happening when refraction is cumulative? Go ahead.
All right. Question: If there's a ray of light angled upwards, right? That's traveling upwards from a high density lower down, so high density lower down, lower density higher up. All right, it's traveling up into that lower density. Which way will that bend? Will it bend towards the ground or up towards the sky?
If the laser is pointed up,
yep.
At what angle? It depends on the angle.
Doesn't
it's like
matter.
Snell's law.
Doesn't matter. 45 degrees, whatever. Doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No,
it does matter because yes, it does. When a ray of light enters a different medium perpendicular to it, 90 degrees, it barely.
Not perpendicular.
Okay, so
45
that's
degrees.
what I'm saying. So it does matter.
45 degrees.
Right. So if
which
it's pointing
and towards the ground or up further to the sky.
No, if the laser is pointing a little bit up, 45 degrees, it's still going to bend up. It's not. It's gonna shift a little bit.
Down. Yeah. Which way? Which way does it shift? Which way does it shift?
Down, but it will still be. It will go down, but it'll still be pointing up.
Cool.
It'll slightly alter its trajectory, right? The incident angle will slightly be altered, but it's still pointing up.
Yeah. Yep. Keep doing that. Guess what happens? It'll eventually get to horizontal, and then what happens after that?
Yeah, but we're not. But we're not aiming lasers up, dude. We're trying to aim them straight.
Fine. But what happens if it's aimed up? If there's light bouncing off an object and it travels upwards? All right, we agree that it starts to bend.
Does it matter what happens to it?
Jesse, jump in because I've got to go and make a sandwich.
Can you demonstrate shooting a laser up in the air and look at it bend around like a horseshoe? Can you demonstrate
like a rainbow laser?
Hey, real quick, hey Larry, what's up, man? Where you been, Larry?
Peace, bro. I've been doing it.
I'm on BF right now if you want to get on.
Probably should.
I just want to say real quick that if you actually go watch the laser test videos where they recorded them doing it, they're like on the phone or the walkie-talkie, and they're like, okay, move it up a little, move it down, move it left, move it right. They don't know if that laser's level. They're just aiming it wherever it needs to be aimed to hit the target. That's all I had to say.
Do what?
Yeah, if you... They don't just level the laser perfectly and have it hit the target. If you listen to the audio, the guy on the target end is talking to the guy on the laser end, and he'll be like, okay, move it up a click, move it over, down 2 clicks, up 2 clicks, whatever. It's a, they just aim it wherever it's needed in order to hit the target. So it very well could be curving. Guy? What's that?
What guy are you talking about?
All the ones,
video.
All the ones I've heard.
I'll post a PDF from FE Core going back to 2017, like Gio was talking about, dude.
Yeah, if you listen to the audio for those,
it was plumb, it was level. They set it up. They set another station A, station B, the receiver, perfectly leveled. They made sure everything was the same elevation.
But if you actually play the video from those tests, then you can hear them.
Ignore what Lion says.
For Pete's sake.
You got people in the room that you're not telling us about?
Yeah, I mean, Jesse, which one are you talking about? Because there's a bunch of different ones. I'm not really like trying to rep for FE Core necessarily, but they are. I mean, there are videos, PDFs, fairly good documentation for what they did, and they built that whole stand for it. They called it the Salad, like SALAD.
Yeah.
And dude, that thing looks quite precise. Yeah, they were not just waving that thing around. Like they had multiple levels on it. So
even with that said, though, it's still inconclusive. It's still a second order measurement, bro. Because like in some instances, they weren't hitting a target. And he's right. They weren't hitting a target. And they had to adjust for it.
There's the one where they panned it. It was like, I forget the exact mileage, but like one of them was like 17 miles and then 32 miles and then 40. There was like 3 of them that they literally panned. That's pretty cool because for the globe thing, you'd have to say like refraction is perfectly, bending it for the 17, for the 30, for the 40, for all the different ones. Like as you pan it, it would have to like perfectly bend. So yeah, that one's pretty.
And this is the thing with laser measurements. This is why they're inconclusive. And all optical measurements, as far as I'm concerned, are inconclusive. They're second order because you have to consider refraction. And these lasers, we're dealing with a tolerance or error margin of 2 inches at half a mile, right? Because it's a quadratic formula, 8 inches per mile squared, but that means at half a mile, it's only 2 inches. So these lasers are actually bending either up or down over that tolerance range. So you have to, you have to consider refraction and then correct for refraction. Once you start doing that, you're in second order measurement land. You're in abstract derivation land.
But you're definitely not in globe land.
Do you think the thing Jeremy always talks about, if you were able to tangibly measure the path of the light through the whole corridor, would that be first order? Do you think, Lion?
Yes, if you could physically measure the light, but I haven't seen anybody do that yet.
That would be quite the elaborate setup.
Yeah. Especially the laser beam itself, it gets thicker and thicker over distance. It's just the nature of light. It's the inverse square law. And the thickness at half a mile, I mean, if you have a really, really strong laser, and they talk about collimators, right? With every like 100 feet or every 500 feet or whatever, they'll add a collimator. But I find that problematic, dude. Because then you have to set it up perfectly, and it's just a mess.
Yep. Another thing, Jesse, about the leveling is okay, that really only matters if you're in very short distance. Like if you were doing like 1 mile, yes, the leveling matters because like let's say you have like a board out there and your laser's at 5 feet above the ground and you're trying to hit the board at 5 feet and you don't want it to hit at 6 feet, you don't want it to hit at 4 feet, you want to get it right at 5 and make sure the laser's leveled. That's only if you're dealing with very short distances. The leveling is extremely important. But if you're doing like 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, it really doesn't, the leveling actually doesn't matter. Now it does, obviously, to a degree, you want to be able to hit the target. But what I'm saying is that if you actually have some distance where you now have curvature, because if you don't have any like appreciable curvature, then yeah, you're like shooting that laser. You got to hit that board right at 5 feet, and the laser has to be leveled in order to get the planar result. Let's say, because if it was globe, the laser would be like 7 feet on the board instead of 5, or maybe 8 feet. Because it'd be like the globe would be tilting it up. The diverging plumb lines and all the rest of that, where you'd be getting that tilted up. But if you're dealing with like a very long distance, like 30 miles or something, where you have a ton of curvature, if you were shooting it up to this, if it was the globe result, it wouldn't even hit the target. So at that point, it either hits the target or it doesn't hit the target. And I'm not saying the leveling doesn't matter at all, but the leveling is not really the deciding factor at that point. Because if you're like 30 miles and you got the laser 5 feet and the target 5 feet, well, now the curvature would be blocking it if the laser was shooting into the ball or shooting into the curve. So at that point, if you're hitting the target from 5 feet and you're hitting a target at 5 feet, you see what I'm saying? Like you're actually getting essentially the planar result with that. So you see what I mean? That it only matters if it's very short distances. Once it's very far and there's appreciable curvature, it's not as relevant that it's perfectly level because it's either going to hit the curve or it's going to hit the target.
I mean, it has a certain beam divergence. I think at 40 kilometers it was maybe 100 foot in diameter or more. And anyway, I did post the video link with the time coded right to where they're talking on the phone or something, saying, another click, and they're actually adjusting the laser up and down on the salad thing to try to hit the target. There were also some other tests that they tried to do in this video near the end where of their tests that they from the surface of the water. So I know that light can curve significantly, and I've also measured, and that's actually what's on my screen share, I've filmed the water line of a barge over the top of a metal sign that was higher by a couple inches than the observer, and obviously higher than the surface of the water too. So that's pretty good evidence that light can quite strongly curve downward close to the surface. So I have no doubt that laser light would be able to go great distances on a globe when the water was in fact even a degree colder than the air. And if you look in that PDF line that you're going to post for me, actually I have already, a lot of people have given that to me. If you actually look in the PDF, for some of those locations, they actually do give the water temperature or the air temperature near the water and then a couple meters up. And they actually had a really strong temperature gradient, which would be more than enough, based on physics alone, to curve that light much greater than Earth curve.
Dude, I'm sorry. Wait, what? Much greater than Earth curve?
Yes.
What are you getting at? You're still using observations and second order measurements, bro.
Well, I'm trying to
come up with a conclusion that the Earth is a globe. Like it's a futile effort.
Oh no,
especially if you're a materialist empiricist, dude.
No, I was responding to because you said you were going to get me the FE Core laser test PDF, right?
Well, I got that, I think.
Yeah, I got it. Hold on, let me pull it up. Well,
I got it too, but you brought it up, and I was responding to it, saying that their own temperature gradient measurements totally prove that, just based on known physics of light, that the light differential.
Oh, no. I'll show you what they did.
What's that?
I'll show you what they did.
Yeah, they had it.
This. They did that.
Yeah, that's just like totally not
Very silly.
how Snell's law is used. But yeah, they showed that in this particular one of the lake edge cell ones, the air close to the water was 52.5 degrees, and then 2 meters above that it was 56 degrees. That's a huge difference as far as refraction goes. So it's like, if someone had just told me that, I would say absolutely, I would expect that laser to be seen at that distance on a globe even.
But like I said to Theo half an hour ago, all of these long distance observations are excellent globe proof. Evidence.
This is all conceptual, bro. Again, it's all abstractness.
Applying a law to the atmosphere is conceptual. I don't get it.
No. The law can still apply, right? Regarding the rate of refraction, and the incident angle of light. But then to try to use that law and then apply it to the atmosphere, knowing damn well that the atmosphere isn't cookie cutter like this. It's not uniform like this. There's all types of flux going on. The data numbers say otherwise, bro. What numbers?
If the data says otherwise, the empirical data says that it's quite stable and predictable once you're above the shit right close to the surface.
It's not actually first order though. It's not empirical like you're trying to make it seem.
So the measurements, whatever, but the measurements of temperature, pressure, humidity, and you agreed that in the lab, right, these temperature, pressure, humidity, you can convert that to a refractive index. So how is that not empirical? Because
unlike the lab where you're controlling for multiple variables, you can't control for the same variables in the atmosphere, dude.
What other variables would there be? Temperature, pressure, humidity, CO2 content, wavelength?
Constant fluctuation.
Yeah, constant flux, dude.
You won't be able to keep up with that. Don't be silly, Roohif. The globe doesn't
measure
exist. No measurable curvature, no rotation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Flat Earth Truth. Thank you.
Right. So we still measure the atmosphere. Regardless of that flux or whatever's moving, we still make measurements.
Okay, dude. That's all you have is second order measurements. That's not evidence, bro. You got to understand that.
Not evidence. All right. Well, it was
the surface is curving, ladies and gentlemen. The surface is not curving at 8 inches per mile squared to make the 3,959 mile radius, which will then go on to make the 24,901 miles. Ladies and gentlemen, no human being on Earth as we live today has experienced, seen, or measured that. Earth is measured flat and utilized flat. In fact, to have that dream of a ball, you're going to need a flat Earth horizontal baseline. Thank you very much.
You would need a homogeneous, layered atmos like your picture depicts, but that's not what we have in reality, dude.
No. The point of those two, the layers 10 and layers 1000, is to demonstrate that it's kind of applying calculus and Snell's law to the atmosphere. Like you treat it as a discrete layer thing, and then you gradually decrease the size of those layers such that it's almost continuous, and you'll see that it gives a curve. That's the equivalent of Fermat's principle.
Dude, there's water vapor, right? There's evaporation.
Yep, that's included.
There's temperature differentials.
Yep,
there's
that's
shade.
Included. How's there shade in the fucking sky? What are you talking about?
I'm just saying, when you're going a mile, right, 2 miles, something considerable. You need a considerable amount of distance to prove the globe, right? So there's going to be a lot going on between point A and point B. That's not going to be homogeneous like you're trying to depict here. Would you really concede to that?
It's not homogeneous.
Okay.
Like the gradient, there's a gradient, not homogeneous.
I know, I get that, but you guys act like this gradient, right? It's consistent for 10 miles.
Ladies and gentlemen, we don't have an instrument that's going to keep track of all the molecules over 1 mile, 2 mile, 3 mile, 10 miles. We don't have that instrument that can register and measure all those molecules. Even the weather forecast that we hear from the TV isn't 100% accurate. It's impossible. Okay, we don't have that level of precision. You're talking impossibilities here. Only God can do that.
If what you're saying is true, Roohif, then why is it that if you look into Andrew Thomas Young's paper, that you have superior mirages and inferior mirages, looming refraction and stooping refraction, depending on the season, depending on the day, depending on the geography, right? You have various observations. If what you're saying is true, then there should be these observations shouldn't be possible because everything should be homogeneous and consistent all the time, which they're not.
No.
The atmosphere is in constant flux. That's why you have superior mirages certain days and inferior
close
mirages
to the surface,
other days.
yes. Close to the surface. What have I said 1,000 times in this VC?
So okay. What about the pilot?
No. What have I said 1,000 times in this VC?
Yeah, the surface of the Earth. But we've already done experiments. We've done experiments at higher elevations to avoid that, right? The sea, what's it called? The oceanic layer, the oceanic layer. Right? You want to avoid that because there's a lot of stuff going on there, especially a lot of evaporation. The marine layer. Yep. Thank you. So to avoid that, they've already done experiments, and guess what? It still applies, dude. You have various observations. We have pilots on record, on camera. JT Run Boston interviewed a pilot in Afghanistan, right, who was flying his jet, was able to see the K2 summit from Afghanistan.
Okay. Do we have any data for that, or just
and then you've got what's it named? Another pilot from the SR-22 Blackbird stating that he was flying across the west coast of America. That's the California stretch. He could see all of that from Washington all the way across to New Mexico, all the way he could see that from his aircraft. Now he's flying at 90,000 feet, traveling at 3.2 times the speed of sound, ladies and gentlemen, and he could see all of that. No curvature there, flat. And remember, when you're traveling in an aircraft at those ballistic speeds, they don't lend themselves to curved trajectories. Why? Too much stresses would be applied to the structure to the point where it would break up in flight, such as the torsional stress. At 3.2,
so you just took this guy's word for it, right? This guy said so. This guy said so. You just believe it?
That is a ballistic straight line trajectory. Okay.
Is there a photo, Jin? Is there a photo, or did you just? Take
you can search that. You're very good at googling. You can Google that yourself. SR-22 pilot confirmed splatter. It's quite simple.
I know there's no photo, Jin. I know there's no photo of that. There's no photo of K2.
I beg to differ, sir. Go and look for it.
Yeah. Like Jesse said, trust me, bro. Because the dude said so.
Line of sight.
Bro, don't use those words. Go check it for yourself if you want to know the truth. Remember, you're the one that's coming with false information. Right. That's you.
Do I need to remind you? Do I need to remind you of the Fuji observation?
You don't need to remind me of anything.
And then you didn't want to talk about it. And then you didn't want to talk about it, Jin.
No.
After I debunked it, you didn't want to talk about it.
And you tried to twist it. And I don't talk to scumbags who try to twist the truth and belittle people's hard work. That's what I mean. You're just a return on the street, mate. That's all I see you as.
Everyone. Just for everyone. I'm going to post in the chat the debunking of
he didn't debunk anything.
Fuji observation.
You actually haven't debunked that. Actually, no, you haven't. That's your problem. You haven't debunked anything as such.
Real quick, I'm still kind of
should be seen on a globe.
Why do observations that are close to the surface don't prove globe, right?
Well, they can, because you guys don't have a reason for bottom-up obstruction. But if there's no obstruction, there's no good explanation for no obstruction.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's quite obvious that a level surface will block and obscure what you're looking at. I'll give you a simple example that you can do if you one in a basketball court where you would lay down your mobile phone face downwards underneath the basketball net and walk to the other end of the court. Lie down under that basketball net, look across, you won't see your phone. Second example is you're walking on the pavement, the sidewalk, there's a manhole cover that you don't see. You can't see it, but it's there. And as you approach it, it looks oval. As you keep approaching it, it changes its shape until you're right above it 90 degrees. That's your full 360-degree circle. Okay, then let's say you walk back again, it starts to change shape. That's angular resolution. So a flat surface will block what you're looking at. So a ship traveling away from you, the object will disappear bottom upwards because there's more above to be seen than on the surface. The surface is blocking and obscuring what you're looking at as the ship moves away. That's natural law. That's easy peasy ABC stuff. But the guys like Roohif want to complicate matters and focus on that like that's a massive problem. It's not. It's so minuscule you don't have to worry about it. Okay? It's a nothing. It's not proving that the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared. When I travel 6,000 miles, I don't experience any curvature from London to Japan. No curvature experience. Horizontal all the way. Thank you. Sorry, Roohif.
So I'll just repeat. Jin gave me his flat Earth proof. You can see Mount Fuji from 308 kilometers away. I apparently did something that Jin did not do, which was put it into a curve calculator to determine that it should be visible.
You're lying now. Now you're lying.
Oh, there you go. It's in the chat.
You're lying. You are lying, sir. Because I told you that was visible after 25 years of the asking. That's how long it took them to capture that shot. It's a record in Japan. The most furthest northern point from which we can see Mount Fuji took 25 years to get that shot that they took. You haven't got the right material, I don't think, Roohif. That's the thing. You're so desperate to try and debunk something that doesn't even exist in the way of the globe. Okay? The globe doesn't exist for us to even be debunking it, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, in order to have a globe, you will need a horizontal baseline to begin with. Without that horizontal baseline, you can't determine whether you're concaving or convexing. You've got to have the flat Earth base first. You need it more than us. That's what you don't understand.
So just to one second.
Wait. No moon landings, ladies and gentlemen, due to the outgassing phenomena, second law of thermodynamics violation, and we don't have the technology to go there. There is no air in space. Rockets cannot work in that environment unless they have air. They need air like we need air to breathe. They need it just the same. Not to breathe, but to push off of. That is why they take this parabolic arc, because the air, as the rocket rises up in altitude, is beginning to diminish at a great speed, so that it has to follow a arc because there's not enough air to push over. Now, in order to sustain a horizontal trajectory that is straight up, vertical trajectory, my mistake, straight up vertical, the nozzles need to increase in size during the flight. So as it rises up in altitude and as the air is diminishing, the nozzles increase, then more fuel can be used to sustain it. Problem. Rockets don't carry enough fuel to do that. You can't carry enough fuel to sustain a vertical trajectory. They don't go to space. Vacuum is a killer. Thank you. No glow.
So back to Fuji. All right, I found the article that Jin's talking about, and it says 3 local mountain climbing enthusiasts, blah 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 blah. The 3 have been attempting to photograph the mountain for the past 7 years. Jin, how long have they been trying to photograph the mountain for?
25 years, according to my student and the article I read in 2017. 25 years, ladies and gentlemen. He was released. His last film, Eyes Wide Shut. That title is poignant because what it's telling you is that even though your eyes are wide open looking, they're actually shut because you're not registering what you see all the time. And that's what these surveyors are in. They're in that mode of eyes wide shut. They're measuring, but not hitting on it. Yeah, go ahead.
Are your eyes wide shut, Roohif? All right, so Roohif, what is your explanation for why the plane surveyors? Well, it was kind of more to Jin, but what was your? Because Jin, these guys should be. I mean,
doesn't measure drop. They're laying out points, right, in like a triangulation survey or something like that. So they're not measuring drop. They're doing like leapfrogging shots, which are, what's the word? Don't care about the shape of the Earth. But what happens is once you get bigger than that 100 square miles, then spherical excess becomes a factor.
Actually, it doesn't.
They make a horizontal plane of reference, and they compare that in terms of for like slope and for water drainage and for making huge parking lots that have to be level. I mean, they would be making horizontal planes of reference, and that should even like LIGO, which they claim they did do it for LIGO, but obviously there's a lot of sort of money and interest involved in that. Those are not just, well, I mean, I'm sure there's whoever built it, but I'm just saying that's not your normal run-of-the-mill day job dude or day job. Well, I don't, whoever built it, they maybe had a day job. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying that's a little bit of a specialized project, and that's whatever 2.4 miles or whatever it is.
Yep,
so yeah, so why, if there's other projects that are at those distances, they all would have to account for the curve, even in plane surveying.
No, plane surveying does not account for drop over distance, right? It's just about laying out elevations, right? Do you understand that getting elevations is agnostic? Yeah, that's a different thing, right? Because it had to be straight,
like LIGO
not level. Right, LIGO has to be straight, and you understand our definition of level, right? LIGO is straight, not level.
Oh, okay. There we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so there's nothing else that's ever done in construction that's straight for 2 miles?
Right,
there's probably other similar LIGO-like things.
It's ridiculous. Ladies and gentlemen, when you ask these surveyors what they call local flatness, they're saying 100 miles. So if you've got 100 miles of local level flatness, horizontal level, then you stop at that 100 point and 100 want to get flat earth all the way. You see? Welcome to the flat earth truth. The surveyors, I'm not missing any point at all. The surveyors are measuring earth flat, even though they themselves don't realize they're living on a flat earth. That's the
bigger Jesus.
It's just a basic, it's nothing special.
Yeah, that's correct. That doesn't care whether the ground is curved or not. The datum is curved, I mean.
Here's another one. It would.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. No, because the curvature on either side, if your instrument is in the middle, then the amount of curvature on either side is the same. So
but you have to keep looping them together, though. If you're going to do a huge bridge or something.
Yep. That's
so at the end of the bridge, if you have 1,000 feet of curvature or 2,000 or however many feet of curvature, just because you're doing it in sections and transferring a horizontal or a plane of reference down the line, further and further down the line, you can't just forget about 1,000 foot of curvature or 2,000 or more if you're going a long enough distance.
If the instrument is in the middle, so BMA and TP1 in your second diagram, all right? And there's 2 points.
That's fine. But these lines...
So it's agnostic to the shape of the Earth.
No, if you have those 3 lines like 6.77 BS, 7.45 glow BS, 7.07 glow BS. I had to put a BS joke in there. So if you have those lines, I hear what you're saying, that in one of them, it wouldn't necessarily be because it would be minimal.
Right.
But if you're extending a horizontal plane and you need it to be horizontal, then as you link, well, you would for big projects.
No, you're not extending a horizontal.
For drainage on a massive parking lot or a huge building or, like a airplane runway, an airport.
Yeah, you've got to extend.
You're not extending a horizontal.
You have
not extending a horizontal.
Otherwise, you won't know where your angles are coming from. You see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? The guy is now disregarding a fundamental law that if you are going to build this runway, you first have to establish a horizontal baseline. And then from there, you can deviate up or down. But you need that horizontal first. And that's what they're measuring. Earth is measured and utilized flat. That's a fact. You're just ignoring it, Roohif. Sorry.
So differential leveling, right? Each, if you leapfrog from, in the middle of BMA and TP1 to the next one, you're not extending a horizontal. You're establishing a new horizontal at each point.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's extending the horizontal because you first established the horizontal at the beginning, and then you
can we shut you up?
And now you can't shut me up. Then you extend that. You're extending the horizontal. That's a new horizontal. It's an extension from the original one. So you're now measuring Earth flat. You see, please be careful and listen to Roohif words carefully. Hang on to every letter of every word.
All right, so auto levels, when you leapfrog shots, they're not extending horizontal. All right, so in that first shot, backside is 6.77 meters, foresight is 4.23. All right, so there's 2.54 meters elevation difference. Right, it's 2.54 meters elevation difference, regardless of the shape of the Earth.
No, it's not. It's coming from a horizontal baseline, first and foremost, all taken from mean sea level. You have to have that. You cannot have elevation without a horizontal baseline to get your angles from. That's basic trigonometry there. You're ignoring that. That's a law. So it doesn't matter what you say. Wherever you are on Earth, ladies and gentlemen, whatever your elevation is, you're taking it from sea level, mean sea level. That's your 0 degrees. You start there and you establish a horizontal from there. Then you get your elevation angles that you measure across the Earth.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay?
I agree.
For example, if you have like a huge parking lot that you need to have, let's say, 10 different drainage areas. So you're going to have like, well, let's say it's 10 miles long and each mile, that's a big parking lot. But just for an example, like let's say the first mile, there's a drainage region. So you got to have, from the very beginning, it has to be a little higher than from the beginning of the first mile to the end of the first mile. And it has to drain into one drain, let's say. And then the second drain from the, between the 1 to 2 mile mark to the 2 to 3 mile mark, there needs to be another elevation a little bit higher at those 2 points. So
not elevation. Oh, sorry, hang on. Yes, you mean elevation? Yeah, elevation is the only thing that matters.
Slope for drainage. So I'm just saying, if you had that all laid out over a plane or over, I understand what you're saying about like the disco ball and over distance, I understand what you're saying, but if you have like specific drainage like that, you would have to incorporate the curve of, if there was a curve, the curve of the Earth versus planar in order to account for those correct elevations to make it drain in 10 different drain areas.
No. All right. Number one, elevation is all that matters in terms of drainage, right? Whether that's on a flat Earth or on a globe. And second, do you accept that the difference between those two benchmarks, so BMA and then TP1, do you accept that the elevation difference between those 2 points is 2.54 meters, irrespective of the shape of the Earth?
No, I don't. I don't accept it at all.
I'm asking you, Jen.
Because I'm telling you, you need to establish the horizontal baseline first. The Earth is a globe. They're not measuring curvature, but you have to incorporate that. Has to be incorporated. And it's not being incorporated because you have sea level, mean sea level, 0 degrees. That's your horizontal baseline. That's where you begin. No curvature. Water is always level. Thank you. Sea level.
Right.
So Roohif, just between just BMA and TP1, that would be pretty minimal. I mean, there should be.
I'm saying, is the elevation difference 2.54 irrespective of the shape of the Earth?
Sure, let's go with that for just one.
Okay,
that's fine.
Okay, what about the next one?
It would once you get to 2 or more, it would absolutely start to matter. I mean, depending how far they are.
No, if I've established, let's say I know the elevation of benchmark A, I know the elevation. Right, given there's 2.54 meters difference, regardless of the shape of the Earth, I know the elevation of TP1.
Yeah, but that's coming from a horizontal baseline to get that elevation. You can't get the elevation without the horizontal baseline.
Yeah, but Roohif, let's say that they were all even. So let's say that BMA to TP1 to TP2 to TMB1, let's say all of those were the exact same. So they're all, let's say you do your first one and then you follow it all the way through and you keep it at the exact same. So you're not changing it. Let's say the elevation is very flat and level. Like that obviously is going up a mountain, but let's say it's like a huge parking lot in the middle of the desert or something to where you're not really going up a mountain or down a mountain. There might be very minimal, and you actually want to just extend the horizontal. That horizontal would end up lifting off the ground and shooting up off to space, essentially, as a bit dramatic way to say it, if you just continued leapfrogging and extending the horizontal. This is what Rakia always talks about. This is how he was talking about how he was trying to measure, he went out and did the curved water test. So if you have a bunch of elevation changes, I understand you're just adapting sort of like a disco ball as you go, a little higher, a little lower, and you're kind of like adapting sort of like a millipede, or like a snake as it goes along the ground. It adjusts for the contours. So I understand what you're saying with that, but there would be scenarios. I mean, like I guess LIGO is one of them, but there'd be other scenarios that you have to have something very straight. I mean, I'm like foundations, parking lots, bridges. Trying to think what else would be. Oh, roads in some cases.
We're not extending a horizontal. That's not what auto levels do when you leapfrog. It's not extending a horizontal.
It would be if that's the task you're doing.
No, LIGO was laid out because it had to account for the curvature of the Earth to make the tube straight.
Okay, so
it needed to raise the elevations on the end.
There's other projects that need that straight of a tube, or that straight of a.
Such as
horizontal.
Other LIGO-like things.
Well, that's what I was saying before. What else in construction is a little bit? Because I understand if you're doing something that is on all kinds of different elevations, that it wouldn't be as relevant. But obviously, it is with LIGO. So you're saying there's nothing else in the world that's 2 miles where they need it to be in a straight horizontal?
There's LIGO similar things. Like there's the other LIGO in Washington, and there's one in Europe somewhere, or even 2 in Europe.
What about runways? No. Runways are pretty long.
Runways aren't flat. Runways are fucking terrible.
They'd have to be flat. The airplane's going to
Runways are not flat.
They got to be pretty darn flat.
No,
you can't just have a
runways are
big hump in the
atrocious.
middle. The airplane would take off again if it had to go over a big hump. If it comes in fast.
Runways are atrociously not smooth.
What about bridges?
Well, bridges are generally curved anyway. I can't think of anything outside of these LIGO-like things where it needs to be straight that requires you to take into account the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, let's go and check like some runway elevation profiles. I can't think of anything outside of these LIGO-like things where it needs to be straight that requires you to take into account the curvature of the Earth. I can't think of anything outside of these LIGO-like things where it needs to be straight that requires you to take into account the curvature of the Earth. I can't think of anything outside of these LIGO-like things where it needs to be straight that requires you to take into account the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, let's go and check like some runway elevation profiles.
It says 1 to 2%.
Yeah.
It's pretty flat.
Elevation.
I mean, you're telling me that if you're doing a 10 by 10 mile, if you're doing a 10 by 10 mile something, or just something within 100 square miles, let's say 10 by 10 miles, at the end of 10 miles is like, what, 66 feet of curve. You're telling me that 66 foot just would never matter?
It depends what you're doing. If you're doing LIGO, yes. But if you're building a parking lot, no.
So nothing else other than LIGO, you claim, would not make a difference within 10 miles of 66 feet for any construction on the whole Earth? Nothing?
Yep.
That's your claim?
Yeah, except LIGO size type things that need to be straight. Yeah, roads don't care.
66 feet, train tracks?
Yep.
Dude, that's a lot. 66 feet is huge. If they got to the end of that and they're like, oh my God, we're missing 66 feet.
How long do you think a single piece of train track is? What's the longest piece of train track?
I'm not saying for one.
Actually, no, here's a better question.
All the way through the... There's all kinds of complex stuff they have within, like,
do you think
forks and train tracks, forks?
Do you think trains can travel 66 feet uphill over 10 miles?
Probably.
Yeah.
But they still have construction limitations and guidelines they need to keep in order to keep their blueprints and the distances and everything involved, and things like slope and drainage and sewage and well, sewage before cities and other things like that. You can't just ignore 66
elevation. Feet. That's all elevation, not drop. Also, I posted the elevation profile of Haneda's runway 3-4 left.
How about a swimming pool? Left? Or like a huge lake, like an in-ground lake or a swimming pool? That'd be a mess if they were missing 66 feet.
How many 10-mile swimming pools are there?
There'd be a 66-foot wall on the other side if they didn't account for it.
How many 10-foot swimming pools are there? 10 miles, sorry?
I don't know. What's the biggest swimming pool in the world? It's a good question. But there's like huge like canals that are built, like billionaires put them in places like Disneyland, and there's all kinds of things like that.
Right. And you seem to be confused with elevation versus drop. Elevation's the only thing that matters in that sort of thing.
It says the biggest swimming pool is 20 acres, stretching over 1 kilometer.
Nice.
How about the biggest man-made lake? Whoa, 223 kilometers. The biggest man-made lake. That is massive.
Is it
yeah, dams as well. Dams. That's another thing that would come into play.
Right. But did they have to account for drop, or did they just do it with elevation?
Damn, they have to account for elevation and everything. Damn. Yeah, dams.
They don't have to deal with it. They
Right.
should, though, if it's a globe. That's what I'm saying.
No, they don't. Why would they have to? They don't.
For a 223, this is a 139-mile lake? Now, that's like thousands of feet.
Fine. Whatever it is, why would they need to account for it when water's just going to be at its level elevation?
Because if you were building the wall for that, like let's say the wall for this lake, or you were, wanted to make sure that, let's say the water was 3 feet above the ground, you would have to actually level the ground in a curved fashion, if it was a globe, so that you stay 3 feet above the water. If you actually just built it straight level, you just extended horizontals and just continued building it level, it would be thousands of feet, like more than a mile higher.
But it's the same elevation, right? Same elevation. Right? And we understand that getting elevations is agnostic to the shape of the Earth. We understand that now, right? So if I place out a lake that is in all places, whatever, 5 meters below sea level, it doesn't matter whether that 5 meters below sea level is on a curved datum or a flat datum. It's fine. It'll work either way. Because elevations, using differential leveling, don't care about the shape of the Earth.
Dude, the largest man-made canal. Guess how long this is?
1,000 miles. I don't care.
It is 1,000. It's over 1,000.
Cool.
1,700 kilometers. The Grand Canal in China.
Yep. And what's the elevation
That's amazing.
of that canal?
I thought you were going to say the Panama.
So you know it's curving.
Yeah, I understand on a globe, like let's say you needed to make the wall of it 10 feet the whole way. If it was a globe, it would be 10 feet above the whole way. I get that. But when you're doing but when you're extending a horizontal plane and you have to actually match your level lines as you're extending them compared to what basically this goes down to whether level is planar or whether level curves. And that is a difference because you would have to adjust your equipment to actually account for the curve as you're going while you're extending the horizontal plane versus on a planar Earth, it's just planar. And that's why I would say that's why they don't have to even think about it.
Thank you very much. And level is not curved can never be considered level. A straight line, level, and a curved line are both separate. They're not interchangeable. They've got no association at all. They're very different. So that's not a problem for Roohif to overcome. He hasn't learned that a curved line is not a level line. It's not. And in engineering, trigonometry, they're not the same. And you'd never shut up. You'd never work in any construction company that I've ever worked with. You'd never have a job if you don't know those two basic fundamentals. That a straight line and a curved line are different. Do you know what I mean? You're not going to be given a piece of wood to level it, and please level this, and you're going to give him a curve. There you are, it's level. You're out on your ear, Roohif. You'd be out on your ear.
Okay, we're not extending a horizontal with an auto level. That's not what's happening.
Of course it is. You're measuring horizontality. That's what you're doing. That's the basic axiom. 0 degrees, level. That's what you're doing. You're not measuring curve. You're not at all. No curves being measured there. Because in order to get your elevation, by law, natural law, God's law, you need a horizontal baseline. Without it, you're not going to get any elevation that's going to be accurate, ladies and gentlemen. You need the horizontal. That's why the year 2026 is going to be the year of the horizontal constant. That's Jim CBR1 coined that in November 28th this year. Look out for it in the 2026.
Okay, you can stop talking now. You don't need to keep going. You can shut your mouth now.
Now you shut up.
So Roohif, what about the claims? I don't know what Shubel just posted. It looks like they're talking about accounting for the Earth. What about all these claims that the Globe guys have been saying for years that they do account for Earth curve with bridges and buildings and all these? They're all wrong?
Yeah. Verrazano.
You know how many years that they've been claiming that Globe guys have been claiming that they do account for Earth curve?
10 years.
Now they don't?
10 years straight.
When I hear someone bring up the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, I tell them don't use that. Don't use it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Roohif says don't use that because it's revealing the truth that they don't take curvature into it. It's an embarrassment because it's horizontal. When you extend your measurements from when you're doing your land planar surveying, you're extending the horizontal. You have to, because that's where your baseline starts from. Got to start from there, and then you start your elevations. Without the horizontal, you can't have your globe. And the globe doesn't exist because we're doing our measurements. Not a single degree of curvature is measured on this Earth regarding the shape. Earth has no shape as such. Thank you. Wow.
So Roohif, this is the AI overview on Google, and it says, I typed in, do you have to account for Earth curve when building long bridges? And the answer is yes. Engineers must, and the must is bolded. Engineers must account for the Earth's curvature when building very long bridges, tunnels, or canals, as the slight but significant drop over miles would make non-curved structures unstable or impossible. Examples like the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, which is wider at the top to follow the curve, prove this, with the effect becoming critical over spans of several miles where local terrain variations are less impactful than the globe's shape.
What do you think my response is?
And it goes on here. Gravity and geometry for vertical plumb lines.
What do you think my response is to your AI?
Structural stability, structural precision. They mentioned multiple bridges. The Verrazano, Akashi, Kayeko Bridge in Japan, Storboren in Denmark.
Try and find the data or the measurements for the Verrazano Bridge or the plans.
Ladies and gentlemen,
try to go debunk the mainstreamers. I mean, okay, like go against the Globers, but I mean, dude, this one here.
Not going against the globe.
In Denmark.
Not going against the globe.
Well, if you want to come up with arguments against it, but I mean, this says for the Denmark, it says this long bridge was built with the curve in mind, a design feature that would fail on a flat Earth model. That's even what it says. That's what it says right here.
It's AI.
Would fail on
try and find,
well, but the link
try and find the basis for it.
Well, this is pulling. I mean, it has.
I guess if I want to add Roohif, so we don't count the curvature. I think one thing we can say is, as an example, London Underground with the link in the chat, and it has all the open and all the data, all the surveying data. I guess I can see where you're going with this, i.e., like with the London Underground, they have to consider the curvature. It was so minimal. They kind of, you see what I mean? So they say, yeah, there's a curvature, we have to count for it, but it's so minimal. Therefore, they still have to count.
Actually, ladies and gentlemen, the London Underground didn't consider Earth's curvature at all. And in fact, when you hang on, I'm nearly there. You had finished. You actually had finished talking. You actually had finished.
Shut up.
I grew up in London. I grew up in London. So I know.
You're an expert on the construction.
No, I've got a right to speak as well.
He's debating Roohif.
Right, thank you. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen,
the London Underground, is it a question of did they have to change, like did they build chord line tunnels or just keeping it at the same elevation?
I'm not mistaken, I might be wrong. I think it was keeping the same elevation, but I might be wrong here. Okay. I think it was the same elevation.
I have to read today.
But look at the link I put in the chat. I can send it to you directly. It has all the data. Yeah, you got it there. At the bottom of the page, it has all the data, also all the blueprint and all the survey data. It's a bunch of PDF. It contains all the data. Okay. This was for building Elizabeth Line, which was done semi-recently. It's not that old, Elizabeth Line. But they have to basically say, okay, yes, we have to. Comfort was so minimal. So.
Yeah, so a boring machine ostensibly would build a straight line. You would think, like, ideally, a straight line.
Ideally, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, ideally.
Yeah, but how many miles?
So, yeah, maybe.
London Underground geo is massive. It's like a web under London. It's insane. You've got lines on top of lines. So when they build it, it's very, very important to, we're talking about meters. Like,
yeah,
like Northern Line on top. You got Northern Line on top of Victoria Line. You got Victoria Line on top.
Piccadilly line. You got the Piccadilly line. You got the Northern Line. You got the Circle Line, District Line. Yeah, there's so many lines. It's unbelievable.
Exactly. It's not on top of each other. It's quite complex. When it's complex, it's like a web.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's the most complex underground system on Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, the thing is this. When they use the boring tool, that's laser operated. This boring tool is using laser precision technology here. And as the young man just said, the underground system in Britain is very complex, and they have to, and as for Earth's curvature, that's not really been mentioned when they do all this stuff. When you look at the actual boring action, they're not taking Earth's curvature into consideration at all. Although it may be written down as that. The action belies the actual statements being made. That's all I'm going to say there.
They are claiming to do that.
So because you go against all this? Like, I mean, the link he posted.
I think that's accurate.
But this is my argument that I've been saying the last half hour. Knowing how the curvature of the Earth is going to affect your new tunnels is quite important. Otherwise, the tunnels don't line up where they meet. Worse, in some of the the really tight spaces between older tunnels, you can end up drilling right into them. That would be embarrassing. That's what it says. I'm just reading what it says. Yeah. That's and then this last one. And then this says critical for long distances. This is on the other AI thing. The effect becomes significant. It must be calculated for structures stretching several miles, like long bridges, tunnels, and canals. I mean, dude, the mainstream says what I was saying. So how are you going against all of them?
No, I'm not. I'm saying that bridges and what was the other one? Canals don't need it. The reason why this tunnel needs it is because ideally a boring machine drills a straight line. Right? It's not going to follow the surface of anything. It's just drilling a straight line. So it would need to adjust.
So now they do.
Yeah, actually, without laser precision, without laser positioning tools there, that boring tool can wander off the straight path easily. Okay, and this is the surprising thing when they did the Channel Tunnel, right? They were right on the money because they used laser technology from England and France. Okay, Japan was on the English side and the French, obviously, on the French side. And when they met right on the money due to laser precision technology. That's how they were able to do that. Okay, no curvature was considered, by the way.
No, Gio, I've learned something from F95 today. This is one thing that would need to take into account curvature.
That's Hammerize.
Yeah, that's Hammerize. Yes.
Yeah, I didn't realize. Well, his actual Discord name is 95 Ham now. I don't know. Well, he changed his name to a formula, it looks like, but
nice.
That's Lawrence.
Yeah, but this would because the boring machine would go straight, ideally.
It takes a horizontal linear straight line due to whether you're measuring depth. If you're going to measure depth, ladies and gentlemen, the same applies when you're measuring vertical. You need a horizontal baseline, and that's the sea level horizontal. Without it, you can't determine where you're going. You need it. So there we are. We know that these tunnel borers are using horizontal baseline above the Earth, not curved. They don't consider Earth's curvature when they're being operated. They do not. Earth is measured and utilized flat. That is a fact. Fact of life. Existence on Earth is reliant on a flat Earth, not a globe ball spinning through the universe. That is pure fantasy. Get out of here with that nonsense.
Yeah, but it's not just underground boring, Roohif. I mean, the suspension bridges, long tunnels and canals, scientific instruments, which they're talking about LIGO, Stanford Linear Accelerator.
Yeah, one at a time. Suspension bridges. How big is the longest individual piece of a suspension bridge?
It depends on which one. I mean, I'm just saying they claim they account for risk curvature, and you were saying that they never do. So it's just, we were on the opposite sides of the argument. I'm not saying they do. I'm saying they would have to if it was there. They say they do, but then you're saying they don't. That's what I'm.
I did a deep dive into Verrazano Narrows, and it seemed to be just made up out of thin air.
So flatearth.ws made it up, and the people who actually built it, I think I've seen their website before. They put it on their actual site. There's a site.
Pay NASA Shell tried using the Verrazano last week.
Yeah, don't use it.
I had to tell him. It's the worst globe argument ever, right, Roohif?
It's bad. Yeah, don't use it.
What's the worst one then? If that's not, you said that was the worst one.
I don't know. It's bad.
Give me your top 5 worst globe arguments, real quick. Rip them off, real quick.
I don't know. This one, Verrazano Bridge, fine, whatever.
But even they claim they do with that as well. Oh yeah, this is it. I found it. This is their actual website. Well, it's the mta.info. And what does that stand for? Is it? I've seen this website before.
It claims it, but where does the claim come from?
Metropolitan Transportation Authority. That's what MTA stands for. Yeah, they claim it. Okay, so you're saying that they're making. So now these official government regulated type who they were doing bridges are making stuff up and lying to the public. You're telling me?
Oh, I don't know if they're lying. They might just be repeating a claim they heard.
But they claim they built it with 1 5/8 inches further apart at the top. They claim they had to design this whole thing for Earth's curvature. So you tell me they just whipped it out and made it up?
I don't know. I can't find any.
Now you can't find. Can you, Roohif?
Well, this is the MTA. This is the actual website.
Right? Do they have plans or just repeating a?
No, but I've heard people on the non-globe side discussing this, saying, going here and saying they made it up because they're saying that they don't account for it. But then you're also telling me they made it up and that they don't account for it. So this is kind of. It's like
technically, I'm not saying they made it up. I'm saying there's no evidence for it that I can find.
So this Metropolitan Transportation Authority just are lying to the public, saying that they account for what reason?
I didn't say they're lying. They might just be repeating some sort of notorious claim. It doesn't have to be a lie. It's wrong. Well, I think it's wrong. It doesn't have to be a lie, like they're trying to deceive.
Yeah, you're not an authority anyway, Roohif, so who cares what you say? I don't think it's wrong. I think it's, get out of here with that nonsense. It's in black and white. You're arguing with black and white now.
So this flatearth.ws made it up too? It says
he could just be repeating it.
Well, this is always used. Whoever this WS, probably some CIA, whatever this is. It says suspension bridges are designed to account for the curvature of the Earth. To account for the curvature of the Earth, the towers of the Verrazano Narrows Bridge are 1 5/8 inches further apart at the tops than at their bases. So you're telling me that this debunking flat Earth misconceptions website is faulty? This is just
could be, yes, yeah. I see no evidence that this Verrazano Bridge claim is correct.
And the thing is, the water underneath it is level. The water is dead level underneath that bridge. That's the thing. There is no curving water there.
I did a deep dive on this, Gio. I couldn't find shit.
You know how they built a lot of the underground
blueprints?
Yeah,
we were talking about the London Underground. This all started because Roohif was saying that they don't ever. We were talking about plane surveying and how plane surveying is done within 100 square miles. And I was saying that if the Earth had curvature, plane surveying would have to account for it for building all kinds of things: bridges, tunnels, maybe massive parking lots in some cases. Did I say bridges? I've even read in here they say skyscrapers have to account. So I'm just saying that if it was there, they would have to account for it, and then they don't. But Roohif was saying that they would not have to account for it. But now there's the contradiction because there's many quote unquote mainstream sources that say that they do have to account for it. So I'm just trying to figure out where the contradiction is and what Roohif's claiming and how. But then Roohif just kind of conceded and said that they did have to do it for the London Underground. So you agree they now have to on the London Underground, but that's the only one?
Yes.
Nothing else?
Well, but they did. But they did.
They got the London Underground.
That wasn't a question for you, Jen or Schlitzy. That was a question.
Doesn't matter. We live
I couldn't think of one, and then Hammerise brings up the tunnel, and I agree. Yes, if these boring machines,
they built a trench.
These boring machines are going straight, then yeah, you'd have to account for curvature.
Yeah, that's where you're wrong, Roohif, because like with the Metropolitan, which was the first line, they actually built a trench. They dug a trench, then bricked it over, then filled it in. So there was no tunnel.
It has nothing to do with it. If you listen to the conversation, if you go back, this is not about
Metropolitan
line.
It's just things boring holes. That's not true.
No. This is we are talking about
the curvature.
Talking about
Elizabeth's
line, which was built recently, and they have to calculate. They have to count for it. I put the data, but that's just saying no, it doesn't work.
They're still doing the same thing what they did in the 1800s.
No, they are not. It's completely different.
Go to Vancouver and look what they're doing in Vancouver. They're doing the same. They're digging a trench, building a tunnel, and then filling it in.
Okay.
They're not taking Earth's curvature into consideration.
Okay.
They're not taking Earth's curvature into consideration when they do that, because Earth isn't curving, and it's always a horizontal baseline. Whether you're talking about measuring in altitudes vertically or in depth in fathoms going down, it's always from a horizontal baseline that you get your 0 degrees from first. Right? They're not measuring Earth's curvature in order to do any tunnel boring or bridge building. The black and white words are there, but like I said earlier on, the action belies the statements being made. When you look at the two, they're not the same. The action is not there of the measuring of the curvature. It's not there.
Don't cut me, please. I'm right in the middle of
my sentence.
Sorry. Cut me. Don't say sorry. Don't cut me. It's like you don't say sorry. Just cut me off completely and just say sorry. Okay. Let's see. This is to do with London Underground, recent one, Elizabeth Line. And as you know, the massive difference with London Underground and the one in Vancouver. tunnels under tunnels is not the same thing they're building in Vancouver. One you're referring to is Metropolitan. This is 1800. This is 2000. What was it? 2010 or 50. They are different. Listen to the conversation. This is not 1800. This is we're talking very recent Elizabeth
He's
line.
talking about boring tunnels, and no one was boring tunnels in the 1800s. So, like, sorry. But regardless of what you're saying, and the Vancouver thing is exactly what they were doing in the 1800s. Sorry.
Hammerise, do you think they have to account for curvature on all these things that the mainstream says, even leaving out the Verrazano? You said you think they do for the London Underground. What about all these other things? Do you agree with Roohif that they don't on all these others, or do you think they do? Do you go with the mainstream on that, or do you go against them and go with Roohif?
Hang on, hold up. Your mainstream is AI?
I was reading one AI thing, but there's a ton of sources that claim that they account for Earth's curve in all kinds of other bridges. And I mean, dude, these arguments have been brought up for years, where guys on the Globe side will go find these links and will mention it. I mean, so there's a lot more sources. I did read the little AI overview at one point, but that's not the only.
It's a 10-year argument. It's been going on for 10 years. The Globers have been saying that they account for curvature and they give us data, but they don't. That's the thing. So it's not a new thing, Roohif. This is 10-year defeat for you guys. You've lost 10 years in a row. Embarrassing.
Right. So the mainstream, I wouldn't say what you got out of AI is mainstream.
It's what the Globers say.
This post right here, this guy has a BSc in electronics engineering. He's a glider pilot, University of Southampton. He says all of these things: LIGO, Panama Canal, Channel Tunnel, Verrazano Bridge, very large telescope in Chile, Golden Gate Bridge, Shanghai Tower, Large Hadron Collider, on and on. But I just want to see what Hammerise. Hammerise, do you think they have to account for the Earth curve and all these, or are you with Roohif on this? Hammerise, you still there?
He's muted. But you threw in a Large Hadron Collider there. I would say that probably would.
A waste of taxpayers' money, that instrument. But yeah, Hammerise, sorry I cut you off earlier on anyway. My apologies there, and I mean that sincerely.
But Roohif, when you were saying this earlier, you were saying that none of them do. That because I was saying with plane surveying, so now you're saying some of them do? You're kind of...
I said LIGO-like things. Things that require a straight line. So LIGO, Large Hadron Collider, the London Underground is interesting because it's a straight thing that they have to correct for to make it curve. So it's kind of the opposite. But yeah, canals, bridges, roads, railways do not. Any further questions, Your Honor?
Okay, so let's get this tidied up, ladies and gentlemen, in the YouTube, Ruskin, Rumble, live stream, jury. Now, basically, what you will find documents online, whether it's AI, ChatGPT, or other sites, stating that certain constructions, Earth's curvature was considered. When you actually look at the construction, when they're constructing, no Earth's curvature is being considered at all. They need to measure Earth flat and level in order to do their construction, and that's what the tools are doing. And they're not measuring curvature of the Earth. And if it's going on for several miles, 1 mile is flat, level, linear. It is not curved. Okay, and then when you add another mile, that's another straight, linear, flat mile. And as you add on these statute miles, it's linear. Okay, nothing's curving. This is what we're finding, the flat earthers. And when you look at the surveyors, like I've said, they don't measure curvature at all. They're measuring Earth flat, and then they add curvature, and then they add curvature into their measurements afterwards. That's what they're doing.
I can guarantee quantity surveyors don't measure curvature, Gene.
Yeah, hold on. For the record, Hammerise said I can't talk right now in text chat, but he says, and these are his words. He says, I cannot say yay or nay as I'm not sure. So that's his response. Cool. But dude, even in geodetic surveying, they absolutely claim that they do. So you claim that they do account for it with, like city borders and property lines, and when you're talking about geodetics?
If you are sort of taking a shot to a mountain, like you want to get the elevation of a mountain that's far away, right? You take an elevation angle to it. Yes, you have to incorporate curvature to get the correct elevation. If you don't, you get the wrong elevation.
Yeah, so what about when they're using geodetic surveying for a massive property that they're going to build on? So you're saying they would account for it when they do the surveying, and then when they actually build, they just throw it out and say, forget it, we're just going to treat it like it's flat now?
Are they doing differential leveling to get elevations?
Well, yeah, let's say that they're going to do geodetic surveying where they're going to build a bridge. They would do geodetic to get all the land and the property line to figure out exactly where they're going to place it. And then you're telling me that when they start building it, they just throw out the globe stuff and just go with flat? I'm just asking questions. I'm not even trying to debate. I'm just asking what you think.
But Shubil may correct me. My understanding of what geodetic surveying is two things. Number one, it's high accuracy. And number two, it's measuring the terrain, the land, for the sake of measuring like it's mapping the country or the state or whatever, right?
Yeah, from a horizontal baseline. That's what they're doing it from.
Thanks,
Yeah.
thanks, Jen. All right. So geodetic surveying, I think, differential leveling when done with high accuracy also falls under the umbrella of geodetic surveying, just done with better accuracy than you would like in some construction site, right? So when you say geodetic, I think you mean must incorporate curvature. I don't think that's the definition, right? So if you're laying out an area of 100 square miles and you do it with differential leveling, right, you'll get the same elevations all over that 100 square miles, right? And that's fine. The only problem that you have is when you get greater than 100 square miles, you start to have measurable spherical excess, and that throws off your nice sort of flat grid of elevations. Does that make sense?
Well, to be clear, in plane surveying, you're only dealing with an XY, and that is generally used for something like a municipal-sized grid, engineering grid. That eliminates the scaling of dealing with sea level chords as opposed to average elevation of the city. Now, elevations are the same in geodetic, plane surveying, state plane surveying. There's only one method of elevation determination. As soon as you say elevation, you're against the geoid. XY, north and east, can be at a mean surface elevation, but the elevations specifically are against the geoid in all cases. Case in point, Chicago Sanitary District. They have classic high order elevations and a city grid for XY. They also have two elevations associated with it. One is 0 of lake level and an offset of like 585.2 feet to the national datum. So they can work in either datum, but the methodology of differential leveling or trig leveling or any method you use for elevation is exactly the same elevation, whether you're plane, geodetic, or state plane. Elevation, the Z component, is not in the domain of plane surveying. That's just your XY, where you can get away with measuring, the odd couple of miles and not having to scale it to a sea level chord, not having to scale it to a state plane. So a city engineering grid still uses the same elevations as everybody else in every other aspect of measuring for construction, for flood control, or for the Large Hadron Collider, the SLAC waveguide, LIGO, any dam construction. Yeah, it's once you say elevation. So as you pointed out, what if you had this very large area, say, like the Kingman Ranch, and you're going to develop it? Yeah, you're going to establish elevations, benchmarks for the construction crew. Construction crew never have to go more than 100 feet or something. So yeah, if they need to put storm drainage and other buried infrastructure in advance, they go with an elevation. And an elevation, even if you're using, the state plane or a project grid, elevation doesn't change.
0 horizontal level. That's the main point here.
No, the main point is elevations are against the geoid in all cases. Elevations are not against elevations are not based on a horizontal plane. I don't know where you got that. I don't know. You have no experience. You have no professional.
I've got experience. That's what I'm saying.
No, you don't.
In order to have an elevation and a degree,
what experience do you have?
I have enough experience. I'm an engineer. Plumbing.
You're an engineer. Okay. What in differential leveling? Okay. Well, no, you're an engineer. Wait a minute. You're an engineer.
And mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, and carpentry. So I have experience to speak, ladies and gentlemen. And in order to have an elevation, you're going to need a horizontal baseline established first. That's sea level, mean sea level, 0 degrees, and you take it from there. Without that, you have no elevation to begin with. That's what we're stating to you. That's flat Earth. When you talk about elevation, you're talking about flat Earth. You're not talking about globe Earth. Stops immediately. Thank you. Don't try and muddy the waters, because I don't have that. Sorry. Thank you. Be careful. It's in CBR 1.
And the example I brought forth, done by the National Bureau of Standards and the top engineering groups in the Taylor tow tank, as an example. And they very specifically state the top of the rail for the instrument platform must be concentric to the still water in the channel. And that concentric arc of the water and the rail have to match. And it specifically says level, not flat. Now that's just I was talking. Oh, you're going to let me finish? Okay. I don't ask for much. I only opened my mic for 2 minutes in this past, many hours. So they specifically call out in that high precision scenario for a minor 2,000 feet, the arc of the top of the water and the arc of the top of the rail must be concentric and not flat. Must be level. Must be a constant elevation. The equipotential surface of the water, the radius of the Earth. There you go. No matter what Jen says, he says he's got experience. I don't think he's ever looked through a survey instrument for more than a minute, let alone 20 years.
Okay, so Jen, I temporarily muted you just because I just wanted to quickly let him finish and not have to jump in and stop the whole thing. So I did mute you for a sec. Please don't interrupt, and let's be respectful when people are speaking. Let them finish. Just have some basic etiquette. You were delayed, or maybe you thought he was finished. I don't know. If you want to respond, Jen, but I just found this one too. Do you know about this one, the David Taylor model basin? This one claims, and I posted a PDF there too, which looks like the original. Like that looks like the original documents. I haven't looked at all through it yet, but that one claims that they do have to account for the Earth curve in that one. But before Jin jumps in, Shubil, like, what is your take on all of these different projects, though? Like we're talking about, I'm just curious. Like, I don't know if you've been listening, but in terms of bridges and
when it comes to the Verrazano Bridge or the Brooklyn Bridge, whatever we're talking about, where the width across the tops are farther apart by the scant, less than 2 inches, is because each tower is independently and separately vertical and not parallel. So that inch and 5/8, whatever, is calculated. That was not specifically measured, but the verticality of each tower was very carefully established. And vertical is radial to the equipotential surface. They are not parallel. Therefore, they are 2 inches apart by careful construction, not necessarily by post as-built surveying. They were built very, very, very carefully to be vertical in their own right and not parallel to each other.
So just vertical, like plumb lines diverging vertical, meaning they didn't measure them, you don't think, but they just made them vertical from where they were, and therefore, because you're saying Earth curves and levels slightly different, that they just happen to deviate based on the construction plans, but they didn't actually measure it and make it, separated that much. It's just because of the curve naturally, you're saying, basically?
They were each tower was built separately, independently, and vertical. And vertical at point A and vertical at point B have a very, very well-established angular relationship based on their distance apart. That's Earth. That's Earth. You cannot escape it. And it's present like in the channel tunnel you were talking about. The boring machine of the channel tunnel did not go in a straight chord, did not go in a constant elevation. It followed a specific, clay layer. So it did have a variation of slope and grade as it's going along. And they still met in the middle because they were controlling the instrument by elevation. So when they met, they had their elevations determined independently from each side coming in. And as far as other alignments, they used north-seeking gyroscopes to maintain the horizontal position and very, very precise elevation determination all along the way. And the boring machine was directed and guided specifically to stay in that specific clay layer. And as they approach each other, both boring machines had to be aiming straight at each other by elevation. And elevation is against a geoid. There's no escaping that. There's no horizontal baseline.
Okay, well, I'm gonna step back a little bit. I'm gonna step away for a few here, but I'm just. But Shubil, just since I don't know how long you've been here, but we're talking to Roohif as well. Thank you for your thoughts on those things you mentioned. But do you have any other, like in terms of all construction projects around the world? I know there's a lot of different ones, but do you have any other further thoughts on which ones you think do have to account for the Earth curve and which ones don't?
It's a matter of specification and precision and scale. If you're dealing with 20 miles of highway design, you're gonna design it, and you may look at their cross sections, and they're gonna look like XY plots. Oh, look, Earth flat. Then when it gets laid out, the surveyors come in, establish elevations, and the construction is built against those elevations. And by adhering to those elevations, you are in fact adhering to the height above geoid. Case in point, I worked on a multi-square mile rail yard. The tops of the rails had to be at the same elevation. We did not come from some horizontal baseline. We used proper procedure to determine, as Roohif had pounded into your head, proper elevation determination to make them all the same, which on paper makes it look, you could talk about it being a plane, but in practice, the surveyors establish the elevations, the construction guys come off the nearest elevation mark, so they're only going a few feet. But the tops of those rails, the tops of those rails over that multi-square mile is definitely a portion of sphere. As minor as it might be, but when you're dealing with a rail yard, 1/8 of an inch is about maximum. You start seeing a quarter inch, 3/16 of an inch, that rail's getting ripped out, and they're going to figure out why it's wrong. If it's a surveyor's wrong, we just got nailed for thousands of dollars.
Okay, right.
Okay, so what about my last thing, I guess, just like any other ones like tunnels, long,
did we get a straight answer?
Railroads.
Did we get a straight answer that you don't
bridges.
need to?
What's that?
Did we get a straight answer that you don't need to?
I know, I'm kind of firing interview style questions right now. I'm about to step away though, so I'm just kind of wondering if he has any other further, because these other guys want to maybe debate as well. I'm going to kind of step back. But Shubil, tunnels, bridges.
Yeah, like tunnels. Yeah, tunnels that are bored from both ends and meeting in the middle. They control for elevation, and they meet by being at the proper elevation as they approach, as both ends approach each other. In elevation, you have to use the proper procedure. As Roohif pointed out, yes, differential leveling is your gold standard. And that's why you're going in these short legs for multiple reasons, including the curvature of the earth and refraction.
Right, here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. My turn now, ladies and gentlemen. All measurements, whether they're regarding elevations or depths in fathoms, need a horizontal baseline. Without it, you're going to be lost. So when they're drilling and boring their tunnels, it's all elevations and measurements regarding depth are coming from a horizontal baseline first. That's mean sea level. Without that, you're lost. That's a law. And the same with elevations above the earth. Okay, it's reliance on an established horizontal baseline first. Without that, you're not going to get your elevations in any form of accuracy. That's law, ladies and gentlemen. So no matter what you're being told by Shu Bell, it's nonsense. First and foremost, zero level.
For the record,
and then for the record, you take it from there and you get your elevations from the zero level. That's where you get it from. That's where it begins. Thank you.
For the record, Jin has no academic support for anything he just said.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can look it up for yourself. Okay, it's just like the globe doesn't exist. Okay, go look it up and you will see that elevations come from a horizontal baseline. That's what it is. It's a fact, not a law. It's not a joke. It's a fact. It's law. Okay, and I posted my material. I have posted several sources in this server of people measuring Earth flat and not taking into consideration Earth's curvature. They're measuring flat Earth.
Question for you. In that case, so like, you know, when you mentioned like bridges, stuff like Humber Bridge is in UK. The top towers, as you said, so even though they're vertical, the top and bottom, they got like 36 millimeters difference between them.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why there's depth, the reason, can I explain?
Well, he's not finished.
No, that was for Shubio.
Okay, sorry.
That was for Shubio. Is that the same for
He's
the
asking
same
Shubio a
mentioned?
question.
Well, the towers are built very carefully to be vertical. Verticality is the most important thing. And vertical is radial to the geoid. I don't care what Jin wants to, assert. That's simply unsupported. That's that engineer description he has of carpentry and plumbing and electrics. Yeah, he has not 5 minutes of dealing with real measurement over a large area. Now, the problem I'm seeing with most of this discussion is someone considers construction practices on, a 2-acre site and thinks that is the only detail that matters for the whole fucking globe. But if you deal with municipal size sanitation and water systems, you absolutely have to adhere to true elevations, and true elevations do not come from a horizontal bullshit line.
They have to, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you know whether or not you're going to be accurate when you make your drainage system. You have to establish a horizontal baseline. You have to. That's when you can begin to deviate from that line if necessary. That's a fact of law. Doesn't matter what he's trying to tell you. That's a fact. Okay? And that's the same with the earth, whether it's 1 mile, 10 miles, 20 miles. 1 statute mile is a level horizontal unit. It's not curved. Okay? And when you extend these nautical miles or statute miles, these are linear units. They don't curve. Okay? That's what we're finding. Horizontal everywhere, no measurement of curvature, and no construction is taking Earth's curvature into consideration. You keep interrupting.
I was about as clear as I could be.
You're interrupting.
When you say that a mile is a straight measurement, right? Are you saying basically that any sort of linear, any distance measurement has to be straight by definition? Is that what you're saying?
It is. When you're talking about a measurement of 1 statute mile or a nautical mile, that's not a curved unit. It is a horizontal, flat, level, linear measurement. No curvature, ladies and gentlemen. Hang on a second, because I'm not finished. You know what a curved line is? A mile is not curved. It's a straight line. You know what a straight line is, ladies and gentlemen? That's what a mile is. Straight. Right. It is not curved.
What units do you measure like a circumference of some circle in?
You can measure your circle in millimeters, inches, kilometers, miles. It depends on the size. Stupid question.
So they're curved, right? So curved. Miles can curve.
No, only in the terms of circumference. When you're talking about a circumference, that's when you've drawn a circle. Now you're going to measure the diameter of that and the circumference of that. Right?
So
you're going to use geometry. But when you're talking about the surface of the earth we live on, when we travel, that the unit of 1 mile, which is what we're discussing, 1 mile, 1 kilometer, 1 statute mile, these are straight units. They're not curved. They're not curved at all. 1 mile statute.
We can use them to describe curves. We can use them to describe curves. No. So what units do we measure a circumference in?
There is no curvature being measured. When we go 20 miles,
if I draw a circle. If I draw a circle on the ground, in what units can I measure that circumference?
Talking about in reality, not on a piece of paper. In actuality, out on the streets where we live in nature, in the environment, 1 mile is a straight linear unit.
So I draw a circle on the street. I draw a circle on the street. What units can I use to measure that?
On a flat surface. We're talking about trying to measure curvature. It's not there. Earth is utilized and measured flat. And like I've said, I'll say it again, so Roohif gets it in his head. 1 mile, 1 statute mile, 1 nautical mile, and a kilometer. These are flat linear measurements. They're not curved at all. Not at all.
Can I draw a circle? Can I draw a circle on the ground?
Ladies and gentlemen,
Jen,
it'll be
can you
another
stop monologuing?
linear.
Jen,
It'll
can
be
you stop
another
monologuing?
straight linear.
Right,
It'll be
Jen,
another
can you please
straight
stop
linear.
monologuing? You keep talking.
Well, you keep interrupting.
Can I draw a circle on the ground that has a circumference of 1/10 of a kilometer?
As far as I'm concerned, you can do what you like, mate. We're talking about measuring the
Is it
surface of the
possible to do
earth
that?
using miles, non sequitur, using miles, kilometers, and statute miles and nautical miles. And these are measurements of units linear. Notice how he's not adhering to what I say. He's running somewhere else. Remember what I said, ladies and gentlemen. A nautical mile and a statute mile. These are level horizontal units. They're not curved. Okay? That's how we live on Earth.
Is it possible to draw a circle on the ground that has a circumference of 1/10 of a kilometer?
Good luck to you with that question, mate. Stupid question. Not related. Not related to my position. Not related to my position.
I think the rest of the room knows the answer to that question.
No, the rest of the room knows that what I'm saying is correct. That a statute mile is a horizontal, flat, linear unit of measurement. It's not curved in any way, shape, or form. Thank you. And that's what we use to measure on the surface of the earth, ladies and gentlemen. We don't use curved miles. We're using flat, linear, straight. And if you look in the Webster's dictionary, you'll get 26 definitions of what flat means, including the ridiculous one, curving like the surface of the earth, and the earth doesn't curve.
Okay, Roohif, are you?
Yeah.
Is that exchange completed for the moment, Roohif?
Sure.
I just have one more quick question for Shubil. Shubil, are you still at your mic? Shubil, are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay, I just had one last quick question. I know it's a very generalized question, but from your understanding or your thoughts on it, of all the construction in the entire world, every single thing that's ever been constructed, just everything, not including anything with outer space or whatever, but just on the Earth, what percentage, if you had to take a guess maybe or an estimation, what percentage of all construction on Earth do you think the curvature of the Earth was required? Meaning when they're doing the plans, like they literally had to be like, hey guys, we have to account for this or else we're gonna have big problems. You know, and they're telling the guy, you gotta do this, don't mess up over here. If you mess up here, we're gonna lose thousands of dollars. I'll fire you if you don't do this right, et cetera, et cetera. What percentage would you say had that level from your thoughts on it, where they really, really absolutely had to incorporate it right in the blueprints? They had to have conversations, and the guys woke up in the morning and drank their coffee and smoked their cigarette and sat around the table and figured, that they really had to incorporate anything to do with Earth curve. What percentage would you estimate of all construction on the whole Earth?
Well, construction is generally in a very narrow band of a few hundred feet from foundation to the top. In that few hundred feet, the curvature of the structure is not critical in any way, shape, or form. But to be sure, anything that's over, an acre or two, yeah, you're dealing with elevation. And if you construct it to elevation, you are in fact invoking curvature. But the construction plans, like I said, it's only 100 feet tall and 1,800 feet long, like the Amazon warehouse right by my house, right? The construction plans call out elevations. The surveyors lay out those elevations. The elevations conform to the curve. The building is only 30 feet tall, so the arc of the roof and the arc of the footing are fundamentally the same because it's not built to 1 or 2 millimeters.
Does elevation by definition
Yes, but I'm talking like all construction, tunnels, bridges. Sorry, but just like LIGO, everything.
Okay, one thing is to be clear: the civil engineers that do the designs are completely attuned to the shape of the Earth.
So you emphasized elevation. So does elevation, by definition, by denotation, entail that it's relative to the alleged SE, cerebral Earth?
Relative to the what? The FE? What?
The SE. There's FE and so there's SE too. Cerebral Earth.
Yeah. By definition, when you're using elevation and you establish elevations, and proper procedure, if it's critical, you don't let the concrete form guys do it. You bring in the surveyors, and they have to conform to elevation.
So all elevation. Sorry to interrupt you there. All elevation is. Yeah, go ahead.
So you think like analytically, because I hope you understand what I'm asking you. Let me ask you this and then get to my question. Do you understand the analytic synthetic distinction in linguistics?
Jesus Christ, Gregory.
Because like this is the type of argument that's made, so you can whine about it, but I wouldn't be saying this if they didn't make this type of argument. So I don't know what's your problem. So Shubil, do you understand that? Do you understand that binary? Shubil?
I'm not entirely clear the point you're driving at.
Okay, because it's only one of two things. Either you're saying, just stop whining. You're a grown ass man. Have some self discipline. What I was saying was, stop it. What I was saying was, you only have two options, right? It's either you're insisting about elevation, as in if you're trying to account for elevation, or if you're trying to discern elevation, then you have to factor in the SE, like practically, right? Whether you're saying that or you're saying elevation in the very word, right, in the very concept that's being referred to by the term, like curvature of Earth is part and parcel to the very morphology or semantic range of the world. It's one of the two. That's why I'm just trying to clarify. Because earlier we heard a dispute about the very definition of elevation. So that's what I'm asking.
Curvature of the Earth is unavoidable. In determining elevations or setting elevations for construction or determining them for topographic mapping or control for long distance highway measurement or construction, elevations properly determined are against the geoid. If you're using differential leveling, it is really quite simplistic. If you're using trigonometric leveling, it is a little bit more complex. Case in point, I just posted I just posted a document from an instrument which is current generation construction layout equipment and geodetic control equipment. And if you want the instrument to report elevation, it shows you the math it does. We go into a pre-electronic world, and that same maths would be done by the crew on site and or in the office later.
Okay, but which one are you asserting, given my question? Which one of the two?
I give up. I have no idea. Elevations, by definition, are against the geoid. That's it.
Okay, there you go again. Okay,
and if you're going to quote or cite an elevation,
you don't have to repeat the entire scripture, Bill. Like, just have a conversation. We heard you.
I'm not clear what you mean by this binary.
Okay, let me reply. Okay, we heard you over and over again. If anyone wants to hear you repeat you like ad infinitum, they could just wind the live stream back. Okay, come on, dude. Okay, so you said I don't know, and then immediately, like 2 seconds later, followed up with by definition. So if you say by definition, then you're going with the latter in the binary that I asked you about. I'm not confident you understand the question. You might just be shrugging off my question, but like it's about what you're saying. So that's why I'm asking you. So when you say by definition, it sounds like you're saying the latter in the binary. Is that correct? I can ask you again if you need me to repeat.
If you are dealing with elevations, you are in fact dealing with height above geoid. Otherwise, it's not an elevation.
Okay, but again, you're not specifying in which way that I'm asking you about. I'm still not confident you understand the question, which is why I'm trying to help you understand the question so that you say an answer that you actually mean to say. That's why I'm saying all this. But you don't seem to be even trying to pay attention to the question. Because if you can't disambiguate this, then it's that very ambiguity that shrouds your position, and I think you're using it to protect your position from the critique, which Jen asserted earlier. And I see this pattern a lot, using ambiguity to protect the position.
Horizontal baseline is not a source of elevation.
It is the main source of any elevation, ladies and gentlemen. I will say it again. In order to establish any elevation, it has to come from mean sea level, 0 level. And that would include depth. Without it, you are not going to have any accuracy. You're lost. Okay? That's why it's there. Sea level. That's a horizontal baseline. Okay? Triangles do not have a curved base, do they? Equilateral, isosceles triangle. These are all straight lines. Okay, so your horizontal baseline is a fundamental requirement, like you need air to breathe. Without it, you're not doing any serious elevation or depth measuring. Thank you. I'll rest my case.
2 things, right? In light of what Jen just said, right? 2 things. Like what he just said is coherent, right? He didn't say anything that's erroneous, right? And so
he said plenty that's erroneous.
Okay, so,
he said the Earth is flat. So from then on,
hang on. So specify what is the erroneous thing that he said besides you disagreeing about the very underlying issue, because this specific subject about elevation is on top of the issue of the very shape of the Earth itself. Okay, that's the core issue that's underlying all these other ancillary subjects, right? But of course, your pattern of rationale is going to be driven by your emotional commitment to the SE, just as you think that he's driven by his emotional commitment to FE. But to get past this obvious factor in your rationales and in your pattern of replies, so I'm analyzing both, right? Because I see one issue. You two are disputing elevation itself. Like, what is elevation? That's the question that you two are disputing. And it sounds like you don't really know how to precisely articulate yourself, even though he is articulating himself precisely about what elevation is, and that it is, like, in principle, right? In principle, it is in relation to a horizontal plane, right? That's why he keeps emphasizing sea level, right? Sea level. Everyone recognizes the surface of the oceans, right? But of course, some people have an emotional commitment to the notion that the oceans are wrapped around a ball. So even that simple, obvious fact that we all observe is in dispute again. So to get back to the issue, so that's his position. I'm trying to clarify, in what way are you emphasizing elevation? Are you emphasizing, like, because the Earth is a ball, you have to factor that in to elevation, or elevation by definition, in principle, like analytically, has to do with height above a ball? It's one of the two. So which one are you trying to emphasize?
The height above or below the sea surface topology, which is the spherical Earth.
So then the former, in the order that I asked you, right?
Yeah, the flat Earth isn't improbable; it's implausible. There is absolutely no physics that supports it. There's no observation that supports it when taken carefully and properly. And centuries of successful navigation, centuries of geodetic sciences, all come together with the same result, independent, the same result independently
Shula, you
in
don't have to
every
give us
industrialized country in the
entire
world.
soapbox every time you answer a question, dude. It's a conversation. Okay, so you went with the former. Okay, good, got it. All
Yeah,
right.
but I mean, let him
That's
finish.
what's in
I mean, it's
dispute.
not fair to interrupt his time, though.
I mean,
No, I'm
it's a
done.
conversation,
I'm
Gio.
done because
You need to
I
spiel every
can't.
time you answer the question.
Yeah, I don't see purpose in dealing with Mr. Gregory here.
Okay, very well. But so we got that clear. So he's going with the former out of the two in the order that I asked him. He's just saying, well, the Earth is a ball, so you have to account the ball, right? For when you try to ascertain elevation. Well, that pattern of rationale, the pattern of argumentation, is obviously just begging the question, right? So when Jin says these geometric facts, right, then his reply is, well, the Earth is a ball, so you have to factor that in when doing elevation. When elevation does not necessarily entail, right, by definition or in principle, the alleged SE. That's why I'm
There's
talking
nothing
about.
alleged about the shape of the Earth.
Right, so that's why I'm saying that. So that's the issue. If every time any given fact that obviously doesn't favor the thing that they're emotionally committed to is rebutted with simply, well, the Earth is a ball, right? That's just at best, that's a reassertion fallacy or begging the question. That's not supporting premises to prove their main premise that they clutch to, let alone refuting the facts that Jin said earlier. And of course, what he explicitly disputed, just like 4 or 5 minutes ago, was the very core issue. But the core issue, which Jin is supporting with these geometric facts about how you ascertain elevation in relation to sea level, and nothing about sea level entails or conveys a water ball or water wrapped around a ball. We all experience the surface of the oceans to be horizontal in general.
I don't think you do.
Well, you may not think that, but what do you call a person that doesn't acknowledge obvious facts that are just right there in front of them when you go out to the ocean? What do you call that person? Leave it up to you to decide. I mean, that's the pattern. People love to whine and berate me, or express all the contempt against me, as though trying to talk about the issues that are obviously the issues is somehow reprehensible or contemptible. But the pattern that often arises when talking about these measurement procedures and these operations is the very meanings of terms. It repeatedly happens. That's what I see happen repeatedly. So that's the problem that I see. That's the problem I'm going to talk about.
Thank you, Gregory. That's exactly correct, ladies and gentlemen, as it's just been clearly laid out. That there are times when you can look on the internet for information and you're going to get the what this Schubel is telling you, and that's fraudulent information. It's not accurate at all. Okay, because when you learnt at school geometry and trigonometry and that, you learnt straight lines. Okay, and a triangle is always straight. They don't have curved lines on them. And sea level, that's what does level mean to you? It's flat and long. There's 26 definitions in the Webster's dictionary. So you cannot have any elevation measurement without a level horizontal baseline first. Hence, people are saying out there that the globers need the horizontal constant before you can have a globe. That's how desperate they are now. They need flat Earth to have an idea that you live on a globe requires flat Earth. That's how you're going to start determining whether you're curving or not. Okay, and that's where they lose. They've lost for 10 years. Okay, they've had a 10-year loss. And they're going to continue to lose in 2026 because the horizontal constant is constantly going to be coming at you, especially if Jin CBR1 has anything to do with it. The horizontal constant is what you find when you go and look for your curvature for your ball that you believe in. I'll end it there.
There's a fallacy for this too. Logicians know about this, right? Another informal fallacy that occurs so often, like the issue we were just discussing. That's the fallacy of a redefinition. The redefinition fallacy. You're just conveniently redefining whatever terms that seem key to you on the very issues in dispute, so that everything that's said about the issue, by definition, it favors your position. When the fact is that the redefinition that you're asserting is not within the semantic range of the words you're trying to redefine. Right? You try to redefine level to where it includes your SE by definition. You try to redefine elevation to where it entails your SE by definition. You try to redefine plumb to where it includes or entails your SE by definition. Right? So no matter what you say, every word whatsoever that could be said about the issue analytically entails or conveys something that asserts or reaffirms the SE. Well, of course, if that's what you have to result to, you just have to basically change the very essence of English or whatever given language you're debating in to prove your position. That's obviously a weak position.
It's actually a shameful position, because anyone doing that's the height of disingenuousness. And feel sorry for the listeners. The listeners are lucky that people like me and Gregory are in the room to alert you to those kind of behaviors, so you fully understand where you really are. And that is, you're on a flat, horizontal, non-rotating, linear plane, beautifully curated for you by the Creator. It's not a ball that's hurtling through the universe at breakneck speed, and you're still looking at the same beautiful stars. They haven't changed in all the years you've been alive, but yet we're moving through space. Just work it out. It's simple. We're not here to.
Of course, part of the
Yeah, go ahead.
right. Of course, a part of the human experience is, our contrary opinions and emotions and our emotional commitments and contrary to each other and all this conflict, right? But besides that, right, not overlook it, but overcome it, right? Step over it, step over that obvious, that obvious obstacle, right? Step over that and get to the truth. And another thing that happens, right, it's very easy for them to see errors that they about positions that they don't affirm, right? Beliefs that they don't espouse. So, like, for example, they won't allow the theist to, as it were, define God into existence, right? They won't allow a definition of God to analytically entail, right, that God is real. They won't allow that. The scientists, the adherents of scientism, but then they'll afford themselves that prerogative when trying to debate their worldview, especially about the Earth. Right? That's another hypocrisy.
Exactly.
These routine hypocrisies that I can point out. I can easily point out a dozen of them. Right? It would take a while, but I can easily point out and help people understand so many of these hypocrisies. I see so many. There's more than a dozen. Easily more than a dozen of these hypocrisies about the key issues and the distinctives in their worldview. Sorry, my mouth is getting dry. When you have to routinely, not just occasionally, not just rarely, not just in a few sparse instances, but when you have to routinely commit hypocrisy to defend your position and there were a few positions that, especially the ones that you revile, it clearly exposes you don't know what you're talking about. No two ways about it.
Are you saying Shubil doesn't know what he's talking about?
And you have to routinely use hypocritical patterns of argumentation.
And I asked a straight question. Are you saying that Shubil doesn't know what he's talking about?
I attempted to answer you and you cut me off.
It's a pretty straightforward question.
I understand that. I was attempting to answer you, then you cut me off. Seems deliberate. Seems like you didn't actually want to hear my answer. Like, why don't you just improve your behavior? Like, just improve. Like, just act better.
Yeah.
You know you're wrong.
Don't give him an answer anyway. When they do that, don't give him an answer. Clearly, didn't want to hear the answer. I'll answer it for you. When you come with falsehood responses, it begs the question, and what he does begs the question. He speaks accurately to a certain degree, but when he starts evoking globe, that's when it's begging the question, you see. So 50-50. He's 50% correct in what he says. And that would be when he's talking about elevation. That word only. Outside of that, he's misinforming everybody, because he's not agreeing to he's not accepting the fact, the law of the horizontal constant, which is what you need in order to get elevation or depth. Any way you want to go there, you need that horizontal, and he's ignoring that law.
Well, it's important. It's important to note, and I don't want to like boast for Shubil, but he's a retired 35-year professional surveyor who's traveled the world surveying the lands of this globe, Earth, and you're going to pretend like he doesn't know what he's talking about, and you're going to pretend that he's ignorant to his profession.
Absolutely correct. I'm going to say that. I don't care if he's done it for 60 years. He's mistaken when you mention the globe, especially as the way you mentioned it.
No, now, you mentioned you brought up the horizontal constant. Let's look at that technically. Let's dissect it. I want to see it. I want to be able to use it. How can I use it if you can't? Type it out, print it out, show a reference.
Ladies and gentlemen, the horizontal constant has been constantly used, even in Egyptian times. So for thousands of years, the horizontal constant has been used. Like I said, construction cannot begin, elevation, construction cannot begin without it. So he needs to do some historical research and find some integrity and honesty, and he'll get it there. Because I found it, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't find it from Shubil, did I? Did I find it from Shubil? No, I didn't. So go and do the work. Put your boots on the ground and get out there and do it. Thank you.
It's also easily possible. Right? It's also easily possible for any non-God person to commit an error, even after millennia of experience and expertise. Right? I mean, he's a fallible agent. He's a fallible person. So he can be right about 99 things and wrong on one. I mean, so this is a problem, right? If this is the way you think, where like a fallible mere human who can exist maybe 12 decades, if you're lucky, like if you're really, really lucky nowadays, a fallible human who can exist for 12 decades and is not competent for all of those decades even, right? Even if they had a 40, 50-year career, like they can make errors. They're liable and subject to all these frailties that we experience as humans. Like, humble yourself, fix your thinking.
I got a question for Shubil. What do you think line of sight really is?
Yeah, that was a beautiful question.
I don't still see him on the panel, so maybe he had to go or he stepped away. I don't see him in here. So he might have stepped away.
That is a shame. That is a shame.
I know Super Helios listening, so go ahead and come in now, Super Helios, so you can display your prowess.
Left lane can take it on. Left lane as well. He's there. Go on, left lane.
Oh no, I said prowess at debates, so that would exclude him.
I mean, left lane, are you happy to kind of appeal to his authority that he has measured Earth curve, or?
Yeah, I would, appealing to the authority that is legitimate in their position, I don't believe would be considered fallacious, and I would definitely consider Shoebill an authority on surveying.
Yeah, but Shoebill has been using that line of sight for decades. So that line of sight, when you're looking through that theodolite, that is a straight line of sight you're using.
Thank you. Exactly. So he's not an authority. He's an authority of misinforming, not telling you the truth, not coming straight, coming from the curved. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he emphasized legitimate, quote unquote, in his remark, right? As though you actually have any epistemic standard to discern who's legitimate or not on this issue.
What do you mean by that?
What I said.
So I'm not able to see general observations nearly every day as I travel across the desert and see the mountains peep up on the horizon that are 10,000 feet taller than I am, but yet I'm looking down at them for some reason. Things like that. I'm not able to figure those things out for myself, right?
Your latest comment is like categorically irrelevant to what I just talked about. You're talking about you making observations for yourself. Earlier, just 15 seconds before that, my comment was about you talking about you appealing to what you emphasized to be quote unquote legitimate authorities. Those are two different issues. You're just not tracking.
Whatever, man.
I mean, it's really like recognize this, people. So if I don't pay attention and flagrantly say something that's obviously irrelevant to what he says, I'm reprehensible for it. But if I pay attention to what he says and be analytical and precise and track what he's saying to the best of my ability, I'm also contemptible for it. Like this is a reoccurring pattern, right? With these type of people, because not all scientists, not all the adherents of scientism do this, but with these types of people who do, whether it be the scientists or whoever else who espouses any other distinctive worldview, that's obviously reprehensible. And they're obviously not interested in a rational discourse. That's redundant. In a discourse. To have contempt against someone paying attention closely to what you're saying in a discourse, in a forum designated for that, that's obviously stupid. There's no other word for it. Improve.
Yes, could do better. Try and be like water, like Bruce Lee said. Clean you out. Some integrity there. A cup's usefulness is dependent on its emptiness. I repeat, a cup's usefulness is dependent on its emptiness. So if your cup is full of junk and crap, you might want to pour that out, clean it out with some clean water, and then take from the flat earth teapot of truth. You might learn something.
When you're doing surveillance, everything you're doing is basically from that line of sight. You're looking at elevations and drop and rise. So basically, why we do a correction for the height of the mountain above the sea level? What do you do a correction for the observer above sea level and his eye level? Because we have that drop and rise in the topography of the surface.
So yeah, that's very true. You can be on the flat earth and then be on a high elevation at one point, and then you're looking at mountains that are on a higher elevation than you are. Doesn't mean you're on a globe, does it now? At left lane, okay? Get it right, all taken from sea level. All right. No measurable curvature anywhere. No human being has had that experience. No human being. That includes you as well, left lane.
Hey, Jen, or anyone, when Super Helios comes in, well, not when, if he comes in, the Galley Beasticles too, y'all too, let me know, because he's looking for me.
Yeah, sure, I will do, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, just hit me up in my DMs or tag me, however you can get the message to me.
Might be knocking out after this, but I'll try.
Yeah, I really don't expect it, because like he was in the text chat. He quoted me in what I say here in the VC, and he's not in the VC, so he's listening on the live stream, but he's still ain't here. So he has time to challenge me and try to mock me, try to make me feel lesser than him, and even listen to the live stream when I'm speaking, but not enough time to get in the VC.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They do that, and then the listeners, now the people listening are now listening to what's developing here, and the character's not even here, but he's wasting time trying to make you look silly outside of the server. Why don't you come in and present your case? What's going on here? We're here
it's
now.
not even on Geodesy. He's just
silly.
He's not even on geodesy. It's not even about cosmology. He's just trying to prove that he can expose that that he can try to prove the so-called Euthyphro dilemma, trying to refute the Bible. So, I've been refuted this before, but obviously he doesn't want to retain the knowledge of God, as we know. So
silly, really. Just one humble pistachio nut. That's God's work right there. Prove me wrong. That's all you've got to do. Because when I pick up that pistachio nut, when I touch it, it's pleasing. I didn't make it. God made it. It's pleasing to the touch. Now you begin to celebrate because you're in anticipation of what you're about to receive, some nourishment. You crack open the shell, and now the aroma is getting you even more celebrations going on. Then you pop it out, you pop it into your mouth, you now crunch, and now you're enjoying something. That's God's work. Okay? That's God. That you're able to eat that because of God. It's that simple. Okay?
in general, Jen is talking about the uniformity of nature, the subject of the uniformity of nature, what instantiates or what makes it the case, what makes the uniformity of nature the regular function of the things be real. And things not only being material, but material and immaterial things. What makes them function in a regular and or predictable pattern? Right? If it's not God sustaining the uniformity of nature, the uniformity of the world, the nature of all things, then what is? And if your answer is just question mark or blank or something erroneous, then it obviously does not make sense out of an aspect of our world, which makes it absurd, which means you can't rely on anything. As far as you do know, you don't know the future is going to be like the past. You don't know that there are patterns, which undermines causation, which undermines so-called science that the scientists also love to harp about. Right? But the clerics fail them. They don't teach them these things. They just stick up their noses snobbishly and revile subject areas of knowledge that they just don't understand and they're obviously bad at.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I just mentioned just one nut out of the whole family of nuts that are out there that no man ever made, but we are to sustain them so that children not yet born can enjoy what God put down for us to enjoy. It's that simple. If you can't see that, you're going against God. That's all I can say. You're just going against God. That's all you're doing. And cutting your nose to spite your face. That's all you're doing because it's clearly obvious that man did not make this flat earth. Man didn't make it. But we are here to ensure that it continues. So we don't have the right to hunt animals to extinction and things like that. We're meant to be using this stuff and utilizing it economically so that the whole world can enjoy it and children not yet born must be able to experience it. We shouldn't extinguish anything on this earth. We don't have that right. We didn't make it. That's why you tread lightly and appreciate and enjoy it. Yeah, there's a lot of people don't understand. Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. I mean, and again, like we are debating a people, these scientists, these adherents of scientism, when pressed about the worldview, seriously pressed to give an apologetic, right, to actually do the constructive task of philosophy, actually prove that their view of the world actually makes sense out of anything, even the very debate that they think that they're competent to participate in, does not have the preconditions for intelligibility. They don't. I mean, over and over again, we've heard these people, right, collapse into skepticism or nihilism. Right? Science doesn't prove things. Right? We don't really know anything. Just denying the very elements, the very fundamental aspects of knowledge itself. Right? What like a part of what is knowledge? Denying these things, et cetera, et cetera. These are the people we're talking to. So, how much could they really know in their worldview? Because of course they think they know, given their worldview. But when you analyze their worldview, when you scrutinize their worldview, it collapses. You expose the errors that obviously makes the structure collapse into, at best, subjectivism, where they just appeal arbitrarily, ultimately, to some given non-God person's opinion, or it just collapses into skepticism, or at worst, nihilism.
Well, I'll tell you, there was a breakthrough, and we're going to go back maybe 8 years or about that. The documentary called The Principle. Now, that documentary, you hear the scientists themselves finally come to a conclusion together that Earth is the center of life. You know what I mean? And of the universe, as they call it. Okay. And they're beginning to see that God's hand is having something to do with it, which was quite interesting, in The Principle. And then there's another follow-up to that called Scientism Exposed, and then Scientism Exposed to 2, looking at how science has become a religion. And it's, so these documentaries help you to understand the turmoil that's going on within that community, the scientific community. You should watch them and learn.
People have a worldview, right? They have a worldview. A part of the whole conflict is like they've gotten away more so. I mean, others have been exposing them for it as long as they've been alive, but for the most part, throughout the history of their existence, they've gotten away with touting themselves and convincing so many that they're the intellectually tough-minded people. Like they're the top. They're the elite, tough-minded thinkers of the world, right? In the past, 5 centuries or so. I'll give them the 7 centuries. But usually I just say 5 centuries. So for about several hundred years, that these people are just tough-minded thinkers, that they just don't take anything for granted, and they scrutinize everything, and they have the facts, and they're just so sophisticated. They're just so mentally rigorous when they're not, right? And we don't subscribe to any religion or any worldview or things like that. We just have the facts, right? So you take their notions for granted, then you're obviously not going to recognize that they indeed have a worldview. They have a set of beliefs, right? They believe there's these propositions that they affirm to be true. They believe things. They believe plenty of things. Some of them have a more difficult time comprehending what belief is, right? Some of them don't, thankfully. Right? They have a set of beliefs, especially about the most fundamental aspects of the world, which is a worldview. Okay, they have one, and all these other worldviews that they don't subscribe to, they can easily refer to them by a single word, a label, right, for their convenience. But you can't do that to them. Let them tell it. No, 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 no. Everyone can do the same to you, even if you don't affirm it, which is usually how it goes in the history of labeling worldviews. Like, for instance, the Hindus, as old as this category of worldview is, they didn't call themselves that. They didn't call themselves that. They didn't start calling themselves Hindus until what, 18th century, when the British came around. Before that, for millennia, they just referred to themselves by the variety of other labels that they used in their own language, not some foreign word from English. Right? So
You
it
want some
happens.
pushback, Gregory? If these guys aren't going to provide it?
Concerning what?
I'm just asking, do you want some pushback? I'm effectively going to try to
Not really.
steel man the scientific interpretation.
Well, you want to like play devil's advocate with me? Is that what you're talking
I suppose so. I mean, I'm not a big fan of
about? You know the
scientism in
idiom devil's
general,
advocate.
but pardon?
You know the idiom, right? Devil's advocate.
Yeah, I'm aware of it. I think
guess
they have
if
a causal case to be made. Would you say so?
I don't even know what to do with your replies. I mean, so what's your move? I mean, I was just going to finish what I was saying, but what are you doing?
Yep, finish off and I'll provide you with my rebuttal.
Your rebuttal, or like your devil's advocate rebuttal?
My attempt at a rebuttal.
Oh, but anyways, scientism, right? It's a convenient term. It's been known for many years. They're just not aware of it. Right? There's just things they don't know. Right? But they've been identified and labeled and categorized and systematized, even if they refuse to do that for themselves. Right? They have a worldview that they articulate in some more or less coherent fashion. Right? But they just want to call it the fact. They just want to call it the truth. Right? They won't afford the Jew, the Christian, the Muslim, the Hindu, whatever, to do that for themselves. No, you're in that category with that label. But for them, no, we're just in the truth. No, that's not the case. Not the case. And because of them and what they say, they're identified by the thing that they talk most about, the thing that they emphasize and harp on most: science, 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 science. All right. So philosophers, scholars, including so-called scholars of religion or religious studies, they recognize this. So they call them what they always talk about: scientism, scientists, scientism, Christians, Christianism, Jews, Judaism. The pattern is very obvious. So there's nothing erroneous about this. So that's these people. So with the scientists, right, they have a worldview, and once you really internalize that fact, you can then do the internal analysis of the worldview and or the internal critique of their worldview and expose their errors, and they abound. But not these people that just have all the facts. Go ahead, Rick Sky.
So it'd be something to the effect where we find ourselves now with this knowledge base has been accumulated through, I suppose, centuries. You gave them 7 centuries. Let's say they'd probably go back to Copernicus or something, or Eratosthenes. So that would be 2,000 years.
Well, that was on something different.
Pardon?
That was on what you're talking about is related to what I was talking about, like with that little point right there, but that was on a different point. I talked about the 5 or 7 centuries, the rough beginning point of when they became more prominent, because they have their intellectual traditions going far back, into classical antiquity, with distinct what thought leaders, what prominent teachers. Yeah,
well,
they have their sages basically. Yeah, in their worldview.
Yeah,
the Christians have their sages, the Jews, the Muslims, etc. The Hindus, the scientists have their sages that they like to track throughout history.
Sure. I mean, they sort of would go so far back as, I mean, they can't name the person, but the invention of the wheel. We were sort of we've evolved into this position of knowledge, right? So, but wouldn't that be the case?
Such a person.
Well, I mean, the invention of fire, the invention of the wheel. They wouldn't go so far back, but I guess they would claim Plato as well, as far as like Greek philosophy and its emergent property. Aristotle, yeah, it's an emergent property of the sort of modern era.
Yeah.
So when they say the accumulation of knowledge, and I think you went on to sort of like an epistemological sort of interpretation. Where does the knowledge come from, or something?
Not quite. It's not really touching what really my point was.
Is it the foundation of truth then, or is it sort of where?
I think I touched on.
Oh.
I think there might be a lag. Yeah.
So what could you rephrase it so I might better sort of phrase mine?
I was just stating, I was stating a true perspective of these people, because their perspective of themselves is that they just have the facts. No, they don't just have the facts. And then when you perceive them through these general facts, these general principles, that there are people with beliefs, there are people with a worldview, and they don't have all the facts. They don't have only facts, right? Their errors abound. And once you clarify, excuse me, once you clarify your perspective of these people, you can because they're not going to do it for you. That's what they haven't done. What they have not done is strictly define them. Right? They just have their beliefs that they have in common with more or less differences between themselves, but they have a set of doctrinal trends that distinguishes them. That's the point. They have a set of doctrinal trends or doctrines, it's redundant, that distinguishes
these
them.
Doctrines. Yeah, these doctrines are emergent from sort of modernity, though. Like, this is man's world, and these doctrines
that's
are
ancient. But that's the funny thing about them. Like when you their common set of doctrines that distinguishes them as a distinct people with this particular worldview, they're actually ancient. Like this emphasis upon man and man. Man is doing this, man is doing that, man got it going on, right? Speaking simple English to hurry up the sentence. That's an ancient notion. Now it may be more common, it may be more popular, more people may subscribe to this doctrine nowadays, like what, in the past 500 years, or especially in the past 300 years, right? But it's always been there. It's an ancient doctrine.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess then let's go off on an offensive style then. What are you claiming is you're critiquing their worldview. It's an accumulation of what they would refer to as man's knowledge. Yeah. So even like the tongue that we're speaking in now is like the English language was not handed to us by God, so far as I can tell. It seems to have been a construct of Germanic languages and various other things, and then I think Shakespeare got involved. But even the way that we sort of think about things, which is defined by the language has been crafted by man, not by God. The ability to speak is perhaps crafted by God. I can't speak to that too much. I mean, they've got a whole evolution theory behind that, but at least so far as that's concerned, our linguistics, I'd say even our grammatical patterns, the way that we think, this is a man's construct.
Yeah, that's an evolution through time. I agree with that. But obviously, the ability to communicate, that's God's work, isn't it? Because at the end of the day, we have to communicate with one another in order to move together. And we're at crossroads now with all these different types of information that's been put into the smelting pot. But communication, God's work started that off as us as human beings. And you probably made grunt noises at first, and then we developed from the grunt noises to where we have articulated language all over the world now.
Yeah, I don't believe that notion, because there's evidence that ancient humans were just as, if not more sophisticated than us today. Like there's ancient architecture, for instance, not just architecture, but there's ancient things, ancient constructs, to use in the most basics of the term, that we cannot reconstruct today. And there's monolithic structures that none of our equipment can lift today. There's big ass structures that none of us can actually recreate as we see them. So there's evidence that they were just as, if not more, adept at technology, for instance, just to talk about that issue, than us. They didn't begin with silly, this really silly notion that it's just these grunts. Right?
Well,
language is a very complex thing.
I kept it basic just to begin with, because obviously the language.
It's really not a resistance against you. Yeah, it's really more resistance against them. So, I mean, language and the language is, language and then the language is, right? The particular things that are a language. It's a very complex thing. Right? That's why Nietzsche, for instance, he said in his day, "I'm afraid we still believe in God because we still believe in language." Right? Which is why, because in the resistance against the knowledge of God that they don't want to retain, you have such doctrines such as so-called deconstructivism. All interpretation is misinterpretation. A little aphorism that captures what deconstructivism is in principle. Right? All interpretation is misinterpretation, which obviously is self-refuting, right? And it undermines the very possibility of any and all communication and the very possibility of intelligibility and knowledge. Right? If all interpretation is misinterpretation, then the very proposition itself is being misinterpreted by the person asserting it. So they don't actually know it; they're not even correctly interpreting it, let alone any other proposition. Right? So it's obviously self-refuting. It can't even get off the ground. But this is what happens. So yeah, they have their notions about language, their notions about humans, their notions about history.
Of course, yeah. Deconstructivism. What was that? You said that was Nietzsche?
Did you say again? No.
Deconstructivism.
It didn't come from Nietzsche, but Nietzsche was like, how do I say it? He didn't say the label deconstructivism. He didn't articulate it in the way they was articulated with the precision or the amount of content that was articulated in the 20th century. But he laid the groundwork. He espoused opinions that deconstructivism is also asserting. So a way to think of it is this: you have applesauce. Someone decided to turn apples into applesauce, and someone later decided to make like deep fried baked caramel apples. Right? It's still a type. Right? It's the same of a type. but one is just more complex and more sophisticated version. So there's an analogy for you to help you understand. And of course, that is also consistent with the notion of progressive or constant improvement evolutionism, because evolution is just change. But of course, when you hear them articulate their worldview, they think that it's this constant improvement or increase of complexity, this increase of complexity and upgrade of quality. Because it very well could be the case that it's an evolution from better to worse. But of course, we can't have that. Because why would I not take the more flattering position to myself and my friends, or I think of my friends?
But in actuality, that does exist, doesn't it? This so-called improvement is actually worse. I can give you a clear case with the Honda engine on the Honda V8 800cc versus the 700cc. The 750cc engine was a gear-driven cam, which made the engine bomb-proof. And then in 1999, they went back to the early 70s design within the inners and put a cam chain and a cam chain tensioner, which totally primitive, but that was meant to be an improvement. So there's a clear case of that, which wasn't an improvement.
Right, so it's an easily refutable notion that the sum total of all things, which consists of the specific small particular things, right? The biggest things, unless they are, ontologically, a single individual, indivisible thing. But all creatures, right, no matter how big, they compose of small things, right? They consist of small things, small components. And so why presume that it's only a constant evolution of more complexity, right, more components, constituents, and an improvement of quality? It's easily refutable. Not everything is gaining more components or more constituents. Not everything is getting better. It's obviously wrong. It's a notion that just defies the human experience, the common, mundane, everyday human experience. They didn't actually empirically verify. They didn't observe everything, not even half of everything, not even 1% of everything. Everything they do observe is not only things improving in quality or in increasing the number of components. So it just flies in the face of what we actually experience, which clearly exposes that these so-called self-styled empiricists are indeed no such thing. Because on its face, it's a self-refuting notion. You can't empirically verify empiricism because it's not a material thing that can be empirically detected. Right? So if empiricism is true, it's false because it's not a material thing that you can empirically verify. But beyond that, obviously, is all these other things that they don't have any empirical experience of. At best, what they have is what they can only be asserted as these weak, indirect observations that they then synthesize in their mind to be correlative to what they think they're proving, what they think they're substantiating. But of course, anything that remotely seems to be related to whatever they want to espouse is sufficient empirical evidence, a sufficient inductive argument in their head. It can possibly be the case that they're just committing weak induction. It can possibly be the case that other things are not only possible, but more likely than what they want to espouse, given evidence to be corroborative of what they do espouse. So I keep telling them, your clerics have done you a disservice. They have not taught you how to think. They have not taught you how to do internal criticism, self-scrutiny. They haven't taught you to be epistemologically self-conscious, and then because they themselves are oblivious to these things. These are unknown unknowns to your clerics and to you, disciples of them. The unknown unknowns, known unknowns, and known knowns. They don't even rise to the dignity of unknown knowns. Known unknowns. They're oblivious to the very basic elements of philosophy. And those who are familiar, well, they're barely familiar.
You're sounding like Donald Rumsfeld. There's not one of those. There's two of those.
Yeah, the ones who are familiar with these categories in philosophy that I'm talking about, they just refuse to be consistent. They refuse to be consistent with their own self-scrutiny. They don't want to scrutinize themselves with the same rigor they scrutinize others. They're more easy on themselves than they are on others. Point being, people who espouse a given worldview that reduced to absurdity when you truly and thoroughly scrutinize the worldview, can't even account for the very possibility of intelligibility. Why take these people so seriously? I mean, consider what they have to say. But they're not like up there above everyone else. They're not above it all. They're just so smart. They're just up there and just above everyone and just so smart. Like, no, they're not. They're not. That's a part of it too. That's part of their practice. Because usually their debates is just an attempt to publicly convince themselves, not even to convince others, but publicly to convince themselves that they indeed are as intellectually adept as they like to believe themselves to be in general. But then when you debate them, and who it applies to, it's not all of them. In fact, the people that I have in mind are a minority. The majority of scientists care nothing about debating, not even on the smallest private scale, let alone publicly. On a large scale, they don't care about. They don't care about that. Especially when you have such socioeconomic dominance, where you can fire this person, rehire that person, or demote this person, or whatever have you, or control their finances. When you have all this other control, you can just intimidate and coerce people into at least not reviling you or repudiating you publicly to others and exposing your errors, or even more so, intimidating them to conform to your worldview. The irony, they want to revile the Christians or the Jews or whoever else for doing so, especially the Muslims for doing so. But when they do it, it's okay. Mind you, the 20th century, the bloodiest century in history, more than the previous 19 put together. The tyrants of the 20th century, they were applying scientism. They believe scientism, more or less. They believe scientism, especially as it concerns ethics, anthropology, study of man, human nature. That's what they applied. That's what they believe. That's what they applied. The mass bloodshed that you saw was a practice, an application of what has been espoused for centuries by scientists. So thank scientism for the bloodiest century, more than the previous 19 put together in the Common Era, as they want to call it, the Common Era CE. So if you want to know a way, if you really are a pragmatist and you're interested in knowing what worldview works, quote unquote, to use their rhetoric, especially as it concerns killing as many people as possible, as fast as possible, go ahead and go to the scientists. Scientists are sure they know plenty about that. They know plenty about that. You know, the slave masters of the antebellum South in the U.S., that was an application of scientism. A less sophisticated, less complex version of scientism, and then nonetheless the latest state of scientism in those days, right? Because we evolved from the primordial sloop, and we're these lopsided organisms walking around, red in tooth and nail and claw, right? Look at that poem. That's born out of scientism. Because of that, well, of course, it's obvious. Us the white people, right? We've accomplished so many of these sophisticated things, and look at these black people. What have they accomplished? They're entirely dependent on us for their very life essential, let alone anything else that's unnecessary, right? Anything extra beyond that. So obviously, we're just superior to them, right? The preservation of the favored races, right? Charles Darwin. All that is a fruit of scientism, the products of scientism, the application of scientism. It worked for a while, for a long time. Right? 2/3 doctrine. Brown skinned people are 2/3 the human, less human than the white people. That's born out of scientism. That is a doctrine that was contrived in concurrence with Darwinian anthropology and history. You know, Darwin. You know that book. I remember the subtitle. What's the main title of that damn book? Charles Darwin. Origin of Species. Thank you. Finally got it. Origin of Species sold out. First day it was published. Day one release sold out. The Britons were salivating at something to give them a way out of Moses, and that's a quote. That's a quote, right? Darwin's bulldog, Aldous Huxley, the immovable sign that was no further inquiry beyond the book of Moses. They wanted a way beyond Moses. That's why Darwin and his friends contrived and feverishly promulgated that doctrine. It was born out of their hatred for God. Don't want to submit to God's law. Don't want to obey Him. But we can't make sense of the world without Him. Actually, we can. Darwinism, which is just a modern rendition of an ancient doctrine. You know, the ancient Greeks espoused the notion of evolution. Aristotle. Right? We evolved from some sort of type of small reptile and just transformed over and over and over until we finally have humans, brilliant humans like Aristotle.
Yeah, I remember that.
Egyptians.
I remember
Same
that.
thing with the Egyptians.
Yeah.
So again, remember, like I said earlier, with Darwinism, he looked at these ancient pagan doctrines from these ancient primitive people who you know are not as enlightened as us, and then gave his own rendition of it in so many words. Really, there is no difference. A superficial difference, just in rhetoric. So at the same time, there's another dialectical tension, it's contradiction in the worldview. In one breath, they will talk about themselves being so intellectually superior and knowing better, even about the most fundamental things of the world, in contrast to the ancients, but then espouse what the ancients believe about the most fundamental important issues. with some modern superficial rhetoric, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. Really amazing. It's amazingly idiotic. It's not impressive. It's reprehensible and contemptible.
Yeah, not impressive, because today that kind of mad thinking has got them putting all kinds of animal DNA into liquids that are injected into human beings, thinking they're doing good when they've never been proven to do any good. That's how it's gone. That's the legacy of the Darwinism nonsense, for example. That's an offshoot of that kind of thinking.
You know, a part of their rhetoric too is, you people over there, you just espouse these old ancient lies and fables and da-da-da-da. And lo and behold, when you actually analyze the worldview, they're doing the exact same goddamn thing. It's reprehensible. It only deserves contempt. This is, in so many instances, they're guilty of the very same disparaging, denigrating rhetoric that they espouse against all types of theists. One for one. In fact, on many of them, they're the ones that are guilty of those critiques, and the theists are not. You know, sophism, and sophism. The sophists espouse the same type of worldview the ancient classical Grecian sophists, pre-Socratic sophists. They espouse the same worldview as the scientists today. The same worldview, particularly on the issue of ethics and language. They were skeptics, just like your scientists today. You just say whatever is persuasive to get your way. Scientists today. They were paid professionals that taught this shit, just like the scientists today. It's amazing. How the hell these ancient scientists, these modern improved people, find themselves in classical antiquity? How'd that happen? Maybe not so modern after all. Maybe not so unprecedentedly novel after. Maybe
Yeah, let me give you a sample of that kind of thinking. We've got this, you know, arsenic, and then you've got lead mixed together. That became an insecticide back in the early 1920s, and they were spraying it everywhere to battle the gypsy moth. That was an invasive species that was brought into the US. Okay, and it was, you know, supposedly hurting the trees and that. And they used this insecticide, which was mixed with lead and arsenic, and they sprayed it on everything. And then it went on to become DDT. DDT came after that. Okay, and that's what caused the ailment known as polio, starting from the 1920s. Okay, there you go. That's that mad thinking that you can take chemicals that are toxic and make something good out of that. Absolute lunacy.
You read Romans 1, with a laundry list of specific things that enumerate just the wickedness of man that is not regenerated by the Holy Spirit. And one of the phrases the Apostle Paul uses is inventors of evil. Inventors of evil.
Jim, did you see what that Hammerites posted?
No, I haven't. I'm not looking in the chat because I'm actually eating whilst I'm listening. What did he post? Sorry.
Some nonsense, you know, like saying, what was it? How the cross rail was affected by curvature. It's just some idiot who wrote something, linked a load of rubbish together, and pretended it's a fact. That's what these Globists do. If you take the time to read their papers and research who read it, I actually seen this guy before, and I know he's just full of nonsense.
Yeah,
the guy.
You know, last comment on that. Last comment, and then I have to head out. But yeah,
go on,
yeah, and then let you reply. You hit another nail on the head, right? A part of their worldview, specifically, you can categorize it into epistemology. They always talk about peer review. It's the same type of thing as the Romanist Christians, or any type of Christian, harping about the approval of the magisterium. Right? The magisterium, the so-called peer review, is their weak analogous version, because it's really not equivalent one-to-one, because you can actually identify the specific living, breathing humans that are members of the magisterium, but you don't have any such thing that it really exists in scientism, even though they really want that. All right, they keep talking. When we've heard them for years, they keep talking as though there is such a group of these doctoral professionals that are just so wise and so knowledgeable and so adept at these things. But there really is no such thing. Doctor, what is his name? Dr. K, Muggins, something like that. He said that very same thing, and he was so irritated at that fact. But yeah, they, in their epistemic framework, right, unless their arbitrarily, fallibly chosen phantom magisterium of these scientist sages approves, right, with their own little peer review, right, unless they approve of the given doctrine, theory, whatever we want to call it, then it's not true. Or as far as we don't know it's true. Yeah. Why should anyone have to take their basically ecclesiology for granted? No. Let's take that for granted from the jump. Go ahead, Jen. I'll talk to y'all later. Peace to you.
Yeah, have a peaceful holiday, Gregory. Nice one, you and your family. But yeah, I wouldn't take their word as gospel. No, why should we? So it actually brought up something quite interesting there. Yeah, all these peer reviewed by people who have been chosen by the establishments to be the ones to be telling us what is and what isn't. Well, now you got to work it out for yourself. That's all I'm saying. You know,
it's like that old saying, isn't it? You went to London to buy a pair of trousers and come back with an accent.
Exactly. He still needs a pair of trousers.
I've caught them out, all of them. They all do it. They all post a paper saying it's like peer reviewed. It's like it's fact, and it comes back as just some guy who's an avid glober who puts his spin on and presents it like it's a proper paper. But it's just it's a bit of fiction, subjective from his own personal opinion.
Exactly. And really, like I said earlier on, you get a group of 8-year-olds and send them out with the tools, they'll come back and tell you the up's flat. Because that's what it is. You know what I mean? And, you don't need to have all these big, massive certificates and that. Certificates of indoctrination.
Even Shubil knows when he's doing his theodolite survey, and he knows there's no way that you can have straight lines and line of sight. The only curvature is when he puts the equation in to account for curvature. That's the only way that you'll get it. There's no way that you could, even if you're different elevation, how do you know you're on a I'm on the highest part and everything's curving down?
Yeah,
come on.
Chrissy said it. It's line of sight. When Chrissy said, "What is it? What is the definition of line of sight?" He didn't answer because Chrissy just taught him a new one with the theodolites, and when they look through it, through the crosshairs, it's a horizontal baseline they're looking at all the time. It's always horizontal. And I actually posted like 6 videos. 3 of them was dealing with the theodolite thing, and that you see them use the instrument. No curvature is mentioned. And then one of them at the very end said, "Now we're going to add the curvature maths into there. We do it this way because it's easier, but they measure a flat first." That's the hypocrisy of it all.
It was quite funny when he mentioned the channel tunnel, because there was like an April Fool's joke where they said that they missed because they were using meters and
and feet in England.
Yeah, and they were using inches and feet. But really and truly, they did actually miss and had to redirect.
Yeah, realign, just an alignment. Yeah.
And someone who worked on that channel said like, the French people allowed for curvature and there was no curvature.
Right, that's right. And they did have to realign. That's very true because they weren't lined up properly. They were both moving off track, so they had to realign it.
Even when they
100%.
missed, I think when they
100%
joined up, there was less than 10 centimeters, which was like over that period, over that amount of length. I think how many miles is it?
Yeah, it would have been drastic anyway. It would have been drastic. If they continued, if they continued with the discrepancy, it would have been really bad, wouldn't it?
Yeah, one of my friends on there said that they actually allowed for curvature, and that was the reason for the mistake. But this was going back even before I knew about flat Earth.
Yeah. Because
when was that built? That was built years
in
ago.
The 90s. In the 90s, yeah, in the 90s.
That's what I'm going to say. It's more than 30 years old. Imagine a flat Earth of 30 years ago. Whoa.
Yeah, it was completed in 1994, which is right now 11 years ago, isn't it? It's going to be 12 years next year. Okay, so yeah, 1994, the tunnel was completed. I remember being shocked to see the Japanese flag. I was expecting to see the British flag because I saw the French. Right, but the first flag I thought I was going to see was the British one, and it was the Japanese one that came through. I went, what Japan? Because I didn't know that. I didn't know it was the Japanese that was helping the Brits to construct that tunnel. By the way, that was Japanese technology from the British side, and then the French used their side.
They're the kings, aren't they? They're the kings.
Yeah,
they built, the Chinese built the causeway in Sierra Leone.
Right. Yeah. Well, the Chinese or Japanese.
So, yeah, it was a Welsh firm.
Right.
Who had the contract, but they contracted Chinese, and I think it was like, I can't remember, it's one of my mates, Dunis, I think the company was, or Dornus, and then they contracted Chinese people to build the causeway.
Yeah, again, no Earth's curvature has been taken into consideration. And when they talk about the uprights of the bridge, the towers that are leaning outwards from verticality by a few degrees, that's all to do with torsional strength. For stretch and slack and flexibility. That's all that's there for. Because when you look underneath the bridge, you look at the surface of the water, that's dead level. Dead level, the water is.
Well, you think about the locks and the canals.
And canals,
right? Yeah. They change elevation because they're flat and level. So like when you want to go up, you have to go into the lock, cut it off, fill the lock up to float up to the next level.
That's right. That's exactly what has to happen. And that water is horizontal because they lock the doors, yeah, and then they turn the wheel. You see them turning the wheel as they open the doors from the above, and the water is flowing down into the lower part of the lock, yeah, and then you see the ship or the boat or the canal or the ferry rise up, and it levels up and it moves along. Brilliant to watch. I've been on it many times. I've been on the locks. Yeah,
I think it's one of the best ways to know that level is water is level, because
yeah.
if it was curving, you'd have the locks filling up or emptying. There wouldn't be no water in
it. Wouldn't be a level surface, would it? Wouldn't be a level surface. Yeah, just wouldn't work.
That's what I'm going to say. I think that's a great proof that water is level. There's no curving, and those locks go from Scotland to England.
Right, exactly that. And then you've got the Panama Canal. Right? They've got some serious elevation there. Right?
Yeah, they've got the same system in place. They have like where the ship goes up, it drops down and drops up.
Yeah.
Same thing.
It's the same thing. Yes, basically they're steps, aren't they? Water steps. That's what they are, aren't they? Steps made out of water.
There's a thing that I was in Holland, and there's a tunnel, and before you go down the tunnel, it's one of the most strangest things I've ever seen in my life. Even I said to a Dutch guy, I goes, like, I see this thing, and this Dutch guy, he goes, I'm 70 years old. I've never seen that in my life. You're so lucky. Because there's a liner what goes across the bridge. It's the weirdest thing you could ever see. It's like a big tanker, like with all the containers on it, and it goes across the bridge. And if you look, you know everything's just level, because there's no way that would be able to, it couldn't do that.
Yeah, Holland. I've been to Holland several times, and it's very flat there, very flat where all the canals are on that, very level. I went on a canal as well with my friend, so I thoroughly enjoyed Holland.
The canal system would not work.
No, it wouldn't work on a curve. That's what I mean. It's just an absurd idea.
They're the two funniest things. It's like when you're in Schiphol Airport, you see the plane go over the bridge. So as you go underneath the bridge, the plane is like right on top of you. And then the other one is this. I think it's coming back from Zandam or something. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life, where the big tanker, a proper container ship, goes over the bridge.
Yeah. Well, you see, in England, in Camden, we've got the Regent's Park Canal that flows through Camden. It's coming all the way from south. Right. So when I attended the elementary school, right, St Mary Magdalene's Elementary School, and that was part of our school excursion that you get to ride on the Jenny Wren, and that happened around about maybe the 5th or 6th year of elementary school. Yeah, and then I think it's the 6th year, the last year of elementary school, and we all went to Camden Town, a place called the Dingwalls, because that's where we picked it up from. Dingwalls. Yeah, Dingwalls, which is the heart of Camden. Yeah, it's right there. I used to work used to do the door in Dingwalls, at the club there. But yeah, we all congregate on the east side of Dingwalls. You get on it's called the Jenny Wren. So you get on the Jenny Wren, and then the first thing you're doing is going into a lock straight away, because the elevation is up. Do you know what I mean? So the first thing you do is going into a lock right off the start. Brilliant, man. Right, and then you carry on along the Regent's Canal, and you go through several locks. Yeah. Oh yeah, loved it, man. That was the first time that I ever went on a canal. Was with the Jenny Wren. Let's have a look. So we're looking at 1960, probably 1969, 1970. That would have been it. Thereabouts. 70, maybe even 71, because that would have made me 9. Yeah, maybe even 71. Because then I would have been 10 years old then, see. I would have been in the 5th year. Yeah, somewhere around about that time. And we went on to the Regent's Canal and got my first experience of the lock. Because I used to watch it all the time. See it as a kid, watching the barges and the ferries going through. Okay, never reading on it, but you're watching it because it's a great thing to watch. Really is. As a kid, it was really nice spectacle. And then eventually I got my chance with my elementary school, because it's part of the school excursion.
That links up with, I'm sure Little Venice links up with Camden Lock.
Yeah, it does. Yes, it does. It does. Of course it does. It carries on up to, we went to Little Venice. Yeah, we went to Little Venice. Yeah, because it's part of the journey. Brilliant, it is. Absolutely fabulous. See, Little Venice is part of Maida Vale, which is West 9, W9. And it's really nice. Got a little piece of Venice there. All the restaurants and tea houses are there, all along the canal. And then you carry on going to West London. Goes right out to Rickmansworth. It just keeps going. Regent's Canal. Oh, yeah. I had a couple of mates who were living on the Regent's Canal. They had their own little ferries.
That's what we used to do if we went to Camden. We'd walk to Camden.
Yeah, yeah.
Like the
narrow boats, that's what they're called, aren't they? Narrow boats, where you live on them as well. Yeah. I had a couple of friends who owned a narrow boat, and they had it parked up in Rickmansworth. Really nice part of England, London, or England, should I say. Suburbs. Lovely place.
I just reading something my mate wrote. It's just so funny. Every month he goes, yeah, it's taken me 52 years to do this and do that. It's the same. He's been saying this for the last 10 years.
Well, anyway, that's life. You know, we're talking about, you know, peer reviews and people. Welcome to the server. People who are
That's what they
given.
do, though. I've caught them all out offering papers saying, "Yeah, look, this is gospel," and it's just like some kind of, you know, a Globe fan gets a piece of paper and puts his own spin on it, and then present it as though like it's a proper official.
Well, they do that. They can just ask ChatGPT or AI to do that for them now. That's what they're doing. You see, that's what's happening. There's a lot of fraudulent documents and citations doing the rounds now, and it's people like us that will alert the would-be listener who wants to know the truth to be aware of that. There are fraudulent documents stating that, you know, surveyors take into consideration Earth's curvature when there is no curvature to be considered. And when you actually read the black and white and then observe the action, you're going to see that there's two different things going on. It's saying one thing, but the action isn't happening. That's the beauty of it when you go and actually do the observations. And the observations belie what's being told to you in the actual documentation. Yeah. And now we've got video material now showing us how they actually measure the Earth, and they're measuring it flat. And then they're adding in curvature maps afterwards. My word.
I just read a thing. God, it was about 15 or maybe even 20 years ago. Like I was on a plane to Ibiza and it dropped. I think it was like near enough 17,000 feet. Everyone was like praying and everything, thinking it was going to crash. It hit some kind of air pocket, and I'm just reading now. It's done the same thing.
17,000 feet is a massive drop.
Yeah, it just was going. It didn't drop, but it was just going down. Apparently it flew into like it was either a cold pocket of air or a hot pocket of air, and the plane just like dropped down.
Yeah, when you say drop down,
going down
fast. Hang on. Did it drop down nose first, or did it drop down horizontally?
Oh no, horizontal. It was going down like obviously it was in control. Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't. You know, was it dropping at 9.8 meters per second squared? Was it dropping at that rate?
I don't know. I just remember getting off the plane and thinking, "Oh my god."
Well, the reason I say that is if it was dropping at that rate,
like Hail Marys beside me in Spanish, I was thinking, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the reason I say that is that if it was dropping at that rate, there'd be a lot of loose things that would be flying all over the fuselage. You understand?
Yeah,
if they're not tied down, even if you're not in your seatbelt. So if you weren't seated, you'd float out of your seat. So it would have been a very, very, but 17,000 feet drop. It dropped 17,000 feet.
Don't they?
Yeah. No, they fly. Well, I don't know what plane you're on. Generally, they fly between 30,000 and 40,000 to 50,000. I've never flown up to 17,000. Maybe parachuting, yeah, that low, yeah, 10,000 feet and stuff. But you know, domestic airlines that we go on holiday on, they're going at like 30 to 40, 50,000 feet up. You know what I mean? So when you dropped 17,000 feet drop, that's a massive drop. That's that's a massive drop, mate.
It was before 2000, that's for sure.
That's a massive fucking drop. I'll tell you that. You know, if you're flying and you drop 17,000 feet, that's a massive drop, sir. Okay.
Yeah, look, this one's just done exactly the same. It says like night of tension as a plane. This is in Spanish, so I'm just
go on.
It said night of tension in a flight to Ibiza from where we were as low as the height of a house.
Oh,
we could see
wow.
the house.
Okay, that's very dangerous then. Lucky escape.
I'm trying to read what it says.
Anyway, yeah, that's one of them. That would be a very frightening experience indeed, wouldn't it?
I did make a joke as well.
To experience that, you know what I mean, the drop. Yeah, that's the one thing that everyone's, passenger is worried about. These hot and cold pockets of air where you get, and then you get the downdraft. Suddenly the plane is just dropping. Suddenly. Yeah, that would be absolutely frightening.
Yeah, all the things dropped out, all the masks and, you know.
Okay.
All right. Bleeping and everything was like, all the lights went off. It was. I think they thought they were going to crash.
Oh yeah. Fucking hell. Can you imagine that?
And you can imagine being in Spain and everyone's Catholic and they're all carrying Hail Marys.
Yeah, imagine that. And well done to the pilot anyway, remaining cool in a situation like that.
When we landed, it was like people were cheering. It was like amazing.
It's mad.
I've been on a couple of weird flights. I was on a flight where it hit a bird in. Did you see do you talk about the towers? When you saw what a bird can do to the fuselage of the front of the plane, you wouldn't believe it.
I must admit, right, that when I've flown in aeroplanes over the years, I always had a smooth flight every time, except for when I flew into, this would be in the year 2003 or possibly 4, when I flew from Japan, central Japan to Hokkaido. And it was on the way, the worst flight ever. Very bumpy, lots of turbulence. That's the only time I've ever experienced turbulence is flying over Japan. But everywhere else I've been to, no turbulence experience at all, nothing. just over Japan is where I've had the worst flights regarding turbulence. Okay, you know,
I
sudden
remember
drop.
coming into Osaka just before we reached Osaka. There was like really bad turbulence. That was coming from Australia.
There you go. Yeah, you do get turbulence over Japan, and the plane just dropped suddenly, and you had people scream, "Oh!" You know, like because it catches them off guard and that. But and that's the only place I've ever experienced turbulence. But everywhere else around the world, Europe to the Americas to Hawaii and that, no problems. Guam, Pacific, Europe, I've had no problems with the flights. No, it's always been smooth. It's just Japan, the only place I've had that. Must be something to do with the way the air currents flow. Got to be because every time
they blamed it on an air pocket. I couldn't remember if it was hot or cold. It was either where the planes hit the pocket and then it's just dropped down.
Yeah. Just drops.
I couldn't remember if they said it was a hot pocket or a cold. That was their reason why it dropped.
Yeah, we had that. I had that in Japan. It's just flying smoothly, and then suddenly it just drops. You know, and that drop could be like 4 feet, 4 foot drop. That's all, but it's still noticeable. You know, because your stomach can't. You know, stomach rises up as it suddenly drops. I've had that quite a few times. Outside of that, I've had a purely beautiful experience of flights. Smooth, safe, reliable. Nothing to report.
This is basically the same. About 20 minutes. People were shouting and screaming.
There you go. Quiet. Yeah. I think an aeroplane dropping 17,000 feet. That is very dangerous indeed. That's a very large discrepancy there in your flight. Dropping an elevation of 17,000 feet. That's a lot, you know. It's an awful lot. That's a long time. How many seconds did it last? Because it would have lasted some time, that drop.
Minutes.
Wow. What, 20 minutes drop?
No, it's like from the moment everyone realised, well, maybe it was a bit before, but yeah, in total it was about 20 minutes. It was like tense.
Yeah, I'm trying to envisage the actual drop experience. You know what I mean? 17,000 feet is quite a massive drop. And how long was that duration?
It felt like you were dropping like a stone. It felt like you were the plane was like trying to, you know, like to deviate from what was happening. So like as it was going down, you could feel the plane was like it was like a going up and down sort of thing.
Yeah, the pilot was trying to rescue. Obviously, the pilot's trying to recover. Yeah, the pilot's trying to keep the plane horizontal and recover its flight. Yeah, I can understand that. I just wanted to know how long was the drop? How long were they dropping for? 2 minutes, 5 minutes?
Yeah, I think it lasted maybe 20 minutes for sure. Because it was
so it's a 20-minute ordeal. So it's a 20-minute ordeal of fighting with the drop and the up and the down and down. Okay, yeah, that's getting a better picture of what went on there.
No, people got off and kissed the ground. That's how bad it was.
Okay. Wow. Yeah.
On this flight, look, they were shouting, "We're not getting off this. We're not getting off this. We're going down."
Yeah. And when it happened, were they over the ocean or were they over land?
Yeah, it was over the ocean. They're coming into the island.
Ah, yeah. So there was some possibility of surviving them.
Yeah, it's really weird because I'm looking at this, and if we flew over Spain, we may be coming from a similar flight path of where this happened, and this was a flight from Valencia to Ibiza.
Okay, right. So Valencia to Ibiza.
This one's 20 minutes, the same as well. 20 minutes.
So that means are you flying from Valencia? That would be southwest heading. Southeast heading southwest, heading west then. Yeah, to Ibiza.
Yeah, you come like say if you're south of the UK, you're going south in it, then you're going southeast a bit.
Right.
I'm not too sure if, like how they do the flight from London to Ibiza, whether they do. Maybe they don't fly over Spain. Maybe they go around.
Right. Look, if I'm in Spain and I'm facing north, that means I'm looking up towards France and the UK. Ibiza is to the west, isn't it?
Yeah, if you come over from France, then obviously you're going to navigate west a little bit. So it's
right. What I'm trying to say is this: I'm in Spain currently now. In Spain, I'm facing north, which means I'm facing the UK. I'm looking at France, UK. Ibiza is to my left, isn't it? West, is it not?
Yeah. It's going to be west.
And then Valencia is to the east, to my right, southeast, because I've been to Valencia, Barcelona, and that. That's southeast. If I'm looking north from Madrid, which is in the center of Spain.
Yeah, if you're Madrid.
Yeah, looking north. Yeah.
Then behind you, it would be to your west. Ibiza would be.
Which way is that? Which way is that? Left or right? Left or right? Left or right?
Yeah, I would say it's very a little bit to the say like if you're facing Madrid.
If I'm
with
facing,
your
if
back
I'm
to
standing,
Valencia,
if I'm
it's almost
standing in
straight.
Madrid, yeah, if I'm standing in Madrid facing north on the map, I'm looking north. If I want to get to if I want to get to Ibiza, I've got to go west, if not southwesterly, to get to Ibiza. Yes, so they're islands. Ibiza, are they not?
Yeah, 3 islands.
Right, so that's to the west. That's on the west coast of Spain, isn't it? Portugal. You've got to go past Portugal to get to
Africa. It's between Africa
and
Peninsula.
Right, so it's right down.
So
So
from
it's
Valencia.
southwest. So it's southwest. That's it. Southwest. And
Yeah.
Valencia is definitely southeast from where I am. I know where Valencia. I haven't been to Ibiza. That's why I was asking. But I've been to Valencia. I've been to Valencia. I've been to Albacete. I've been to Seville. I've been to Barcelona, Alicante, all that stuff. Yeah.
You imagine this, right? You're in Madrid. You're looking at the UK.
Right.
Valencia is going to be
east. Yeah, got to be southeast. Yeah.
And then the island would be
southwest.
Southeast as well.
What? So it's southeast as well then, yeah? Ibiza. Yeah. Ibiza. Okay. All right. Okay. Now I know. Right.
Southeast, southeast.
Right. So it's got nothing to do with the west at all then, right? So what I'm thinking of then is like the Canary Islands.
Sorry, I'm getting confused. Yeah, it's southwest.
Right. Thank you. That's what I thought.
Hold on, let me check with this.
Yeah, just check it because I'm thinking it's southwest. Okay, that's what I'm thinking that Ibiza is, and Valencia is definitely southeast. I've been there.
Right. I'm in Madrid, and I'm looking at London.
Right.
To go to Valencia, I have to go south and to my right.
South. Oh, that's southeast then.
Yeah, it's southeast. Then I have to go southeast to go to from Valencia. It's almost southeast because it's only a 2 hour.
So they're both on the southeast side. Now I'm with you.
Yeah,
Okay,
I've
never been to Ibiza.
Almost 35 minutes.
Yeah, I've never been to Ibiza. I thought it was on the west coast. But then again, what I'm thinking about now, what I'm thinking about are the Canary Islands.
35 minutes.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the Canary Islands, which are off the west coast of Morocco. That's what I'm thinking.
No, that's a 4 hour flight from London.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm thinking nobody here in this room will ever ask either one of you for directions.
Yeah, we're looking a bit silly, aren't we? Exactly. Even though I think I got it right here because I knew where Valencia was. I knew it was southeast because I've been there. So I haven't been to the Ibiza before. Never been there, so I wasn't sure exactly where they were. I thought they were on the west coast, southwest coast of Spain, but they're on the southeast coast. Right. So I'm not going to get lost. Wouldn't get lost anyway. Only momentarily.
The Phoenicians found it.
Yeah, lovely place, Spain. If you can ever get there, nice place to go and have a visit, holiday.
It's like even the little island, Formentera, is like paradise.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, nice weather, nice food.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, the people are okay.
Debatable.
Oh, it depends on what you're eating. I can't complain with Spanish food, but the Portuguese food, there was a lot of pork dishes in that, and I didn't quite enjoy that as much. I did rely on a lot of eggs and salads and that, and Chinese food in Portugal, but I didn't eat much of the Portuguese cuisine. Was laced with pork. But the rest of Spain, I enjoyed it. The old tapas bars. Thoroughly had a good time. All the stews in there, beef stews that they had, lovely. Yep.
Oh, you like the can alentejana?
Yeah.
Fucking delicious, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Yeah. So yeah, I had that a few times because it was easy to down. Yeah, easy to get that down. It was delicious. Those onions and the sauce, that red sauce was just. And then you go to the tapas bars and you have these calamari, Yeah, brilliant. Bocadillo de calamari, por favor. So I ordered a squid sandwich, you know what I mean? And it just comes with the bread and that cut up and then, the squid in rings, lovely. And then you get your beer, I have shandy. So then I'm drinking, at the tapas bar where you stand up. You don't sit down and eat, you stand and eat because they like to dance in Spain, okay? Because you've got the live music being played all the time. And then the flamenco dancers come out and do their thing. And then the men come out and then anybody else, customers joining in. Even I join in. Yeah, I joined in. I started my stuff. Showed them I can dance Spanish, of course. My girlfriend was laughing at the time, of course.
Oh, Hammer Rise is posting loads of stuff. Come in the chat, Hammer.
Yeah, just come in and discuss. That's how it happens. Don't hide behind the words. Don't hide behind the words. Bring your words to life. Let's hear what you got to say.
Now talking sources, topographical survey and mapping by some geezer who's just it's like writing a story about Santa's real.
Yeah, no matter what the server is or surveyor is, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to need a horizontal baseline to start off with. Without that, you're going nowhere. You can't begin to survey anything until you establish your horizontal baseline, and it starts from sea level. That's where it begins. You're 0 degrees. That's a fact of life. Law. It's law, ladies and gentlemen. This is how we begin to expose the falsehood of the globe. The globe, as a dream, is reliant on the flat Earth. reliant on horizontality. That's how you begin to know the deviation drop over distance. It's got to start from the horizontal first. And that's what we're finding, the horizontal constant. And that is how we know we're not on a globe. And then they've gone and shot themselves in the foot by having documents stating that Earth is flat and stationary, non-rotating. These would be the government agencies, such as the KGB, CIA, NASA, the Air Force, the Navy, the military, flight instructors, and their manuals, all stating that when you're operating your vehicles and firing your weapons of mass destruction, you have to consider Earth as a non-rotating flat Earth, flat plane of reference every time. There you are. So when someone says it's a globe, they're just blurting out toilet brown stuff, verbal diarrhea. Be sure to have a box of Kleenex ready, because that's all you're going to get from them. (2026) is going to be the year of the horizontal constant, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to hear that constantly from me, Jin CBR1. The year 2026 coming to you soon. The horizontal constant. Look out for it. You heard it here first. I coined it in November 28th, Friday, on the Nathan Oakley Show. The horizontal constant, replacing the gravitational constant that never existed, as Earth isn't a globe. There you are. So keep on looking.
Yeah, he's saying like he's a surveyor. The guy's just a writer.
No, he's a liar. He's a surveyor of lies. That's all he's doing.
That's what I'm going to say. You know these globe people, they're finished.
Yeah. Panicking, desperate, lying, can't face us with the words mouth to mouth because we destroy him. So he's hiding behind his words in the text, texting away lies. If I had my way, he'd be off there as well.
They're like that. Remember that program, Robbie's Robots, when the robot was saying, "I can't compute." It was like spinning around and short circuit because he couldn't cope with the truth.
Yeah. It reminds me of a scene in the Archer. You know, they got that Russian scientist. You know, he makes all the robots, and he made these robots, right, human-like. Okay, and then I don't know which one of the girls asked the robot, "What is love?" And the thing just blew up. It just blew up and broke down because he tried to explain what love was as an emotion, and then the robot just blew up into several pieces. I cracked up. You know, what do robots know about emotion? You see.
Yeah, I'm just seeing if this guy, 100%, he's just a writer, a commentator. He's not even a writer. He's just a commentator.
Yeah, well, leave him. Just leave him. Ignore the man because he's not worth tuppence halfpenny at this point. They haven't got a case. And like I said, they've had a 10-year defeat. How embarrassing that is. Anyone hanging on for 10 years. How can you hang on for 10 years lying?
See, he posts the article, but on the title it says Ian visits. And I thought, that doesn't sound very official.
I'm not interested. He visits the toilet and then throws verbal diarrhea down there. That's all he's doing. You know, give himself a loose shampoo. That's all he's doing.
Maybe he'll come in and back his claim.
Nah, they can't do that in here. Not with us in here anyway.
Hide in the comments.
We'll level him out. That's what will be happening there. He'll get leveled out by the horizontal constantly but jabbing him on the jaw.
What are you talking about, ironing him out, Jim?
Yeah, exactly. Just iron him out, mate. Iron him out and level him out.
I'll back you on that one.
Yeah, all puns intended, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to level him out, knock him out flat. Yeah, constantly with the horizontal constant jab. Boom, 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 boom. That jab can be very annoying, ladies and gentlemen. Believe me, as a boxer, I would know. I received so many. Yeah, jab. Oh. Walking onto a jab, not nice. Not nice at all, ladies and gents. Because your head goes right back. Right, and then your brain vibrates in there. And then you're back on your toe, you think, shit, I just got hit there. All right. Let me get my bearings. Get me guard back up. Fuck. Okay? That's what it's like when you're boxing. And that's what I'll do with a horizontal constant. Constantly going to be jabbing the glovers with that. It's going to annoy them a lot. Remember, they lost for 10 years. How have they got the front to be here? I don't know. Silly. It's just become silly now. You lose 10 years. 10 years straight loss. Year upon year.
Coping mechanism.
Yes, they're coping very badly with it. Tell you that.
It's like go away for an hour, reset, then come back as though like nothing's happened.
Yeah, that's what a liar does. That's a liar, pretender clown. That you will go away and come back an hour or two later and carry on like you never suffered a loss moments ago. Silly. In 10 years. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. 10 years. Okay, maybe you don't hear this often enough. 10 years they've lost. They haven't won a single debate for 10 years straight. Oh, disgraceful. The globe is there, but you can't see it. It's there, but you can't measure it. It's spinning, but you don't notice it. We're hurting for the universe, but you can't really tell. That's what you believe in. And that word believe is the trouble as well, because it means you've accepted what they've told you without validation and confirmation. Well, that means you don't know then, do you? That's not knowledge, a belief. Is it? That's not a dead cert. That's not 100%. You know, you're saying you don't know. I believe in the globe. That means I don't know it exists. That's what you're saying. Wow. I know the earth is flat because I've gone out to measure for the curvature of the globe that I thought I lived on, and I was hit with the horizontal constant. So now we know that the earth isn't a ball, you see. There we are. Yeah. Mind the hot mic in there, if anything that could copyright strike the server. Please be careful. Background noise.
Me?
Yeah, if you've got anything going on in the background, that's a copyright violation right there. So be very careful.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, they lost for 10 years straight. You think I'm going to be a globe? I'm not going to lose for 10 years. Once I realise a couple of weeks, that's it, it's over and done with. I'm not going to hang on for 10 years. Hanging on to what? 10 years. 10 years of hanging on. It's ridiculous. Definitely an embarrassment. You know, I'm hanging on to the globe just in case it's a globe. Hang on, just in case. I've seen all the evidence. There's no evidence of the globe. The flat Earth has just tsunamied me to death, and then constantly horizonted me to death now, right? And I've seen not one shred of evidence of the globe. But I'm going to hang on for 10 years just in case. Really? Really? That's all they're doing. Wow. We've debunked that globe 6 ways from Sundays, and it's just not that it never ever existed. Never. When you were born onto a flat Earth. So you were born. You were not born on a globe that is spinning through the universe. Imagine, and then you have to imagine to yourself now, try to envisage how big the universe is, and where's Earth going? Where are all these planets on? What's their destination? And what happens to all the stuff that's left behind us? All that, because God doesn't waste space. God's not a waster. When you look at the design of the Earth, it is breathing with ecology, recycling. Nothing's wasted in nature. So where are we going then? You know, 64 years I am traveling at 19.2 billion miles an hour. What happened to all that mileage back there? What's going on back there? Exactly. That's how hideous this model is. And where are we going? Where are we going at these speeds? 2.2 million miles per hour. Come on. Yeah, that's the model you believe in. And all the planets are in the same place, orbiting the sun. And then Mars lines up every 2 years and we can go to Mars now. 7-month journey. We're not going anywhere. We can't even go to space. No. It's a 7 months. That would be if it was a nuclear rocket. It could be 3 to 4 months. But standard fuels, that's 7 months. 6 to 7 months, mate.
Do you know what I watched yesterday? I watched Space Odyssey.
Oh, Stanley Kubrick's. Yeah.
I was thinking they ain't moved far from the post from NASA. They ain't moved far from that.
No, that film is still relevant today because it's a timeless piece that was done in 1968. It's an ageless film. That film is still relevant today. Everything that you see in the movie could be today's space program right now. That's the thing. Stanley Kubrick was a visionary, obviously, and he captured the essence of space and the journey and the important parts. And in doing that, he's made the film a timeless piece. This would be relevant in 20 years' time. Such as the film. And NASA's attempts are similar to Stanley Kubrick's. Carbon copy, in fact. Carry on. Yeah, well, maybe even Stanley Kubrick's is even better. So there you are.
Yeah, the distinction is so strikingly similar.
Yeah, definitely. If you look at the Apollo 11 mission, for example, and then the 12, and then the 14, you look at those three, and then look at Stanley Kubrick's 2001, A Space Odyssey, when they're on the surface of the moon, and that it's very similar.
I was going to say, like, to be fair, it's like just even all the shapes of the planets and all that kind of stuff. It's so it's kind of shocking. Even if you was a global defender, you'd have to say that is pretty much what we get today.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, Stanley Kubrick's film was similar to the Apollo missions because Stanley Kubrick actually gave NASA a hand in producing that stuff. That's why they look similar, and that's why he actually gave us the inclination that he did that in the movie called The Shining, because from the opening scene of The Shining to the end is covered and peppered with Apollo references right the way through the movie. And remember, the movie The Shining is meant to be a psychological horror movie written by Stephen King. Okay, and Stephen King said of the movie he didn't like it because it wasn't anything like the book. He said some of it's there, but most of it's not there. He said, okay, so and that's right. Stephen King wouldn't like the movie because it was two movies into one, if you will. He merged the Apollo missions in with the Shining. The opening scene with the song, the opening sound musical piece, which is from Apollo. Okay, then you've got the shape of the mountains and the river spelling out the letter A right there. And the music was a funeral music, which depicted the god Apollo or something. That was just the first opening 2 minutes of the movie. Then it goes on to show you the Volkswagen riding on the going to the sun road sort of thing. Lots of references there. Same name as the road to Launchpad A39. Okay, there's a carpet which has the same pattern as that launch pad. And Danny, little boy playing there, you count the little toys and stuff he's playing with. There's 10, and then when Danny stands up, he makes the 11th object, right? And then he's got Apollo 11 on his rocket as he's standing up, as if to simulate and mimic the rocket taking off on his jumper. That jumper was handmade. You couldn't buy that jumper in any shop. It was knitted, hand knitted. There's another thing. You see, you don't buy that. That jumper was never sold. So there's something right there. That's strong clue. Why would you have a hand knitted jumper in a movie which is meant to be a horror movie, and the jumper shows the Apollo rocket and Apollo 11 written at the bottom? Hand knitted.
Maybe that was the shock horror. It was.
Yeah, absolutely. And then there were some totem poles. When you look at the scene when you're looking at the scene itself, to the right, there was these totem poles, and they all mimicked NASA rockets, all of them, right there. And then Adler, I think Adler means eagle. So Adler is the name of the typewriter, German typewriter called Adler, and Adler translated into English means eagle. And then that typewriter during the film changed color. Now, I never noticed that when I saw the film back in 1980, 81. I never noticed that the typewriter had changed color. I didn't notice that. But the typewriter changes color from white to this ash gray color, which is meant to be the color of the regolith. That's the material of the moon. Not that we know this, ladies and gentlemen. So regolith is what they're calling it. That's just a man-made word to describe the surface of the moon. If it's sand, we don't know that. We do not know that the moon has sand on it. That's an assumption, right? So the idea that you can have a word called regolith to describe the soil on the moon is just fictitious, right? That's just fictitious all the way. So yeah, and the typewriter changes color to simulate the color of the surface of the moon. And then Adler, meaning eagle. Eagle has landed. Right there, reference. Okay, yeah, there was a lot of another reference to the movie is where the Jack Nicholson is with his wife and the kid Danny in the lobby of the hotel, and they show you all the luggage in the hotel that can be. You could see that luggage could never fit inside the Volkswagen Beetle, because the Beetle has the engine at the back, and then you have the nose of the car, which is a very small space, right? And then you've got 3 passengers. All that luggage couldn't get in there. That there's telling us that the Apollo rocket didn't have sufficient fuel to get there and back, basically, is what that's referencing, for example. Okay, and you could clearly see that luggage, the luggage that was there, could not get into a Volkswagen Beetle. That's why it's interesting to look at the film called The Shining, because it's Stanley Kubrick's confession vehicle. He's telling us that he took part in the Apollo missions, right? That's what's great about that movie. That's why it's one of my favorite movies of all time, together with 2001. Stanley Kubrick is my favorite #1 film director. He made 13 movies, and every single movie has an underlying message. All is not what it seems to be, ladies and gentlemen, is the main theme running for all of his movies. That main theme. All is not what it seems to be. You are being deceived. You are being fooled. The title of his last movie, the title, Eyes Wide Shut.
I'm just glad that we did land on the moon, and no matter how much you don't like it, we did it.
No, you can't land it. The vacuum, outgassing, off-gassing, degassing, cosmic ray particles, radiation, the vacuum of space, all this stuff. NASA never had the required shielding. We never made it there. We've never been there. Can't go there. We don't possess the technology. It's not a place we can go to. Second law of thermodynamics violation. But as I was saying, Stanley Kubrick here, his film was released, Eyes Wide Shut. Right? The title itself is telling you that you're looking around with your eyes wide open, but they're actually shut because you're not registering, for example, the flat Earth. And it was released July 16th, 1999. 30th year of the moon landings mission, supposedly. Okay, the Apollo 11 mission. Also in that movie, The Shining, you look at the hotel. It's called the Outlook or the Overlook Hotel, and the car park. When you count the cars and the way they've been numbered, spells out July 16th, 1969. The way the cars have been parked. July 16th, 1969. If that isn't a loud clue, I don't know what a loud clue is.
I've been listening for quite a long time. I've never seen so much bunk nonsense flow out of one person just consistently non-stop. You haven't.
Well, I mean, you're not rebutting anything by saying I'm talking nonsense. I'm saying to you that we didn't go to the moon. Please offer yourself. Go ahead and offer yourself.
Everything you say is wrong.
Go ahead and everything you say is wrong. That's not the way to do it.
That's not at all an argument. That's just saying nuh-uh.
Yeah. Yeah, go on, Rigger, you give him a go. Come on, young man, get your case out. Please present your case, because I've given you...
There's not much to say to somebody that is just going to say nuh-uh when they don't like what's being said,
Yeah,
you'd be an expert on that.
Well, we say nuh-uh when...
Because no matter what I say, you're taking the stance of you're justified to just be like, nuh-uh.
Yeah,
not true.
Exactly. Ladies, I say nuh-uh.
And then throw an ad hom in there. I mean, what's the point?
Yeah, I mean, I spoke the truth.
It's got to be worth engaging with, right?
Yeah, exactly. I spoke the truth. I didn't lie. Not one word I said was a lie. Not one word was a theory. Not one word was speculation. If you're looking at a movie and the cars that are parked outside the Overlook Hotel in that movie are spelling the date July 16th, 1969, what are you supposed to deduce from that, ladies and gentlemen, in a horror movie? And from the best film director of all time? What are you meant to deduce? It's a horror movie, but yet you're looking at the car park and the cars are spelling out to you July 16th, 1969, the very day the Apollo mission started. What are you supposed to think about that? Why is that in the movie, ladies and gentlemen? Why did Stanley Kubrick put that information in a horror movie?
I'm sure Miss Australia will tell you.
Yeah. Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, come on. And then you go further along in the film, and Danny's playing on a carpet.
I'm super proud that my country was the one that walked on the moon.
Your country is the most lioness country on earth. The country that's gone unilateral, killing innocent children in Iraq, poisoning their water and with depleted uranium, poisoning its own country, killing their own president, what's his name, Lincoln, and then they went on to assassinate Kennedy. Then they did the 9/11. They destroyed their own sailors in Pearl Harbor. Then they had anthrax the week after 9/11. What a shithouse country. Who wants to live there? Not me. Shithouse country. Shut the F up.
Did you say who wants to live here? I don't know. Most of the world wants to live here.
Yeah, confused people. That's all. If they heard my voice, they'd soon stop in their tracks and turn the other way. Best have a revolution in your country than run to a country that's devaluing its own people, and you're going to join the queue to be devalued. Good luck. Go ahead. Go join the queue. Fools. Shithouse country. And the people don't make it any better because they're cowards themselves. You can have GMO fluoridated water. 9/11 happens, and then anthrax the week after. And then you look into the Muslims that did it, and they didn't do it at all. Their own government. And they're trying to carry on whistling past the truth like nothing's happened. Don't talk to them about your America, because I will slam dunk you into your toilet and then flush the loo on you. Don't be doing that to me. You ain't going to win here. Let's just shut up. But anyway, as I was saying about Stanley Kubrick, ladies and gentlemen, a man of impeccable integrity who feared for his life. That's why he left the United States and lived in a beautiful part of England called St. Albans. I know it very well because my dad used to take me and my brother and my sister for picnics there. I've cycled there many times, St. Albans, and ridden my bike at breakneck speeds past that place, simulating the Isle of Man TT racing. Okay, so I know St. Albans like the back of my hand. Only down the road from Borehamwood Studios. And when you follow Borehamwood Studios in a southwesterly direction, like the Orion's Belt, you get to Pinewood Studios, and then you get to Shepperton Studios. And that was all easy access for Stanley Kubrick. Okay? You know, the film director.
We landed on the moon. I just got done building my newest model of the Saturn V, the Moonlander. It's really cool.
Really? Fantasy toy that he's got there, ladies and gentlemen, of a fantasy event. Very fantastical event. But as I was saying, okay, ladies and gentlemen, talking about the movie, The Shining, you go on to maybe 2/3 of the way through, and there's Danny's playing on a carpet. That particular carpet resides in a cinema in North London, not too far from Borehamwood Studios. That carpet is still alive today in a cinema film theatre. And it's the pattern of the A39 launch pad in NASA, in Cape Canaveral, right? The A39, the same pattern. And Danny's playing with his marbles, playing with cars, toy cars. And when you count the objects, there are 10. Right, and then 9. A ball rolls up. That makes the 10th object. And then when he stands up, you see the NASA rocket on his jumper. Right, and it's taking off from the launch pad. Another strong reference to Apollo. For the jumper says Apollo 11 at the bottom where the exhaust is coming out. Not only that, that jumper was hand knitted. You could not buy that jumper anywhere in the shops. So it was specially knitted for the movie. And remember, we're talking about a psychological horror movie, which was adapted to movie from the book by Stephen King. Okay, Stephen King's psychological horror called The Shining. All right, but yet we've got references of Apollo running right through. Isn't that amazing, ladies and gentlemen? Isn't that not amazing? Stanley Kubrick, a champion film director. He merged in and did in his confession with a horror psychological.
I think the engineering of the Saturn V was amazing.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, according to what's his name, Bill Casing, the man who worked for the company called Rocketdyne, that'd be Rocket and then Dyne, Rocketdyne. He had what was known as the Grey Pass, which allowed him to go to every facet of NASA. No door was locked to this man. Okay, he was the technological journalist, and he witnessed these engines and rockets blowing up so many times that with his colleagues, they did the mathematical possibility of getting to the moon and back, and it was a 0.14%. He went on to write the book called We Never Went to the Moon by Bill Casing. You can get it on PDF, and it's a very good read. And there are like 4 or 5, maybe even 6 or 7 interviews of him speaking about his book and about how NASA never went to the moon. Okay, and that's the man who worked on the engine. Well, he documented how the engines were constructed and how they were built, and he witnessed them being operated and exploding due to what he termed combustion instability. Those were his words: combustion instability, instability.
That's right, Jen. In 1965, they did have combustion instability, but they figured out how to fix it, and they solved that problem.
Yeah. If ever a voice sounds so weak and desperate, it's Left Lanes, ladies and gentlemen. You got to laugh. You got to laugh at the man, hopelessly down in a pit somewhere, down in a pit, shouting out, "They went, but they went." They never went, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, they didn't have the required shielding. Let me give you what an organization by the name of NOAA, NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. I always find it difficult to say. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. They said that NASA, in order to contend with the cosmic ray particles, would need 2 meters thick of shielding. That's 6 feet, if you're wondering, of shielding all the way around the spacecraft. NASA never had that shielding in place.
That, Jen, and you know it.
It's not a lie. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want the source, please go to NASA Really Mooned America, Ralph Renee. And that's a PDF as well. Okay? NASA Really Mooned America, PDF. And I posted the excerpts from that book into this server. Left Lane has seen it and then looked the other way. So I'm not a liar. I'm giving you the source. I'm going to drown these people today. Gin CBR1, controlling the truth and giving it to you in fireman's hose. Quick fire, quick response. You're not going to win today. As I said, I'm going to constantly hit you with a constant horizontal constant rod on your jaw. You're not going to be able to speak. Time you're finished with me, mate. So like I said, ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, right, is that Stanley Kubrick's movie is The Shining, is the confession vehicle. And his last movie, Eyes Wide Shut, was released on July 16th, 1999. 30 years to the day of the moon landing hoax. Right there. Okay? Strong messages from Stanley Kubrick. Strong. Hence, my colleague was talking about, the 2001 A Space Odyssey. Stanley Kubrick's film. Voted as best sci-fi movie of all time. Best. Better than Star Wars, better than Star Trek. You know,
what did you say about a gray typewriter a while ago?
Oh, I said that in the movie called The Shining, there's a typewriter that Jack Nicholson was using, and he was typing out, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. And he was typing that over and over and over again. Okay? That's what he was typing. Now that typewriter starts off as a kind of like a whitish, creamish colored typewriter. But by the time we get to read what Jack Nicholson's typing, it had changed color. And the typewriter's name was called Adler. And Adler means eagle in Japanese, in German. It means eagle, as if to say the eagle has landed. Okay, there we are. So the color of the typewriter and the name eagle.
Adler built another brand of typewriter.
They labeled that typewriter Adler. It's there across the typewriter, written it. You can read it for yourself in the movie. And Adler means eagle.
Yeah, Adler makes typewriters. So
well, yeah.
And it changed colors to gray, and you're interpreting that as some sort of message about the regolith on the moon.
Correct. Absolutely correct, because that's
a stretch, Jen. That's a real stretch.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is not a stretch when you hear what I say. It's this: the eagle has landed. So you have the typewriter called Eagle, and it's the color of the surface of the moon, supposedly. Okay, and remember what I said about the Overlook Hotel spelling out July 16th, 1969. July 16th, 1969. That's definitely spelled out by the way the cars have been strategically parked in the car park, ladies and gentlemen. So no, it's not a stretch at all. I think it's a stretch to ignore it. That's the stretch, to ignore it. Yeah, run away like the third rail on the subway. Yeah, you run from that because you get an electric shock of truth. That's why. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, can you see? I'm presenting to you a very plausible, powerful case. Left Lane is in a hole 2,000 feet deep. You can't hear him, mate. My truth is just way too powerful. He's not ours. I'm just not making it at all. Can't. The proof is just way too prevalent, too powerful, too clear, too crisp for him to even begin to deny. Sorry, that's just way too strong. You know, the opening scene, the music has come from a piece called Apollo right off the bat, and then you've got the, like I said, the Volkswagen Beetle, yellow, and driving on Going to the Sun Road, which is the same name as the road that you go when you go to Launchpad A39. That is the name of the road, Going to the Sun Road at Cape Canaveral. And then you look at the Volkswagen Beetle, right? The size of it, and then look at the amount of luggage that supposedly came out of the car. Could never fit. That refers to the Saturn V rocket didn't have enough fuel to get it to the moon and back. And remember this, just as a point, when you see the rocket taking off, the Saturn V, 80% of that is lost just on takeoff. Right, 80% within just over 2 minutes, you've lost 80% of the fuel just in taking off, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, all right, 80% on the first stage, stage 1 of a rocket. Right, they could never have gone to the moon. Bill Woods, the rocket propulsion engineer.
Because when you go to the moon, you use most of your fuel fighting gravity to get to the moon. But once you come
Gravity
back home,
doesn't
the
exist.
Earth's gravity. Hush a minute. Once you come back home, the Earth's gravity pulls you back, which means you may need very little fuel to get back. The Earth pulls you back.
Unproven fantasy right there. Unproven forces. They don't exist. It's like this, ladies and gentlemen. You got Bill Woods, the rocket propulsion engineer for NASA, in the documentary called What Happened on the Moon, part 1, 2, and 3. When he was interviewed and they asked him, did NASA have the required shielding on the capsule to contend with the radiation? He says, NASA could not fabricate such a shielding because it would need to be 4 inches thick, 10 centimeters thick, okay? And that of aluminium, right? And that would be a problem. You're interrupting me again there. Hush now. I'm not finished yet. Hush now, because I'm not finished. You're interrupting. Bill Wood said they could not fashion such a shielding because it would have been a problem for the F1 engines to lift the Saturn V rocket. The payload would have been too heavy. And when the rocket did take off anyway, he stated that when he looked at the color of the exhaust plume, he said that rocket wasn't going to the moon. It wasn't going fast enough, and the exhaust plume was the wrong color. It looked like a flamethrower, and we all know that flamethrowers don't have thrust. That's what he said, quote unquote. Bill Woods. What Happened on the Moon, parts 1, 2, and 3. 4.5-hour documentary on the moon landing hoax and how we could never have gone. And Bill Woods was the person that interviewed regarding radiation and the problems with rockets. Okay? So no, you're not going to beat Jim CBR1 today. I'm sorry. I'm a walking encyclopedia, repository of the facts. Yeah, your internet breaks down, plug in CBR1 in. Yeah, there you are, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? You know, I'm just giving you a drop of my knowledge.
I think you really should learn a bit about the Saturn V and the moon landings before you keep going on about all this nonsense.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm giving you top knowledge. Top. I'm not giving you rock bottom here. You're not scraping the barrel. You're into the stars with the stuff I'm giving you. Literally, you'll be elevated. The knowledge I'm giving you, you're going to be elevated like a helium balloon. Okay? I'm not giving you bunk. What that man is, every time he opens his mouth, it's nothing but verbal diarrhea. You'll notice how you have to keep cleaning up because that's all he's giving you. I'm giving you facts. I'm not giving you anything that is theoretical. No. Nothing that I've said is theory. Nothing that I've said is speculative. Everything I've said is factual. Okay? Factual. And you can press me on that, and I'll just reveal more truths. That's all that's going to happen. Yeah, I've done my due diligence in this case. Yeah.
All right, just stop talking for a second, dude.
Go ahead.
Holy shit. People tried to get in, you shut them down. I mean, I don't know. Does anyone have a response to that? No responses? All right.
Good work. Good work. Thank you very much. I did my best, and I did let people speak. I didn't shut anyone down, actually. But I can relinquish the mic now, ladies and gentlemen. The punishment has been delivered. The truth. They got a good spanking. Now we can give them a break. Let them lick their wounds. Okay. Go ahead, anybody.
Why even go through the effort of staging the moon landing? Why is it so important that we must convince the world that we landed on the moon?
Yeah, it seems as no one's going to pick that up. Well, basically, they're trying to convince us that the Earth's a globe, you see, and that the humans are all capable, can do anything. We can go anywhere. We go nowhere, and you lose the money, ladies and gentlemen. Your taxes are being stolen. That's all that's going on. Daylight robbery.
The bigger the deception, the greater the demonic power.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what's going on there. Yeah. That's all that's going on. Massive deception. When people like me, Jin CBR1, bring out the truth and bring it and articulate it in such a way that you can understand it, those who believe in the globe just die. It hurts them. Hurts them, it's pain. And I love to extract that pain from them. I love it. It's what I live for. It's what I exercise to do. Toe to toe, pound for pound, blow for blow, facts for truth. No one's taking Jin CBR1 on. None of them globers anyway. Oh yeah, I forgot my manners. All those of you who are listening in the live streams, I hope you have had a good Christmas and you're preparing for the New Year celebrations and you're healthy and well and enjoying it and enjoying the truth that we, the Flat Earthers, bring you. And hopefully we can see you in the New Year. And those of you who are in the server, hope you've had a good holiday with your families and that, and enjoying the truth that we're bringing you currently, we, the Flat Earthers, with the integrity and honesty and honor. Okay, there you go. May you live long to hear the truth.
Yeah, New Year's is right around the corner. It's gonna be fun. Probably gonna eat a lot of food.
Yeah, it's the year of the horizontal constant. So the listeners are waiting in anticipation. What does that all mean? Yeah, remember they've had a 10-year loss, the Globers, and now we're going to hit them with the horizontal constant to flatten and level them out. Well, I'm really looking forward to that. Can't wait.
I'm gonna be doing the horizontal in a minute if I keep smoking this weed.
Yeah, I remember when I finally discovered that the vacuum creates this thing called outgassing, and then you see what happens to film or a mobile phone being blown up in a 10 to the minus 1 torr vacuum chamber, which is a small chamber, very low vacuum, okay? But yet within 24 hours, the battery inside the mobile phone swelled up and exploded, bang, destroying the mobile phone, right? And that's due to there's no air in the vacuum chamber. So if it was sitting on the table, it would never blow up. But if you put it in a vacuum chamber and then evacuate the air, that's what would result at 10 to the minus 1 torr. And then like film,
very desperate right now, Jen.
No, not desperate at all. What you're the one that's desperate. You're in that hole, remember? I'm stating facts. Ladies and gentlemen, how am I desperate when I'm giving you facts? And I'm going to give you the source to these facts, okay? And I'm describing what I've seen. How do I sound desperate? I'm telling you, I'm informing you of things that you are not aware of because you don't think about the vacuum of space or what that actually means to things that are man-made. To a human being, you know you're going to die because there's no air there, right? But your body would expand in a vacuum. Your body begins to expand because there's no air pressure pushing against you, 14.7 psi, for example. But then when you put film or a mobile phone into a vacuum chamber, the emotion that makes up the film, that's the light-sensitive material that captures the image, begins to gas off and melt and flow into each other. The colors begin to run. Okay, and that's at 10 to the minus 1 torr here on Earth in a small vacuum chamber. So if they made that claim that they went to the moon, where the vacuum is 10 to the minus 11 plus, there's no way that the film could have survived. Impossible, in fact, because at 10 to the minus 1, it's destroyed. Okay, and that's here on Earth. Haven't left the Earth yet.
What if the film's digital?
Sorry?
What if the film is digital? We had the technology to make it digital back then.
No, you didn't, because we're talking about 1969. You didn't have that. No
Yeah,
digital
we had
camera.
Laserdisc and shit like that. Laserdisc holds like 500 megabytes. That's enough for video footage.
Yeah, but you're talking about a technology that they never used, right? They said they took.
They put it on the other satellites. Laserdiscs.
We're not talking about satellites here. We're talking about the moon landing fiasco hoax, where they used the ectochromac 120 film, and it was never used. Was it 360? I'll find out exactly the name of that film. But it was never used in space because it would have been destroyed. That's the point we're talking about. The vacuum would have destroyed the film. Yeah.
Hey, Jen, do you remember the number of photographs, picture perfect photographer grade photographs they took, and in relationship to the minutes they spent on the moon? I can't remember, but it comes out to like 45 seconds between photographs, something like that.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah, absolutely. Depending on the mission. Yeah, that's correct. Total images taken, all missions combined, 7,751 films thereabouts were taken, during all the missions. And in the Apollo mission, for example, they would need to be taking a photograph, like you said, one every 45 seconds, right, to complete. But when you look at the action of them on the moon, they were not making those shots. They weren't taking the pictures at that rate. And it's the same for all the missions. In some cases, it was like one every 30 seconds in the later missions, and you don't see the man taking pictures every 30 seconds to make up 2,000 shots. No, it just didn't happen. So they're lying to us again, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, that's a great point you raise. Yeah,
I found it funny too that the cameras were mounted on their chest. They had no way to look down and focus or put the picture into frame, and every single one of those pictures was like a photographer took it, just perfect.
And that is absolutely correct, because, ladies and gentlemen, today
they took thousands of pictures, and most of them are not in frame and everything else. The ones you get to see is the few that turned out good.
According to NASA, it was 7,750 odd pictures that were taken, all missions combined. That's the total number from NASA, right? And when you look at the pictures that they gave us, as my colleague said, picture perfect, as if it was done in a studio, proper photographer took them, not from the chest, because you don't have a viewfinder, because the astronaut's in his suit and he can't look down because he's fixed. He's looking horizontally. He cannot look down to operate. All he could do is point and press the button. That's all he could do, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
Right, and hang on a minute, because you're interrupting me. Look, I'm nearly finished. You know that when you operate your camera today with your smartphone, you take it, it's not good, you can delete it and do it again, you see? But that didn't happen on the Apollo missions. They were perfect all the way through. Now you can talk, Left Lane. Sorry. Go ahead. Go, Left Lane. All yours.
Well, the other thing was like, it was 7,000 some hundred photographs, but they were all 6 missions. Total time on the moon was like 4,500, 3,500, 4,500 minutes or something. I mean, how do you take that many pictures in? Yeah. And I don't remember exactly, but how do you take that many pictures with that many minutes?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, the numbers, again, belie the action. Because when you watch the videos of the footage of them on the lunar surface, supposedly on the lunar surface, they're in a studio, obviously, you don't see them making those shots. Because it would be one astronaut would be taking pictures all the time, right? And you don't see that in the mission, in the footage. You don't see the astronaut walking around just taking pictures. You just don't see that. Continuously, I mean, yeah? Every 30 seconds he's making a shot. It doesn't do that. Then there was one, I think, in the Apollo 15 mission, where there's a continuity error. Okay, what I mean by that is that when you see the video, you see one action, and then the photograph of the action is different from the video action. And it was this flap on the back of the portable life support system called the PLIS, portable life support system. There's a press-studded flap that should have been fastened down, secured. In the video, it's secured, but in the photograph, it's up, fixed upwards, and that would be a continuity error. That cannot be the same time or the same place, same time taken photograph, taken at different times. That's what we mean by it being very, very odd. And you wouldn't have a life support system not fastened properly on the lunar surface if that's where you are, because it's your life and death jeopardy right there. So, yeah, good points you're raising, by the way. Excellent points. Bullet points. Yeah, bullet points these are.
I'm just glad we went. America showed the rest of the world how it's done.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've just got to laugh at the effort these Globers put in. Down in the pit, you can hardly hear them. No confidence in what they say.
You're talking when you keep saying left leg.
You've just got to laugh at that. It's just ridiculous, you know. Totally whistle past all those claims we've made. Facts, by the way. Nothing is theoretical here. In order for the film to survive the cosmic ray particles and the radiation, the film would need to be kept at minus 200 degrees Celsius. All right? Is it? Yeah, I think 200 degrees Celsius, kept in an ice box just to survive the radiation. Now, the problem with the film at that temperature is that it becomes brittle. It would just crack and shatter like glass. You see what I mean? So there was no way they could do that to that film.
What about the micrometeorites and all that nonsense?
Thank you very much. That's the micrometeorites and the cosmic ray particles that we're talking about, traveling at almost the speed of light, which is 620 million, 629, sorry, 320, 670 million, 329 million, 607,000 miles per hour. Ridiculous numbers, right? And for every square centimeter, that is, square centimeter of the spacecraft, you get 4 particles striking that spot per second every second. 4 particles. So it's like flying through a monsoon rain of cosmic ray particles. So the whole spacecraft would have been shredded to smithereens, and so would your film. Just wouldn't make it. Yeah, no problem. No possibility of taking good pictures. The astronauts would have died in their suits because the suits didn't offer any protection against the cosmic ray particles or the radiation. No radiation protection at all. And on the lunar surface, back in August of 1971, I think it was, it reached 960 rems of instantaneous debilitating depth levels of radiation coming from the sun. A solar flare burst, it was called, spat out 960 rems of instant death. Okay, that's what they said. Luckily, no astronaut was around on that day because the mission wasn't in operation at that time. But that's how high radiation levels reached on the lunar surface, according to NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. They're the ones that actually gave us that data. Okay, so no way could they survive that. Those levels are instant death, and that's on the lunar surface. If you're going to go through the radiation belts, the REM values are 2,500 REMs, so almost more than double the lunar surface burst that they would have received, should I say. So a very dangerous undertaking indeed. There's just no way we could have gone there. No one's going through those belts. And Alan Bean slipped up and said, I don't think we went out far enough to encounter the Van Allen radiation belts. Out of his own mouth, quote unquote. Documentary, Astronauts Gone Wild. Alan Bean being interviewed by Bart Sibrel. And he stated that he didn't think we went out far enough to encounter the radiation belts. But when they told him how far they were from the Earth's surface, he said, oh, then we went right through them, he said. Oh, but they weren't found on our mission. Drop that as well. What an idiot. There you go. So clearly, stories don't line up to the interviews. The stories don't line up to the questions being asked and the story being told by NASA. Even the astronauts get it wrong. We didn't go out far enough to encounter the radiation belts. And another clue that they didn't go is that if you're going to go through a radiation belt, you're going to have a countdown as you approach the radiation belt and as you enter. Heavy scrutinizing and monitoring of the astronauts would be necessary to ensure that they're coping with the radiation that they're going through, that belt. And then as you exit that belt, there'd be another countdown. But that protocol was never done in any of the missions. No such protocol took place. And there's 2 belts to navigate there and back. So that'd be 4 times, basically. 1, 2, then return 3, 4. It never happened. How are you feeling, Neil? You're into the first stage of the radiation belt 1. How are you feeling, Neil? Are you okay? Michael Collins, how are you coping there? Buzz, are you okay, Buzz? Everything okay? Not hearing from you for a while. No, those questions were never asked. It's been 15 minutes through the belts. Are you okay? Are you okay, men? How's it going? Yeah? Are you coping with the dexterity exercises you've got to do there? Yeah? Are you sure? Beep. Yeah, we're doing okay. Mission control. Beep. It didn't happen, ladies and gentlemen. Just a lot of beeps in the studio. There you go. Right. You know? We can go on like this all day long, mate. All day long. And you're going to begin to realize how silly it is to carry a belief that we went to the moon. It's not a place we can go to. We don't even know if it's terra firma, meaning you can walk on it and drive buggies on there at $63 million a piece in today's money. And that they left behind on the lunar surface that no telescope can take a picture of. That's all. What you get are white dots, and there's your lunar module. Another dot, there's your rover. A white dot pixel. White. You believe that? I got a bridge for you to sell here in Japan. Many bridges I have for you to buy. Well, on a positive note for you guys in the US, slowly and gradually, your children will not be needing to be vaccinated to go to school. Hip, hip, hooray, hooray, yippee-yi-yay. Yeah. That's the good news in your country. And those of you who don't want to vaccinate your children and they can go to school without having it. And that makes logical sense because those children who have been vaccinated shouldn't be worried because they're vaccinated. So if anything comes along, they're ready to, their bodies are ready and fit to receive and cope because they've had the injections. So if anyone's going to be worried, it'd be the unvaccinated. But according to the new documentary that's out there now, ladies and gentlemen, called An Inconvenient Study, please go watch it. An Inconvenient Study. It looks at the vaccinated versus the unvaccinated, and it tells you which ones are getting sick all the time. Okay, I won't spoil it for you. You go check it out. Inconvenient Study. Right, and learn. But in America now, it's becoming to fruition that you don't have to have your children vaccinated and they can still go to school. State by state, they're all moving that way now. And that's very good news for you people living over there. My children are not going to get any. Neither are my grandchildren, but there you go. But yeah, that's good news. 2026 is going to see less people getting the flu jab. That's going to be nice. Yeah, that's going to be more healthy people running around. But don't get me wrong, America's still a mess because all those who did get the vaccinated now are carrying all these poisons that if they have children, they're going to be passing it on to their baby fetus. The baby's going to be born with some probably disabilities and something's going to go wrong anyway because they've got that mRNA crap in their system. Poor fuckers. Good luck. Didn't do their due diligence, did they? Well, there you go. Be very careful who you fall in love with. Yes. Be very careful who you want to spend your life with for the rest of your lives. Yeah. Could be a nightmare life of just going to the hospital constantly. Yeah. Customer for life. Anyway, the good news is future children won't be getting that, won't be needing it. You don't need it. And I'm hoping I won't be alive for that, but probably 30 years down the line, 40 years down the line now, people are just not doing that anymore. Unless things have gone really bad and slavery has really kicked in. Like you can't travel unless you're vaccinated. That kind of stupidity. Or those of you who are unemployed, if you want to get your unemployment money, you better be vaccinated. That kind of nonsense. Yes. So we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see.
Holy shit. Left lane went on def, and I don't fucking blame him. What's up? What's up, guys?
Anybody that deafened up was missing out. That was some good material.
I don't think it's right to be deafened in a chat.
Right.
If you go up and be deafened, you might as well just get kicked because you're not participating.
Yeah.
Willful ignorance. Willful ignorance.
Silly, isn't it? Okay, now I can be deafened and dumbed up. Can't see it. Can't see it. Can't hear it. It's a joke, isn't it? You don't want to see it, you don't want to hear it, and you don't want to say it. Wow. Why be here? Excuse me.
You ever done a single experiment ever, Jin?
Oh, I've done experiments years ago. Nothing recently. Why do you ask? Actually, I tell a lie. I did do an experiment 3 days ago, and it was a repair of my Columbia hiking boots, or shoes, should I say? Not, but it wasn't a bootful because it cuts below the ankle. There, so it's a hiking shoe that I bought in 2008, and I used it in November towards the end, and then the soles came away. Right, and that's because 2008. The upper is immaculate. The soles are nice as well, but it's come away. So I bought 2 types of Bond adhesive. One that was quick action, and one that takes 24 hours. And what I did was I mixed them up, and I needed to do that to get the very edge of the sole adhering. So I needed the quick reaction, and I mixed it up, and then it worked beautifully. 24 hours later, solid. I'm wearing them now, and I'm very happy. That was a little experiment that I did there. Save me buying a new pair of hiking shoes, but I am going to buy a new pair anyway. But the thing is, I've kept them alive. I didn't have to throw them away. Mind you, it's 2008, so the Bond had gone off, and obviously cracked and that. And because I was running hard and that on a hike, the soles came away, both of them. But I've since repaired that now. That was the last experiment that I did, working with some of these Loctite type material, but Japanese version. Yeah, it worked wonderfully. There you go. Saving a buck or two here and there. Economizing. Because I'm a miser. That's why I economize. I'm Mr. Ebenezer's Ebenezer. Yes. I extract the most out of everything I get, including my devices. Currently talking to you on an iPhone 6 Plus, 2014. Still using the iPhone, the iPad from 2012. Still working nicely. I'm one of those.
It's going to be important for us all to economize with the coming inflation wave. The U.S. dollar carry trade is going to run hot coming this next year and onward.
Yeah. So you better start tightening your belts now. Start putting something away for that rainy day. Looks like it's going to be pouring in 2026 then. But yeah, I love it when I can do that. You experiment with certain things and that, like bonds, see what kind of result you get and that. Yeah. And I had a great result on there. Yeah. I wore them today. I wore them yesterday, and they're nice. 2008's a long time ago, though, when I bought those. 17 years ago? Yeah. Columbia. Gore-Tex. Waterproof. Yeah. And, yeah, wicked. I actually bought 3 pairs of those Columbias. That's why they've lasted so long. When I see something good, I buy for the future, and it's still going well. Didn't anticipate the glue coming away there, though, but there you go. Lesson learnt. Yeah, a couple of my running shoes have got holes in the soles now. Time to get rid of those. I'm going to get rid of those this year or in the new year. Pick up 2 pairs of running shoes. I usually go for...
Yeah, I got enough info. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, Puma or New Balance. And that's the brand I'm running with at the moment. Cost effectively and design.
Any stackers in here?
Yeah, I think we dispatched them off proper. Well, good and proper. Okay.
Yeah, that was good. That was a good one. Good info. I was just going to bring up the silver price, but I don't think there's any stackers in here.
Well, I'm going to take a tea break and have a cup of Sri Lankan tea, which is what nice, called Daily Cuppa. That's the name of the brand, the old Sri Lankan tea. And watch a program from 1971 that I used to watch as a kid. I was 10 years old at the time, called Jason King, it's called, from 1971. I'm going to watch a couple of these episodes, see what I was watching when I was a kid and what did I understand or not understand. Okay, so I'll catch up with you guys later on. little bit of light entertainment from 1970. Oh, yes. Lovely. Thank you very much.